Naruto, escape from Konoha. Everything has to be studied to understand its meaning. Chiba Shiraishi realized that when he had transmigrated to a new world he has no knowledge of, he only knew he was in the village of Konoha. Shiraishi couldn't sleep, so he took out the book he had picked up, The Will of Fire, and read it carefully in the middle of the night, only to see the words in cracks. The whole book was written with 2 words: pyramid scheme. Shiraishi felt hesitant and fearful for a while, and he decided that sooner or later, he must escape from this brainwashing organization called Konoha. Chapter 1, Set a goal first, then escape Konoha. As a transmigrator, Chiba Shiraishi believed that he should possess the fundamental qualities as one. His most important task currently was to remain calm and assimilate into this new world as quickly as possible. Although there were several illogical phenomena in this world, witnessing individuals leaping across rooftops or summoning animals, walking on walls, Shiraishi had been astonished by these surreal fantasy scenes more than once. What sort of magical world was this? Was everyone here Superman? Because in the village of Konoha alone, there were countless superhumans like them. Shiraishi came to realize that these superhuman beings were referred to as ninja. They possessed a special energy called chakra, which grants them enhanced strength, incredible jumping abilities, and manipulating various elements. After a few days of adjustment, Shiraishi finally understood the fact that he had arrived in an extraordinary world. He had gained a thorough understanding of his current identity. The previous owner of his body had been an orphan in Konohagakure, growing up in the village's orphanage for several years. Only recently, on his 6th birthday, he had been identified as having the qualifications to become a shinobi, and he left the orphanage to live on his own in an apartment. Shiraishi felt endless complaints about the day he left the orphanage, which coincided with the day he transmigrated. What orphanage kicks out a child who was merely 6 years old? According to the information provided by the orphanage, his parents had died on the battlefield shortly after his birth. They were both under the age of 20 when they perished, and their remains had not been found. Only their names were etched coldly on the memorial monument. Therefore, after becoming a hero, Shiraishi received numerous conveniences in life from the upper echelons of the village. After leaving the orphanage, the entrance fee for the Ninja Academy was waived, and he received a monthly stipend, including the inheritance left by his parents. From his perspective alone, Shiraishi believed that Konohagakure showed a touch of humanity. However, one must consider everything from a comprehensive viewpoint. Over the past few days, he had repeatedly heard gossip on the streets of Konoha village. He reached a terrifying conclusion. Every official ninja, regardless of age, was required to go to the battlefield to fight against the enemy as arranged by the village's higher UPS. From Shiraishi's knowledge, since the Second Ninja World War was currently taking place, Konoha sent a large number of children under the age of 10 to the battlefield each year. Under 10 years old? Children on the battlefield? This wasn't a joke. Right. Do they really send children under the age of 10 to the battlefield? There were even rumors of 6 or 7-year-old children who graduated early from the academy due to their exceptional abilities, and were subsequently sent directly to the battlefield. Feeling lost and uncertain, Shiraishi's heart was immediately filled with hesitation. How dire was the situation on the front lines of Konoha for them to involve children under the age of 12 in battle? Are they out of their minds? Could Konoha actually be a terrorist organization? Had he unwittingly entered a terrorist organization? Contemplating this possibility, Shiraishi stared at the academy admission notice in his hand, his eyes filled with a complex expression as he slumped onto the ground. It's over. He must have joined a terrorist organization. Once enrolled in the academy, he would not only be taught various terrifying killing techniques but would also be brainwashed, becoming a tool of murder for the village's upper class. As he looked at the picturesque village basking in the sunshine, Shiraishi couldn't help but feel a chill. Escape from Konoha? But where could he escape to? The strength displayed by those ninjas was only the tip of the iceberg, they could easily crush him like an ant. Shiraishi didn't believe he could escape from this terrorist organization at the moment. After a period of intense internal struggle, Shiraishi decided to take it one step at a time and escape from this village when the right moment presented itself. Konoha Year 30, April. Ninja Academy. Not long after leaving the orphanage, Shiraishi was preparing to attend the academy, which was his only way out. He understood the very perilous situation he was in. Konoha was indeed a terrorist organization. Until he became strong enough, he had to avoid arousing suspicion. A single misstep could lead to suspicion from those around him, and subsequently he would be secretly dealt with. Therefore, Shiraishi couldn't help but be cautious of the seemingly innocent villagers around him, always maintaining a sense of wariness. More and more, he started perceiving the kind smiles on their faces as cunning smiles, fox-like smiles, devilish smiles, and their innocence appeared as nothing more than a facade. Each face seemed to harbor thoughts of devouring him, with teeth stained by blood and sin. This was Shiraishi's logical analysis of his current situation. Shiraishi blended in with the crowd as he entered the academy. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Like Shiraishi, some children arrived alone, while others were accompanied by their parents. The scene was lively, resembling a gathering. Shiraishi didn't choose to stand silently by himself, emitting an aura that clashed with the environment. That would be utterly foolish. He couldn't attract attention. He had to be ordinary, inconspicuous, and avoid doing anything out of the ordinary. Before officially entering the classroom, Shiraishi and the other new students would attend the opening ceremony. The so-called opening ceremony was a rather simple affair. A designated area was marked out on the academy's playground, and hundreds of new students were arranged in lines according to their height, facing the lengthy and tiresome speeches of the adults. The speaker on the stage was a middle-aged man dressed in a royal robe, his smile reminiscent of a gentle breeze. He exuded a powerful presence. Shiraishi knew that the middle-aged man in the royal robe was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current leader of the terrorist organization Konoha Village. He was a formidable individual who carried on the will of the first and second Hokage, the leaders of the previous generations of the terrorist organization. Involuntarily, Shiraishi labeled the seemingly harmless and friendly smiling face of the third Hokage as extremely dangerous. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech, in Shiraishi's view, was exceptionally boring. It was nothing more than a series of empty rhetoric. What the will of fire stood for. How bright Konoha village was. How everyone was considered family. Then, from a historical perspective, he expounded on the great accomplishments of the previous Hokage, using hype and propaganda that resonated with the audience. Chapter 2, What is the Will of Fire? After 2 long hours, the opening ceremony speech by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally came to an end. Shiraishi's legs were sore from standing, but he patiently memorized the content of third Hokage's speech. As someone with intentions defect, he couldn't show any dissatisfaction or strangeness before he made his move. In other words, what the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, said would likely be tested in school. Although the speech by the third Hokage were less profound than the motivational articles I had read in my previous life, Shiraishi thought. After the speech, the students orderly left the auditorium and returned to their respective classes. Shiraishi was assigned to first-year Class A. The classroom was arranged with step seating, and each desk could accommodate 3 people. Shiraishi found his name in the middle of the second-to-last row by the window and boldly written Chiba Shiraishi. When he reached his seat, he noticed that someone was already sitting on the LL side of the window. She was a young girl with long, straight black hair, about the same age as Shiraishi. She had a cold and distant aura, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed quietly at the playground outside the window. "Hello, my name is Chiba Shiraishi. Nice to meet you," Shiraishi introduced himself, trying to strike a balance between not attracting too much attention and not being too withdrawn. She turned her head slightly, removed her hand from her delicate face, and spoke in a condescending tone, "Uchi Haruri." She exuded a coldness that made Shiraishi feel the temperature drop. After that, Shiraishi had no idea how to continue the conversation with Uchi Haruri. He sat quietly at his desk, flipping through the textbooks that were prepared for him. The textbooks included various subjects like the Chronicles of Konoha Village, and The First Hokage and the Will of Fire. Among them, the book titled The First Hokage and the Will of Fire was placed on top. Shiraishi read it carefully, as it was an important source of information. Based on the speech during the opening ceremony by the third Hokage, Shiraishi only had a vague understanding of the Will of Fire that Konoha promoted, and he felt that something was missing. Now he wanted to delve deeper into what this so-called Will of Fire truly meant, and whether the academy was truly a brainwashing institution. Although Shiraishi hadn't had much luck with this village called Konoha, he felt compelled to examine the content of The First Hokage and the Will of Fire book. Its opening remarks were: "When the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village. And once again, tree leaves shall bud anew." The meaning of this passage was easy to understand. It conveyed that young people were the future hope of the village, and the older generation should trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation were not in vain but aimed to encourage the younger generation to become the pillars that would bear the future of the village. The burning flame of fallen leaves symbolized the heroic sacrifices of the older generation, while the new leaves represented the young people. It was a cycle of reincarnation. At first glance, it seemed reasonable and commendable, but when Shiraishi thought about the children under the age of 10 being sent to the battlefield, he had doubts. It appeared as if the sacrifices of young people were being used to glorify the older generation, making the so-called will of fire false and empty in his eyes. He couldn't understand why others in Konoha village failed to notice such an obvious flaw. As Shiraishi continued reading, he lost track of time. The more he turned the pages, the drier his lips became, and cold sweat covered his forehead. The content of the book seemed utterly useless, filled with utopian fantasies lacking any practical value. Was this the so-called will passed down by the god of ninja? Shiraishi began to question if anyone had ever read this book before. He realized that the first Hokage and the Will of Fire book was merely a collection of ideals without any concrete plans. Furthermore, it seemed that the protection of children was not a priority. Konoha was currently sending numerous children under the age of 10 to the battlefield as cannon fodder. In that moment, Shiraishi made a startling discovery. The words Will of Fire were written on every page of the book, but looking beyond the countless repetitions, he discerned a different message. It was a pyramid schemes. Konoha was akin to a terrorist organization, and the Ninja Academy was a brainwashing institution. What was even more disturbing was the fact that such a book was openly available in the academy. What did that imply? It meant that the village's upper echelons had already brainwashed all the adults, and now it was the new generation's turn to be indoctrinated by the so-called Will of Fire. Unfortunately, Shiraishi himself was one of the individuals who had fallen victim to this brainwashing. Lost in his thoughts, Shiraishi was snapped back to reality by a soft voice near his ear. He turned and saw a cute girl with the same black, long straight hair as Uchiha Ruri. However, unlike Ruri's icy demeanor, this girl had a warm and gentle expression in her pure white eyes, which made Shiraishi wonder if she had contact lenses on. The girl expressed concern. "Are you all right? You're sweating a lot. Is something wrong?" Shiraishi touched his face and realized he was covered in cold sweat. Dryly, he replied, "I'm okay. I think I accidentally drank expired milk last night, and my stomach is uncomfortable." She looked at him with suspicion, but still caring, she apologized for worrying him and introduced herself as Hyuga Ayane. Shiraishi felt relieved by her warm smile and introduced himself as well. Chapter 3, Self-Introduction. After a while, an ordinary-looking young man entered the classroom. Upon entering, he glanced at the approximately 40 students and nodded with satisfaction. Under the students' unified gaze, he calmly walked to the front of the podium and began introducing himself. "First of all, congratulations on passing the test and becoming students of the Shinobi Academy. I am Fujimura Taiga, your head teacher until you graduate. I am 23 years old and hold the rank of Chunin in the village. My hobbies include walking and keeping a journal. My dream is to educate exceptional students." Shiraishi knew that this was the self-introduction session, but that was all right. The students in the front row quickly introduced themselves, sharing their various hobbies and dreams, which proved to be quite interesting. However, as Shiraishi thought about the uncertain future these children faced, a sigh escaped his heart. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a little down when he realized that he, too, was just a child in this moment. Before worrying about others, he needed to ensure his own survival. This was the harsh reality of the ninja era. Even Konoha, known as the foremost of the 5 Nina villages, was in such a state. It was difficult to imagine the situation in other villages. And within Konoha village, with its fixed mindset, it seemed impossible to bring about any change. After almost 3 decades of training, the Will of Fire had become deeply ingrained in the village. Was the Will of Fire truly a legacy from the first Hokage? Perhaps it was initially appropriate, but times were always changing. Shiraishi wanted to say something to the senior officials of Konoha. "Gentlemen, the times have changed. The Will of Fire was no longer suitable for this era." He estimated that once he uttered those words, he would vanish from this world. "I'm Ayane Hyuga. I don't have anything I dislike at the moment. I enjoy taking hot springs. My future dream is to become a great ninja." A graceful and quiet girl, resembling Yamato Nadeko, stood up beside Shiraishi, introducing herself to the class with a smile. The others applauded enthusiastically, and she quietly resumed her seat. When it was Shiraishi's turn, he naturally stood up from his seat. Hello everyone, I'm Chiba Shiraishi. My hobby is reading, and my future dream is to become a doctor. In his previous life, Shiraishi was a highly qualified senior physician. He possessed extensive medical knowledge, was familiar with various medical instruments, and had substantial surgical experience. Based on his prior knowledge, he knew that shinobis were also categorized into various types, including the auxiliary role of medical nin. Shiraishi was confident that he could excel in this field if he aimed to become a medical nin. However, in order to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, he needed to behave more inconspicuously. Moreover, Shiraishi was genuinely curious about the medical ninja profession. The academy offered a specialized training course for medical ninja, but very few students opted for it. Compared to the colorful world of ninjutsu, studying medicine was considered boring and monotonous. Typically, only 1 out of 10 students pursued medical ninjutsu, which was a relatively high ratio. In fact, during the academy, more than 95% of the students had no interest in medical ninjutsu. They were young and couldn't comprehend why such boring courses were included in the academy's curriculum. Shiraishi's introduction was ordinary, and he blended in with the rest of the class, avoiding unnecessary attention. My name is Uchiharuri. I have no interest in any of you weaklings, and I don't intend to share my dreams and interests. Don't bother me with anything, and don't expect me to help you. Let's pretend you're my classmates for the sake of convenience. Adjusting the hair near her ear, the girl on the other side stood up and introduced herself in a cold and arrogant tone, her eyes filled with icy disdain. Her arrogant demeanor offended most of the class. What's with the attitude? It's detestable to act so arrogantly just because you're cute. Nobody would want to befriend someone as antisocial as you. The Uchiha girl is really annoying. Whispers filled the classroom, expressing dissatisfaction and hostility towards Ruri. With a slight snort, Ruri maintained her arrogant posture as she took her seat. Even though she had become the class's public enemy, she seemed determined to remain aloof. Having such a standout classmate seemed like a hassle, and Shiraishi hoped it wouldn't draw too much attention. He scratched his head in distress. 2 months had passed. Shiraishi gradually accepted the helpless fact that he was in the lair of an extremely dangerous terrorist organization. Fortunately, his heretic was well concealed. No one noticed anything amiss. Moreover, he utilized the advantages of being an MTHE academy to grow stronger. In addition to the Will of Fire book, which he viewed as a type of MLM book, the academy provided practical knowledge as well. Shiraishi had already mastered shuriken throwing, chakra control and utilization, and more. However, his performance in practical classes was not outstanding. He achieved a moderately satisfactory grade, neither excelling nor falling behind, blending in with the rest of the class. As a result, Shiraishi was well liked. Both male and female classmates treated him with normalcy. Though engaging in ninja games with these people seemed childish, he had to participate to avoid standing out. It was a way to relax after training. But this meant that Shiraishi had to stay up late at night, poring over medical books borrowed from the academy library. As a former doctor in his past life, he understood the immense importance of medicine. Despite the supernatural abilities possessed by the shinobis in this world, they were still flesh and blood. And flesh and blood could get sick and injured. The medical ninja profession was far from superfluous and useless. Becoming a medical shinobi would provide Shiraishi with a means to protect himself in the future. It would allow him to blend into Konoha and seize the right opportunity to escape. But before that, he needed to use Konoha's resources to make himself stronger. He also had to tap into Konoha's intelligence network to gain a deeper understanding of the ninja world. Thus, Shiraishi believed he would remain in Konoha for at least 10 years. Only after acquiring the ability to protect himself would he consider leaving. During the day, he learned at the academy. From 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., he engaged in various training sessions. Afterward, he returned home and immersed himself in medical books until midnight. Chapter 4, Combat Class. The woods behind the Shinobi Academy. Shiraishi found himself surrounded by a barrage of shuriken and kunai coming from all directions. Calmly, he faced this terrifying scene, holding a kunai in one hand and twisting his body. With both hands, he quickly hurled the kunai, piercing through the air. The only sounds audible were the of metal colliding and the clattering of shuriken and kunai falling to the ground. Shiraishi effortlessly deflected and dispersed every projectile that flew his way. Taking a moment to sigh lightly, Shiraishi surveyed the dense collection of kunao and shuriken scattered around him. It was no easy feat to deflect such a large quantity without sustaining any damage. Even accomplished graduates from the ninja academy like Chunins would find it challenging to accomplish such a feat. Shiraishi's ability to perform this feat was not solely due to his hard work but also his exceptional motor nerves and dynamic vision, surpassing those of an average individual. This was Shiraishi's innate talent, honed further through scientific training methods he had practiced in his previous life. Thus, it was not surprising that Shiraishi achieved this level of skill after just 2 months of systematic study. As a former senior doctor, he possessed an extraordinary understanding of the human body's structure and recognized the significance of motor nerves and dynamic vision for a shinobi. His powerful dynamic vision enabled him to better track the enemy's movements and anticipate attacks, while his exceptional motor nerves allowed for swift reactions, granting him an advantage in combat. Despite already possessing excellent motor nerves and dynamic vision, Shiraishi developed a tailored training regimen to further enhance these skills, striving for excellence. He understood that his greatest strength lay not solely in his motor nerves and dynamic vision but in the vast knowledge from another world that resided within his mind. This knowledge formed the foundation of his abilities, as its power was limitless. Knowledge could dispel ignorance, strengthen one's resolve, and prevent ignorance from dominating. Moreover, knowledge could heal physical weaknesses, enabling one to utilize their body more efficiently and effectively, thereby becoming stronger. Collecting all the damaged kunao and shuriken from the ground, Shiraishi meticulously ensured that not even a trace of their value went to waste. Despite being low on funds, he recognized the importance of maintaining a nutritious diet during this period of physical growth. After tidying away the shinobi tools, Shiraishi remained in the woods, wrapping white bandages around his fists and legs. He proceeded to practice taijutsu, honing his skills against sturdy wooden stakes. Night had fallen, and the forest behind the shinobi academy grew quiet. Only the faint sound of Shiraishi's breathing and the rhythmic thuds of his body colliding with the wooden stakes filled the air as time slowly passed. The next morning arrived. "Good morning, Ayane." After 2 months of companionship, Shiraishi and his desk mate, Ayane Hyuga, had become quite familiar, addressing each other casually. "Good morning, Shiraishi-kun." While Shiraishi maintained a relaxed demeanor, Ayane, hailing from the prestigious Hyuga clan, adhered to the formalities expected of her prominent lineage. During their time together, Shiraishi had learned that Ayane came from the powerful Hyuga family in Konoha, and the distinguishing feature of the Hyuga clan was their Byakugan. Members of the clan had a bloodline limit-eye technique known as Byakugan and were highly regarded in the shinobi world for their prowess in the gentle fist combat. "Good morning to you too, classmate Ruri." As Shiraishi walked to his seat and sat down, he greeted the girl on the other side of his desk with a smile. Uchiha Ruri simply cast a cold gaze in Shiraishi's direction without responding. She appeared lost in her own world, as usual, her eyes fixed on the playground visible through the window. "By the way, Shiraishi-kun, have you heard?" "What is it?" Ayane's voice piqued Shiraishi's curiosity, causing him to turn his head towards her with an inquisitive look. "I heard there's going to be a practical combat class today." "A practical combat class?" "Yes, it's a different kind of training session where 2 students pair up and engage in combat instead of just throwing shuriken. It's more like a practice battle." Ayane's voice was soft, barely above a whisper. "I see. It might be a bit challenging for me, but you should have no trouble, Ayane." Among the 3 students in Shiraishi's row, he was the most average and unremarkable academically. He only excelled in theoretical tests, whereas his performance in shuriken throwing and physical assessments placed him in the middle of the pack. He intentionally aimed for this average standing, not too poor, yet not outstanding. This was Shiraishi's deliberate choice. On the other hand, Uchiha Ruri, known for her aloof personality, seldom uttered more than 3 sentences a day, yet she consistently ranked first in the class, excelling in both theory and practice. Ayane, although slightly behind Ruri, also secured a place among the top 5 in the class. Shiraishi had come to understand these dynamics. He couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging that those from affluent families possessed a head start that commoners like himself couldn't match. "Let's work together, Shiraishi-kun." Ayane offered her encouragement. "Sure, if I'm paired with you, Ayane, I'll make sure to go easy." Shiraishi had no desire to reveal his true abilities, so he deliberately achieved moderate scores in previous assessments. Maintaining a position in the middle suited Shiraishi perfectly. Thus, if Ayane were his opponent, Shiraishi had already made up his mind. He would put up a strong fight before ultimately losing, having given it his all. After all, he was an ordinary person and couldn't achieve remarkable feats. Of course, if he were to utilize all his current strength against Ayane, the likelihood of losing would increase. After all, she belonged to the esteemed Hyuga clan, and additional guidance from elders was available to her due to her family's standing. Indeed, a significant gap existed between civilians and members of prestigious shinobi clans. Shiraishi merely aimed to maintain the level expected of a civilian. However, endings often hold unexpected surprises. During their first practical combat class, as Ayane had mentioned, the class's head teacher, Fujimura Taiga, organized the first practical combat test for Class A's first-year students, pairing them off to engage in combat. To Shiraishi's surprise, his partner was not Ayane but his other desk mate, Ruri, an Uchiha clan prodigy, hailing from a powerful Konoha family, renowned for their Kekii Genkai, the Sharingan. In this practical combat class, students used wooden shuriken, the sharp edges dulled to ensure safety. These competitions feel so dull when we have to use these toys, remarked the Uchiha girl, standing side by side with Shiraishi, her eyes filled with evident disdain as she glanced at the two boys battling in the field. Well, Ruri-san, perhaps it's best not to voice such opinions. We are all still first-year students after all, Shiraishi whispered, cautioning Ruri against stirring up animosity. For most students, using regular shuriken and kunao in such a setting could easily lead to injuries. Instead of worrying about others, you should focus on yourself. I won't show you any mercy in our fight, Ruri declared. Shiraishi led awkwardly and stopped talking. Chapter 5, Battling in the Woods with a Talented Girl. Shiraishi and Ruri followed the rules and made their way to the designated arena. They prepared wooden shuriken and kunao from their shinobi pouch in advance. These practice weapons had low lethality, with their sharp parts removed. Facing each other, Shiraishi and Ruri took a solemn stance, their hands forming opposing seals. Begin. As the head teacher, Fujimura Taiga, saw the two students ready, he shouted loudly from his seat. Before Shiraishi could even react, Ruri, standing in front of him, swiftly retrieved several wooden shuriken from her pouch. With a precise motion, she sent them flying towards Shiraishi's vital points, slicing through the air. Shiraishi's face displayed a hint of surprise as he rolled sideways, managing to narrowly avoid Ruri's initial attack. Although he appeared slightly off balance, he successfully evaded her first assault. Before he could regain his composure, Ruri had already vanished from his line of sight. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from behind. Shiraishi turned around only to encounter a leg swinging towards him, the leg connecting with his chest, sending him hurtling backward. Defeated in an instant. Well, I thought I could hold out a little longer, but Ruri-san is truly formidable. Shiraishi clutched his chest, struggling to stand up from the ground. He exerted all his strength, wearing a bitter and unwilling expression. Ruri paid no attention to Shiraishi's defeated look. With a raised chin, she arrogantly flicked her long black hair and stepped out of the arena. She's a genius. But don't be disheartened, Shiraishi-san. You are the most diligent student I've ever seen, and you will undoubtedly become a great shinobi in the future, Fujimura Taiga consoled Shiraishi, patting him on the shoulder. I'm fine, Fujimura-sensei. That's good. Go rest and don't dwell on it too much. Fujimura Taiga concealed his concern upon seeing the loneliness etched on Shiraishi's face. In his eyes, Shiraishi had poured relentless effort into self-improvement, enduring countless hardships. Thus, witnessing his quick defeat in an actual battle must have dealt a significant blow. However, Fujimura Taiga understood that competing against an exceptional talent like Ruri, it was already impressive that Shiraishi managed to hold on for a single exchange. To him, Ruri's strength was almost on par with that of a genin. Shiraishi's rapid defeat was a natural outcome. As time passed, the day drew to a close. After a quick dinner, Shiraishi returned to the wooded area behind the academy as usual, engaging in practice with wooden stakes. Shiraishi's speed was remarkable, and each strike carried considerable force, evident from the collision between his limbs and the stakes. His face remained composed, his breathing steady. While striking the stakes, he synchronized his breathing, aiming to preserve his physical stamina while maintaining considerable speed and power. Lost in this selfless practice, Shiraishi's ears suddenly caught the piercing sound of the air being cut. He quickly reacted as a kunao whizzed past, narrowly avoiding an unexpected attack. Frowning, Shiraishi peered into the depths of the woods. It was now past 8 in the evening, and only the faint moonlight dimly illuminated the darker areas of the woods, rendering visibility poor. A figure emerged from the darkness, a short individual with long black hair fluttering in the evening breeze. Their dark pupils shone exceptionally bright. The intense gaze sent a surge of tension through Shiraishi's nerves. This person was none other than his classmate, Uchiha Ruri. Shaking his head, Shiraishi greeted her with a relaxed smile on his face. "It's you, classmate Ruri. What brings you here so late?" "To be honest, I felt a bit frustrated by my quick defeat against you today, so I came here." Before he could finish his sentence, Ruri coldly interrupted, "Fight me with all your strength." "Hey? All my strength?" "Well, during the day, I did give it my all." Shiraishi stuttered, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Ruri's words. "I said, use all your strength." "Ruri, what are you talking about?" Seeing Shiraishi's feigned confusion, Ruri's icy expression revealed a trace of impatience. She withdrew a kunai from her pouch and pressed it against Shiraishi's neck without hesitation. Unlike the wooden training tools used during the day, Ruri wielded a lethal weapon capable of easily severing Shiraishi's throat. What made the situation more terrifying was Ruri's speed. Shiraishi's heart raced, knowing he couldn't afford to be careless. Swiftly, he raised his own kunai, blocking Ruri's attack, causing a spark to ignite upon contact. Two pairs of silent, pitch-black eyes pierced through the nighttime air, locked in a serious gaze. "Ruri-san, were you planning to kill me just now?" "Humph." Unyielding as ever, Ruri's long black hair danced in the moonlight, providing her with cover as she launched another kunai towards Shiraishi's heart from a dangerous angle. Shiraishi barely managed to block it before swiftly creating distance between them. His expression grew increasingly solemn. In that moment, Shiraishi realized that his speed and strength were on par with Ruri's. However, Ruri possessed far more combat experience, and it was this difference that led Shiraishi to understand his slim chances of victory. Thankfully, after a brief test, Ruri chose not to continue her assault. She shot Shiraishi a peculiar look, the arrogance fading from her face as she asked, "It's strange. You're clearly strong, so why do you deliberately conceal your true abilities?" Answering this question was not easy, and Shiraishi couldn't find a suitable lie to convince Ruri. Thus, silence filled the air. Just as Shiraishi racked his brain for a response, Ruri spoke again, "Forget it. Now that I know you're hiding your strength, I've achieved my goal. I'm leaving." With those words, Ruri departed without looking back, resolute in her decision. "What an unusual girl," Shiraishi murmured. Did she intend to expose his hidden strength? If that were the case, it could lead to significant trouble. Considering Ruri's nature, she was unlikely to meddle in his affairs. With that thought, Shiraishi felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, this encounter served as a reminder that even a child possessed the ability to see through him. Even someone like Chunin level head teacher Fujimura Taiga failed to realize it. Shiraishi understood one thing: never underestimate a ninja, regardless of their age. Chapter 6, The Birth of the Queen of Gluttony. "Good morning, Ruri." Shiraishi greeted Ruri as usual. However, this time Ruri turned her head to look at him, nodded, and responded. Shiraishi's face showed a slight surprise. He thought that Ruri would ignore his greetings just like before. Could it be that she acknowledged his strength and that's why she responded? After all, when Ruri introduced herself, she made it clear that she didn't plan to associate with weaklings. In other words, Ruri only acknowledges powerful individuals and probably doesn't care about greeting the weak. It's such a simplistic and rude code of conduct. "Well, about what happened last night, can you?" Shiraishi looked a little embarrassed but continued talking to Ruri with a pleasing smile. Ruri glanced at Shiraishi and said, "I see. I won't say anything. I'll keep this secret for you. But on the other hand, if I have a training requirement, you can't postpone it." Shiraishi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Of course, I'd be happy to help." Soon, Hyga Ayane, who sat at the same table on the other side, arrived. After greeting Shiraishi, she sat down and started talking to the girl at the front table. The class bell rang. The first class of the day was a MLM brainwashing class. This class aimed to spread the so-called Will of Fire. Shiraishi took out the book The First Hokage and the Will of Fire. He felt that this kind of class was pure torture for him, but he had to make an effort to listen. He had to conceal his true thoughts in order to be politically correct. Not long after, Shiraishi felt a finger poking his right arm. He turned his head and saw Ruri pretending to listen attentively. Then he lowered his head and saw a piece of paper with writing on it. It said, "Do you hate this course?" Shiraishi took out a note, thought for a moment, and replied to Ruri. "No, I think Fujimura-sensei explained it very well. I also aspire to inherit the will of fire from the first Homage-sama and become a great Konoha ninja." Ruri turned her head and glared at Shiraishi in dissatisfaction. She immediately saw through Shiraishi's lie. "When you opened the book The First Hokage and the Will of Fire on the first day of the academy, I noticed that your expression was off. Are you scared or worried about something?" "I had a stomachache that day because I ate expired bread, so my face didn't look good." Liar. "I remember on that day of the academy, didn't you tell Ayana that you had a stomachache after drinking expired milk?" Shiraishi felt embarrassed. He didn't even remember that, but Ruri did. "It's true, I never lie. You are someone I recognize, so I will keep your secret." The two continued passing notes back and forth, and Shiraishi found that chatting with Ruri was more interesting than listening to this MLM class. At that moment, his left arm was lightly poked by a finger. Shiraishi turned his head and found that it was Ayane. Like Ruri, she pretended to listen attentively and handed him a small note. "What are you talking about?" It seemed that she was very interested in joining the conversation between Shiraishi and Ruri. Shiraishi thought for a moment, then tore off a piece of paper and replied. "We were talking about the newly opened Ichiraku ramen shop in the village. The ramen there is delicious." After Ayane received the note, she wrote another sentence in response. "Is it about ramen? I also know about it. The ramen there is really good, even though it's a new shop. Shiraishi-kun, let's eat there together after class." "Okay." Shiraishi didn't think too much about it. He wrote the words on a note and passed it to Ruri. "Ruri-san, let's go to the ramen shop together after class this afternoon. The ramen there is delicious, and Ayana-san will be joining us." "Sure, why not?" Casually agreeing. Shiraishi nodded. Meanwhile, their homeroom teacher, Fujimura Taiga, who was giving a serious lecture at the podium, looked at Shiraishi and the other two girls with a hint of helplessness. Did they think he was blind? Seeing them passing notes and whispering happily, Fujimura Taiga reached his limit. "Hey, you three, stop passing notes secretly and go stand outside while you listen to the teaching." He didn't want the top students to think they could do whatever they wanted in class. Fujimura Taiga felt the need to assert his authority as their teacher. These kids these days are too arrogant. He has to discipline them. The three of them didn't resist and went outside to stand. "I thought I was being discreet, thinking Fujimura-sensei wouldn't notice, but I didn't expect to be caught," Ayana said with a helpless smile, realizing her earlier naive mindset. Ruri commented nonchalantly, "I thought he wouldn't care when he saw us. He's just a chunin in his 20s. It makes me question the quality of education at the academy." In Ruri's eyes, the three geniuses could do as they pleased in class. It was the unique privilege of being a genius. "Shiraishi. Come on, you two, that's enough. Do you really think Fujimura-sensei couldn't hear you outside?" He didn't anticipate that Ayane, who was usually honest and quiet, had a mischievous side as well. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. This was a recently opened ramen shop in Konoha. Although the business didn't seem to be very popular yet, Shiraishi was deeply drawn to the delicious ramen he had tried there. It was only a matter of time before it became popular. "I'll treat you all tonight. Eat as much as you want." After class in the afternoon, Shiraishi took Ayane and Ruri to the ramen shop and proudly made his announcement. But how much could two small eaters like them really consume? At most 3 or 4 large bowls of ramen. He had enough money for that. Before Ruri could finish speaking, Ayane hesitated and said, "Well, Shiraishi-kun, it's better if we each pay for ourselves." "It's fine, Ayane. Don't worry about my wallet. I can afford a few bowls of ramen." Shiraishi smiled nonchalantly. Ayane couldn't refuse after hearing his words. "Well then, if your wallet can't handle it, let me know. I'll eat in moderation." Shiraishi looked at Ayane suspiciously, not understanding what she meant. "Anyway, just eat to your heart's content. I'll pay for all the ramen tonight." After Shiraishi said this, he started ordering food and asked the owner to bring the ramen as soon as possible. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen was a man in his 30s, accompanied by his son, a handsome young man named Shouta. It had to be said that Ichiraku's ramen was truly delicious, and Shiraishi devoured 2 large bowls in no time. Then he glanced at Ruri and noticed that she had only ordered 1 bowl. After all, girls tended to have smaller appetites. Next, Shiraishi turned his attention to Ayane. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. What were those tall stacks in front of her? How much had Ayane eaten? 1, 4, 7, 9, 13. The number of empty bowls kept increasing. Shiraishi felt his heart ache. Ayane noticed the dumbfounded looks from Shiraishi and Ruri and blushed a little. She stopped eating and muttered in a barely audible voice, "Actually, I only eat slightly more than others." If it weren't for the towering stacks of bowls in front of Ayane, Shiraishi and Ruri might have believed her. She used to eat like this when she was young, but was it still acceptable now that she had grown up? Chapter 7, Copper Smelting. Ever since that day, Shiraishi never casually mentioned inviting Ayane to dinner again. Because that would mean bankruptcy for him. After declaring her as the queen of gluttony. Time passed slowly, day by day. The incident with the ramen had brought the 3 of them closer together. After all, there was a deep bond formed by sharing meals together. Shiraishi's performance in class remained unremarkable. Compared to the 2 talented girls sitting next to him, his grades could only be described as mediocre. Another month flew by in the blink of an eye. During this month, Shiraishi grew closer to Ayane, but his bond with Ruri developed even more rapidly. Of course, it was a purely platonic friendship. After all, Ruri was the only one who knew about his hidden strength. If he were to unleash his true power, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in the class. The reason for his closer relationship with Ruri was that she often sought him out after school for physical training sessions. During these training sessions, both Shiraishi and Ruri were highly satisfied with each other's exceptional skills. Although Shiraishi had limited combat experience, he could learn from Ruri. She had special tutors in the Uchiha clan who taught her fighting techniques, and she passed on these skills to Shiraishi. This allowed him to gradually improve his combat abilities through practice and mutual growth. Shiraishi's growth exceeded Ruri's expectations. Through their deepening communication, she realized that she was gradually unable to suppress Shiraishi. This was something Uchiha Ruri, the prodigy, couldn't bear. Every week, elite jounin from her family taught her combat skills. But in just a month or 2, the boys she had previously overshadowed had caught up and even surpassed her, making it hard to maintain her reputation as the genius of the Uchiha clan. Thus, she needed to regain the upper hand and re-establish her dominance. She had to uphold the prestige of the Uchiha clan. "Why is your strength growing so rapidly?" Ruri asked, voicing her doubts. In her eyes, Shiraishi must be hiding some secret to achieve such rapid growth in strength. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person keep up with her without any formal training? Or perhaps the issue lay with Shiraishi himself. "Hey!" Shiraishi was momentarily taken aback. "I've just been practicing step by step." "Impossible. If that were the case, you wouldn't be growing so quickly." "You must be hiding something," Ruri insisted. "I really have nothing to hide." "Really?" Ruri continued to regard Shiraishi with suspicion. "Well, I've been following my own training method all along." Shiraishi spoke earnestly. He truly had no hidden techniques or secrets. Ruri had taught him numerous combat skills, and he was immensely grateful for that. Without her, his progress wouldn't have been as rapid. "Your own method?" Ruri noticed a gap in her knowledge. "Yes, I have a scientifically designed exercise program that effectively improves my dynamic vision and neural response." Shiraishi answered honestly. "Then show me your scientific plan." Upon hearing Ruri's request, Shiraishi didn't hesitate. If it were someone else, he might need time to consider, but given that his progress was largely thanks to Ruri's guidance, he couldn't be stingy. He took out a small notebook from his ninja bag and handed it to Ruri. His scientific exercise plan was documented within its pages. Ruri opened the notebook and carefully examined its contents. The more she read, the more puzzled her expression became. It seemed so ordinary. Most of the training methods written by Shiraishi weren't secrets. Many of them were familiar to Ruri. Apart from a few unconventional techniques, she was already acquainted with most of them. Could simply following these exercises really lead to significant improvements in strength? A question was formed in Ruri's mind. Shiraishi could sense Ruri's doubts. His exercise plan wasn't particularly challenging in general, and most of it was easily understandable. However, he believed it to be the most scientifically sound program for the human body. But when compared to the mystical power of chakra in this world, Shiraishi couldn't help but feel that his scientific exercise plan was child's play. His program merely aimed to enhance his dynamic vision, nerve reflexes, body flexibility, and resistance to attacks. Compared to the wondrous energy of chakra, it seemed rather mundane. Shiraishi understood Ruri's skepticism. I'm not entirely certain if following the scientific exercise plan would lead to the same rapid growth for you. The plan is adjusted based on my own physical development, and I usually need to modify it every month. Shiraishi explained. Ruri nodded in understanding. What worked for Shiraishi might not work for her. Therefore, Ruri looked at him seriously and said, create a training plan for me that suits my needs. She wanted to give Shiraishi's method a try and see if it truly produced results. I can do that, but... Shiraishi scratched his head awkwardly and hesitated to speak. What's the matter? Don't want to do it. Ruri's black and white eyes turned cold, a dangerous glint flashing in them. No, that's not it. It's just that creating a scientific exercise plan for someone else requires an understanding of their physical condition. In simpler terms, it means gathering information about their body and tailoring the plan accordingly. Shiraishi's eyes flickered unnaturally as he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Ruri's petite figure, then quickly averted his gaze as if afraid. A blush crept onto Ruri's normally indifferent face. She understood the hidden implications behind Shiraishi's words. Taking a deep breath, she stared at Shiraishi with icy eyes, as if looking at a dead man. Come and touch. Hey? All right. Wait, what did you just say? Touch what? Shiraishi was dumbfounded. He thought Ruri would shy away from the request, but she surprised him by making it. Come here and touch me. But if you dare touch anywhere else, you'll die. Ruri issued a fierce threat. He felt like he was facing imminent death. In the end, Shiraishi created a scientific exercise plan for Ruri. Chapter 8, The Caged Bird. Ever since that day, Shiraishi felt that his relationship with Ruri had taken a strange turn. Although on the surface, everything seemed normal, passing notes during class and training together in the evenings, Ruri seemed distant, silent, and rarely spoke. A few days passed like this. On that particular day, Shiraishi went to the academy as usual, but when the first class was about to begin, he noticed that Ayane, who usually sat to his left, hadn't arrived. This struck Shiraishi as odd. As a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan, Ayane would never skip or be late for class. It simply wasn't in line with the conduct expected of someone from a powerful clan. Just as the first class was about to end, footsteps could be heard outside the door. It was Ayane, standing alone at the doorway. Without saying a word, she bit her lip, a sense of sadness and despair enveloping her. What was even stranger was that Ayane had tied a white ribbon around her forehead, as if trying to conceal something. It was a sudden change that caught everyone's attention. Previously, Ayane would never wear such an ribbon on her forehead. The class teacher, Mr. Fujimura, glanced at Ayane, intending to reprimand her. However, upon noticing the profound despair and sadness in her eyes, he sighed softly, as if he understood something, and simply said, "Come in, just make sure not to be late next time." Ayane nodded and, under the curious and puzzled gazes of her classmates, made her way to her seat and sat down. "Good morning, Shiraishi-kun," Ayane forced a smile, trying to greet Shiraishi as usual. However, her smile seemed forced, and tears welled up in her eyes, as if they were ready to burst forth. Before he could respond, she buried her head on the table, as if ashamed of being seen in this state, afraid of being mocked and looked down upon. And indeed, the rest of the students looked at her with strange expressions, whispering and pointing, as if they were privy to some secret. However, those who were unaware of the truth were merely curious and concerned for Ayane. Shiraishi's face was filled with question marks, but he didn't ask any questions. Ruri glanced past Shiraishi, casting a brief look at Ayane, but remained silent. "Ruri, do you know what happened to Ayane?" Shiraishi wrote the question on a note and handed it to Ruri. As a member of a prestigious clan, Ruri must have some knowledge of the situation. What else could it be? It's the excellent tradition of the Hyuga clan. Ruri put the word excellent in quotation marks, indicating her sarcastic tone. The excellent tradition of the Hyuga clan? He wasn't aware of it, but Ayane's current state must be connected to this tradition that Ruri mentioned. What could it be? Unable to come up with an answer, he gave up pondering on it. At noon, Shiraishi and Ruri were eating their packed lunches together. "Hey, Ruri, what is this tradition of the Hyuga clan you mentioned?" Shiraishi couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Ruri fell silent for a moment before responding, "This matter isn't a secret amongst ninja in the village. Most chunin and jonin in the village are aware of it. The Hyuga clan has a peculiar tradition that dates back to ancient times, an unacceptable tradition known as the division between the main and branch families. Is there something wrong with the distinction between the main and branch families? The branch family is tasked with protecting the main family, bearing the duties and responsibilities," Ruri explained. "That seems normal," Shiraishi replied, unable to grasp the issue. "The lower status protects the higher status. While it may not be fair, it forms the basis of a social structure. Society is built on classes and hierarchies." In Shiraishi's eyes, it was a natural progression for members of the Hyuga branch to protect those from the main family. If it were only that, it wouldn't be so rare. However, in order to ensure the complete dedication of the branch family to protect the main family and to prevent the dilution of the Hyuga bloodline, there is a predetermined destiny that controls the branch family. Control? Shiraishi was taken aback. "Yes, control in the truest sense," Ruri glanced at Shiraishi and spoke seriously. "For the main family's safety, the branch family willingly bears a curse seal known as the caged bird. It signifies that the main family holds control over the branch family's life and death. If a member of the branch family commits any misdeeds or fails to fulfill their obligations to the main family, the curse can be activated to execute them instantly. In other words, Ayane, her life and death are under the control by them. If Ayane were to show dissatisfaction or harm anyone from the main family, the clan members have the right to punish and even execute her." Shiraishi suddenly realized something and asked, "Is the curse mark located?" "Yes, the mark is placed on Ayane's forehead. That's why she covered it with a cloth. Whether it's a matter of honor or the nominal protection of the main family, it ultimately means that the branch family's existence is confined. That curse mark is truly a symbol of being a slave." Shiraishi fell silent. He couldn't help but feel that Konoha like a terrorist organization, where such things were considered normal. Though he found it repulsive, Shiraishi realized that he was powerless to do anything. This was the helplessness and compromise imposed by reality. For Ayane, having a slave mark engraved on her forehead was even crueler than being killed outright. Indeed, what a dreadful era they lived in. If such matters were confined to the shadows, Shiraishi could reluctantly accept it. However, the Hyuga clan's rules were openly known. What did it mean to publicly treat the other half of one's clan as slaves without any attempt to conceal it? At that moment, Shiraishi looked towards the rock monument in Konoha, which depicted the 3 carved figures of Hokages, symbolizing their great achievements in the village. Especially the first and second Hokage, revered by the world as the ones who ended the era of constant warfare. And what happened afterward? The wars continued. There was no discernible difference from the time of constant warfare, as children were still sent to battlefields. Nothing seemed to have changed. The only difference was that the shinobis had formed a larger village composed of various clans, establishing a system of one country, one village. Shiraishi couldn't help but feel that their existence was filled with irony. So-called families, if they were only at this level, the Hyuga clan's tradition had been incompatible with Konoha from the very beginning. Logically speaking, such a shinobi clan shouldn't have been allowed to join the Konoha shinobi village governed by the will of fire. The tradition of this clan was a clear denial of the will of fire. If they couldn't cherish their own clan, how could they claim to have the belief to love and care for the entire village? Shiraishi questioned this matter with a big question mark. In the end, he sighed and said nothing. These days, living peacefully with Ruri had almost made him forget that he was a heretic in this village, destined to become a traitor sooner or later. But this tranquility had made him almost forget his identity as a traitor, and he couldn't help but yearn to blend into the village. At that thought, Shiraishi broke into a cold sweat. Comfort breeds complacency. Chapter 9, Alliance, 1. In the days that followed, Shiraishi often noticed Ayane staying alone at the academy. She appeared devoid of friends or any sense of purpose, her eyes empty, resembling a walking corpse. This seemed to be the true mindset of a slave. It seemed impossible for her to escape this shadow in her lifetime. Shiraishi couldn't comprehend how a girl who clearly longed for freedom was labeled a slave by her own clan. However, he understood that it must have been a state of despair and unimaginable pain for her. After that day, Ayane's grades plummeted, and their homeroom teacher, Fujimura Taiga, said nothing about it. All he could offer was some insignificant words of comfort and encouragement, urging her to focus on her studies and not dwell on other matters. Although Fujimura Taiga genuinely wanted to help his students, he knew that the traditions of the Hyuga clan would not be altered by an academy teacher like him. He was fully aware that seeking assistance from the third Hokage was futile. These powerful families functioned like small villages within Konoha village, and many of Konoha village's regulations were beyond their control. Shiraishi had a clear understanding of this. Words of comfort were futile for Ayane, she needed to find enlightenment on a deeper level. Mental trauma could only be healed with mental medicine. Inflicting physical pain on oneself had always been an effective remedy to counter emotional numbness. By experiencing this physical pain, Ayane could truly feel alive. She reminded herself that she was a person, not a captive livestock of her family. Ayane didn't comprehend the traditional meaning of family, nor did she want to understand it. Despite the adults' attempts to enlighten her, claiming that the caged bird seal was for her own good and the preservation of the family's legacy, she couldn't help but question why it was always her making sacrifices. Her mind was filled with thoughts of destruction and a growing hatred. As her thoughts of hatred and anger intensified, her once gentle and fair face transformed into a distorted and fierce visage, devoid of its former gentleness. She attacked the training stake with the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Gradually, her attacks became increasingly forceful, fueled by her need to vent and grow harder. Even as her fists bled and the pain persisted, Ayane showed no signs of stopping. Instead, she embraced the pain, hoping it would counter her emotional numbness. After a while, she ceased this self-destructive method of release, squatting beside the stake. Clasping her knees with both hands, she lowered her head, her long black hair concealing her face as she sobbed softly. The sun was setting, and darkness enveloped the woods. It was almost nightfall, and the forest air turned chilly. Dark green leaves fell onto Ayane's shoulders as she continued to sob quietly. Suddenly, in that moment, the sound of slow footsteps echoed through the dim woods, causing Ayane to abruptly stop crying. "So, you're hiding here. This place is quite fitting for someone to lick their wounds alone." The voice was familiar to Ayane, and she raised her head to see who had arrived. It was her classmate, Chiba Shiraishi. He was an entirely ordinary person, an average student with unremarkable grades. Previously, they had a relatively harmonious relationship, but Ayane currently had no interest in paying attention to an unrelated outsider like him. "Why are you here?" Instead of addressing him with the gentle title of Shiraishi-kun as before, her voice turned stiff and unfamiliar. Ayane was perplexed as to why Shiraishi had come here, feeling as though he had been spying on her and discovered her secret, which angered her. "There are many reasons, but I'm drawn here by the hatred and anger in your heart. In fact, I am just like you." A meaningful smile appeared on Shiraishi's face. "Like me?" Ayane was taken aback, struggling to grasp the meaning behind Shiraishi's words. Stepping out of the darkness, Shiraishi emerged with a faint smile in his steady black eyes. "Yes, like you, I don't wish to be part of this twisted and monotonous village. Even the smallest role is considered despicable, as our fate is controlled by others." Ayane gasped for breath, surprised by Shiraishi's words. It felt as though she was rediscovering her classmate, seeing him in a new light. Was he expressing dissatisfaction and hostility towards the village? Why did he harbor such thoughts? Yet, for some reason, Ayane felt a resonating delight within her upon hearing Shiraishi's words. "You find me suspicious, don't you?" Shiraishi asked with a smile. "Suspicious? Doubtful of what?" Ayane furrowed her brow, her white eyes displaying a hint of wariness. "Do you already feel inferior?" Shiraishi's words instantly filled Ayane's chest with an overwhelming aura of hostility. This sentence wounded her pride and self-esteem. All the negative emotions flooded her heart, causing Ayane to lose control in an instant. She lunged at Shiraishi, throwing a punch toward him. Shiraishi smiled faintly, recognizing Ayane's attack as feeble and deceptive, a product of her anger dominating her composure. With such a level of attack, there was no need for him to be on guard. This much he understood. So, he caught Ayane's fist and swiftly countered, pinning her body against the nearby tree, rendering her immobile. The situation shifted in an instant. Perhaps the sudden defeat caught Ayane off guard, freezing her in place. She certainly hadn't expected this outcome. "You've been hiding your strength. Why?" Ayane turned to Shiraishi, questioning him. "What's the hurry? Before we delve into that, how about we discuss your situation?" Shiraishi calmly spoke in a warm voice. Humph! What would someone like you, a commoner, understand? Stop mocking me! Ayuna's words carried a desire to tear at Shiraishi's throat. What could a commoner like him possibly comprehend? She had been burdened with a caged bird seal, and her entire future would be controlled and planned by those distant clans. Her freedom and dignity had been ruthlessly stripped away. Chapter 10, Alliance, 2. I must admit, I don't fully grasp the depth of your current emotional pain. Why would a family, supposedly built on love, separate its members and subject them to enslavement? And what's even more unfortunate is that you are one of those who have been enslaved. Ayuna clenched her teeth and stubbornly stared at Shiraishi, unafraid. In that case, think deeply. What are your thoughts about this village? The village. To put it simply, do you believe the village is doing the right thing? Is the will of fire truly correct? Are you an idiot? Of course the will of fire is correct. It's the enduring legacy passed down by the first Hokage-sama. Ayuni replied bluntly. For those who grew up in Konoha village, the first Hokage was a highly revered and remarkable ninja. He had brought an end to the conflicts during the Warring States period and established the system of one country, one village. Konoha's current glory was inseparable from the remarkable contributions of the founding Hokage. Ayuna's words prompted Shiraishi to clap and applaud, seemingly appreciating her response. Indeed? The god of Nija was truly an incredible man. However, let me ask you this, if the will of fire clearly states the protection of young children, why are children under 10 years old being sent to the battlefield? Isn't that a blatant contradiction? Well... Ayuna hesitated. She couldn't come up with an answer. Instead, she was left speechless. Although she wanted to refute, Shiraishi's argument seemed unassailable. After all, such incidents were happening within Konoha village. Haven't you seen the truth? Let's look at it from a different perspective. In their attempt to maintain equality and love within the village, why does your Hyuga clan's cruel tradition persist? Are you expected to love those who have labeled you as a slave? Are you supposed to consider the clan that enslaved you as family? If so, you must be truly remarkable. You shouldn't degrade yourself to such an extent. Upon hearing Shiraishi's unconventional perspective on the will of fire, Ayuna's eyes became filled with complexity. Upon careful consideration, she realized that Shiraishi wasn't arguing in a twisted manner, but rather speaking the undeniable truth that was evident to all. Indeed, she had been marked with the caged bird seal and labeled a slave by her clan. What was there for the Hyuga clan to love? While preaching friendship and mutual assistance, everyone advocated the will of fire, yet they allowed the cruel traditions of the Hyuga clan to continue. Why didn't the Hokage restrict or abolish these practices? Were those who were born into separate families destined to be slaves to the clan? Were the lives and dignity of these isolated families truly so worthless? Why was this happening? Is this how a so-called family should treat its members as slaves? In that moment, Ayuni only saw the heartless and ruthless side of her family. Ayuni also suddenly realized how hypocritical and ridiculous the will of fire she had learned was. Gradually, everything in the village began to feel disgustingly filthy to her. What? What do you plan to do? I don't believe that you, who has hidden your true abilities in the academy, have no ulterior motive. After a brief hesitation, Ayuni asked in a low voice. There is indeed a purpose, but it's an overstatement to say that I have no idea about it. In your eyes, can I be more hypocritical than the Hyuga clan in Konoha? Shiraishi smiled and responded. He couldn't agree with Ayuna's assessment. He wasn't engaged in anything deceitful. He was simply revealing the truth to Ayuni, helping her overcome her despair and regain her footing. And the truth he spoke couldn't be refuted by Ayuni, nor was there a need to refute it. Because everything Shiraishi said was rooted in the truth. No matter how one tried to hide or throw dirt, the facts remained. Shiraishi took a step back and released his hold on Ayuna's body. His calm smile conveyed an unquestionable power, instantly overwhelming Ayuna's mind. I simply find this village and the world to be boring. Whether it's the ongoing war or the will of fire within the village, it's all just monotonous to me. Shiraishi didn't consider his demeanor arrogant. He was merely expressing his genuine thoughts. Although the will of fire was created by the god of ninjas, Shiraishi believed that anyone with sufficient knowledge of society would disdain this illusory and empty concept. There was nothing praiseworthy about it. Not only was the content vague, but even those who inherited the will of fire couldn't fully uphold it. This was the greatest tragedy. Ultimately, it was the differing perceptions of society, the world, and the realm of comprehension between Shiraishi and the inhabitants of the ninja world that led to this ideological deviation. So, Ayane, direct all the hatred and grievances in your heart toward me. I'm here to bear that pain with you, for now, we are the ones who truly understand the truth behind the will of fire. As he spoke in a gentle tone, Shiraishi extended his palm steadily. Ayane involuntarily reached out her hand. In that brief moment, she felt as though her future would be guided by the boy in front of her. Yet, she had no regrets. She despised her family. And now, she began to detest this village, filled with hypocrisy and emptiness. She desired to live a genuine life, one filled with flesh and blood. She refused to be anyone's slave. She wanted to live happily and freely. Shiraishi placed his other hand on Ayane's face, gently wiping away the tears from the corner of her eyes. That's it. I'll wipe away your tears. Remember, always let your hatred for the clan show in your eyes. The more you hate them, the more reassured they will be by you. Yes, I understand, Shiraishi-kun. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be such a terrible person. Ayane brushed her long black hair aside, smiling with a sigh, her face slightly flushed. Terrible. Upon hearing Ayane's remark, Shiraishi shook his head and smiled. What are you saying? I'm nothing more than an unknown person in the shinobi world, I'm not even a shinobi yet. Remember that, Ayane. Shiraishi looked up at the moon, now shining in the night sky. The moonlight was gentle and serene, casting a warm radiance upon the dark woods. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. It seems tomorrow will be a sunny day. Chapter 11, Learning Medical Ninjutsu. Subduing Ayane didn't take much time and effort. Afterward, Shiraishi turned his attention to another matter, the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. Ayane willingly handed over all the scrolls containing the training methods and theoretical knowledge of the gentle fist technique, which the Hyuga clan strictly kept within their ranks and never shared with outsiders. Once the Hyuga clan discovers this betrayal, Ayane will undoubtedly face execution. But Ayane fears was more than just death, she dreaded the dark days that lie ahead. In her eyes, the family and the village have lost their significance and become dispensable. Therefore, from Ayane's perspective, handing over the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique to someone unrelated isn't a betrayal but a natural act of resistance. The Hyuga clan holds no relevance for Ayane. Shiraishi understood that although Ayane had become dependent on him and submissive, he still needed to gradually imprint his image more deeply in her heart. Following Shiraishi's advice, Ayane unabashedly expressed her anger and hostility when within the clan. Just as Shiraishi predicted, when the members of the main clan see Ayane's angry and hostile gaze, they simply glance at her lightly and don't pay much attention. After all, Ayane is just one member of the hostile Hyuga branch. The more hostile Ayane was towards them, the more reassured they felt. Their true fear lies in those within the family who conceal their hostility, the troublesome individuals the clan should be wary of. Success in anything requires sufficient strength. Ninja are masters of the most powerful force in this world. There are various sources of ninja power, as Shiraishi learned from the books in the Academy's library. The library contains numerous books, but many of them are unavailable. For example, the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan isn't openly shared. Among the many types of fist techniques in the shinobi world, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan is undoubtedly the strongest. This greatly intrigued Shiraishi. He discovered that the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan bears a remarkable resemblance to Taijiquan and shares many underlying theories. However, the gentle fist scroll that Ayane gave him is incomplete. As a member of the branch family, Ayane cannot access the core moves of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. The division within the Hyuga clan is more severe than Shiraishi had imagined. Thus, Shiraishi fully understands Ayane's intense hatred for the Hyuga clan. However, due to the long-standing dominance of the main branch, the branch family dared not speak out, and some even became slaves who truly joined the main family. This branch of the Hyuga branch has lost their personal freedom and dignity. They don't question whether the current traditions of the Hyuga clan are correct, their only concern is whether they are satisfying the clan members with their service. They find joy in the main family's happiness and mirror their anger. Among them, the position of the main family remains as stable as a rock, while the branches, referred to as the caged birds, are planted and pose no threat. Shiraishi, do you think Ayane has changed a bit? Ruri asked, using her exact words. On the playground, Ayane's face no longer reflects the same level of indifference as before, and she is able to chat and laugh with her classmates again. However, there are still differences compared to the original Ayane. Ayane's smile always carries a touch of melancholy and low self-esteem. After all, it's only natural for her to have experienced what she has been through, Shiraishi remarked nonchalantly as he flipped over the horizontal bar and jumped down. Ruri nodded in agreement. The traditions of the Hyuga clan were indeed extremely cruel. Even an outsider like herself could no longer tolerate them. Speaking of which, Ruri, does your Uchiha clan have a similar tradition to that of the Hyuga clan? Shiraishi pondered, lost in thought. Ruri rolled her eyes in anger and retorted, the Uchiha clan doesn't have such degrading rules that look down on people. The corners of Shiraishi's mouth twitched at Ruri's words. Her words lacked conviction and failed to convince him. Besides their interactions in class, most boys and girls kept their distance from Ruri. Moreover, Shiraishi had observed other Uchiha students at the academy. While their talents might not have matched Ruri's, their attitude towards others was even worse than hers. In comparison, Ruri was relatively low-key, except for her cold personality. By the way, let's do that again tonight, Ruri suddenly spoke, turning her face away with a blush. That? Shiraishi blinked, a tinge of suspicion in his eyes. That one? Ruri's voice suddenly became smaller. Noticing Shiraishi's prolonged silence, Ruri's eyes grew fierce, and she stared at him with her black eyes. Don't you want to touch me? Is there someone else? Shiraishi was left speechless. He finally understood. Ruri was asking him to develop a suitable scientific exercise program again. After all, it had been nearly a month since their last session. However, Shiraishi felt a twinge of guilt. Maybe it was just his imagination. I'm always with you. How could there be someone else? You're thinking too much, Ruri. Shiraishi responded weakly to Ruri's intense gaze. Upon hearing Shiraishi's feeble explanation, Ruri nodded, satisfied with his response. Your method is very effective. I sparred with the Chunin from my clan, and he said that my strength surpasses that of most genin. At my rate of growth, I can reach Chunin level next year. As Ruri spoke, Shiraishi roughly assessed his own strength. It was comparable to Ruri's, or slightly inferior, but not by much. Admittedly, Shiraishi felt a sense of shame. Until now, he had never truly surpassed Ruri. Instead, he was always outperformed, resulting in draws at best. It seemed that achieving his future goals would require more time and effort. Will you also turn 7 next year? Yes. Awesome. Boys and girls easily grow closer when they share a common secret. Shiraishi had previously doubted this, but now he believed it. However, he still couldn't figure out his own feelings. Do you want books on medical ninjutsu? Ruri looked puzzled by Shiraishi's request. Yes, can you get them? Shiraishi asked eagerly, his gaze fixed on Ruri. Although the school library had some medical books, they couldn't meet Shiraishi's specific needs. Hence, Ruri seemed like the best starting point. Unlike Ayane, Ruri was not only a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, but the Uchiha clan also lacked the impersonal traditions of the Hyuga clan. Ruri held a significant position in the eyes of the upper Uchiha members. After some contemplation, Ruri nodded in agreement. While her status within the Uchiha clan wasn't particularly high, it wasn't bad either. Furthermore, Ruri was acquainted with several medical shinobis from the Uchiha clan. These individuals were able to awaken their bloodline limit Sharingan and were designated as clan members who could only serve as logisticians. Their purpose was to support the Uchiha elites by learning sealing techniques, medical ninjutsu, and others. Ruri believed that these medical shinobis would be happy to assist her request, considering her destined future as an elite Uchiha shinobi. Additionally, as long as she didn't reveal the Uchiha clan's secrets to Shiraishi, there should be no problems. As far as Ruri knew, there were occasional exchanges of resources and ninjutsu between the Uchiha clan and the village. Ruri wasted no time. Chapter 12, Path of Chakra and Science in the Shinobi World. Shiraishi's room had a simple and low-key environment. Aside from the necessary living essentials, the most prominent feature was a large bookshelf that occupied nearly half of the room. The bookshelf was filled with various books ranging from basic physics, chemistry, biology, materials, and machinery in the ninja world. Some of the knowledge contained in those books was beyond the understanding of people their age. Ruri believed that even among the adults in the Uchiha clan, very few would bother reading such books. They preferred to focus on practical and powerful ninjutsu, showing little interest in this kind of literature. Ninjutsu was the dominant subject in the shinobi world, and subjects like mathematics and biology were considered relatively minor. Consequently, books of this nature weren't very popular in Konoha's bookstores. Although the shinobi school offered some education on these subjects, most students lacked interest. What's the use of reading these books? You should spend more time studying ninjutsu. Ruri expressed her dissatisfaction while looking at Shiraishi. Shiraishi confidently smiled and responded, Ruri, your statement is a bit discriminatory. While the power of chakra is infinite, the power of science is also formidable. What chakra can accomplish, science can achieve as well. In fact, Shiraishi believed that combining science and chakra was the correct path to unlocking the potential of this world. He firmly believed that one day the people in this world would discover this truth. As an advocate of integrating chakra science, Shiraishi eagerly anticipated the future of this field. Is that so? Have you seen the enormous forest outside Konoha? It was created in an instant by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, using wood release. Can your science achieve such feats? Ruri promptly raised an example. Well, that's something science can't do. While science can be used to create forests, it cannot replicate the instantaneous creation of such a massive forest. Even with the scientific advancements of his previous life, achieving such an instant magical effect was impossible. Furthermore, the immense power possessed by the first Hokage, capable of suppressing an entire era, or even ordinary shinobis conjuring water, fire, and lightning out of thin air, all violated Shiraishi's understanding of normal scientific development. That was the magic of chakra. So, compared to powerful ninjutsu, your so-called science still falls short. You can study it, but don't delve too deep. A ninja should focus on being ninja. Ruri hoped that Shiraishi would concentrate on studying powerful ninjutsu and improving his own strength. It wasn't that he couldn't learn about science, but he needed to prioritize his pursuits. They were ninja. The destiny of a ninja was to fight. To survive in battle, to die in battle. If they wanted to live well, strength was the key. I understand. I will take your words into serious consideration, Shiraishi assured Ruri, listening attentively to her advice. Ruri felt relieved that Shiraishi seemed to heed her advice. She didn't want to witness the decline of Shiraishi's genius. The days without an opponent were extremely boring, leaving her feeling lonely. When she discovered that Shiraishi had the potential to challenge her, she was genuinely delighted. Ruri didn't stay long and left after their conversation. Once Ruri was gone, Shiraishi immersed himself in his studies. To him, Ruri's words entered through one ear and went out the other. As someone with a higher education background, he believed in focusing on developing his own unique traits. Self-awareness was crucial. Furthermore, during his scientific research, he could also dedicate his spare time to improving his strength. After all, there would be less and less time for comfort in the future. If he didn't supplement his knowledge now, it would become increasingly challenging to find the time to study calmly later on. It was a pity that he didn't have a laboratory for experimentation. Having one would greatly aid his studies and ninjutsu practice. Well, come to think of it, many laboratories at school are vacant and unattended. This was mainly due to the lack of students attending the medical tutoring class and the general disinterest in the tedious medical courses. Consequently, many laboratories remained idle and unmanaged. In contrast, students were more enthusiastic about flashy types of ninjutsu. This could work. As long as he didn't get caught, there wouldn't be any consequences. A few days later, Shiraishi cleared out a 20 square meter cubicle within his own house. The small space became even more crowded with the addition of the experimental equipment. Although the compactly arranged equipment couldn't fully meet Shiraishi's needs, it should be sufficient for his initial research. Learning medical ninjutsu, as well as studying other subjects, required the use of these tools. Some of the experimental equipment and materials were obtained from the school's laboratory. These items were common, easily replaceable, and had no distinguishing marks. The labs had already been closed and blocked off. Shiraishi's actions were conducted in secrecy, minimizing the chances of being discovered. This allowed Shiraishi to save some money. Most of the things he bought were second-hand or inexpensive equipment from shops in the village. In this era, there were already foundations of science, but there wasn't a complete and unified concept of science. Chakra application still held a dominant position in the shinobi world. Science was like a forgotten samurai, out of touch with the current era's mainstream. After this period of understanding, Shiraishi realized that using medical ninjutsu as the starting point for chakra science might make his path smoother. As he touched the cold experimental equipment, Shiraishi's eyes gleamed with a hint of nostalgia. In his previous life, during high school, university, and even while working in a hospital, he often interacted with these peculiar devices due to his profession. They had become familiar companions to him. The types and uses of the equipment were different from what Shiraishi was accustomed to. However, by reading the instructions, he could skillfully categorize the equipment and materials and develop a systematic research plan. The only setback was his limited funds. The inheritance left by his parents in this life couldn't be considered lacking, but it wasn't connected to wealth either. Shiraishi knew that scientific research required financial support. He would have to find the raw materials himself. Fortunately, the forest in Konoha offered plenty of free resources. However, for now, he needed to focus on learning medical ninjutsu. The days of studying were fulfilling and enjoyable. Shiraishi's innate accumulation was far greater than that of his peers. In his previous life, he was a senior doctor, and many aspects of medical science in both worlds were similar, with only the terminology and wording being different. The essence remained the same. The only distinction was the involvement of chakra. Shiraishi concentrated on this aspect. With a solid foundation in medical knowledge, he didn't have to start from scratch. Instead, he identified key points and unfamiliar areas to focus on. It didn't take long for Shiraishi to grasp this part, and within a month, he had mastered it. However, to fully understand and consolidate the theoretical knowledge, it would likely take a year or even several years of comprehensive study. Attempting to achieve comprehensive theoretical mastery in just 1 month would be a foolish dream. The medical ninjutsu scroll that Ruri had given him contained several practical techniques and the insights and experiences of medical shinobis. It helped Shiraishi avoid many detours in his independent study of medical ninjutsu. Chapter 13, 2 years. Time flies, swiftly passing like a shuttle. Konoha Year 32. The beginning of summer. The weather was warm, but not too hot. Today was a special day, the day of the hero's return. However, the war was far from over. The heroes returning were those who were severely wounded on the front lines and can no longer continue as active Nija. They've become burdens to their comrades and must be escorted back to Konoha, where they will spend the rest of their lives. The battlefield is forever their final resting place, with countless wounded and sacrificed shinobi. On these days with pleasant weather, emotions run high. Some people remain silent, some shed tears, but these were not tears of joy. Although there isn't a formal order, the people of Konoha and the ninja have organized a solemn ceremony to welcome the heroes. However, the adults awaiting their return maintained a somber and mournful atmosphere. Even the lively children, unaware of the circumstances, dare not speak freely and stood in silent sadness. War was never a good thing. Shiraishi's house. Shiraishi wasn't particularly interested in meeting these so-called heroes. He had no relatives involved in the war, so there was no need for him to welcome them. However, he knew that Ruri would go greet them. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it was her duty to welcome the returning clan members from their expeditions. If it was only Ruri, Shiraishi would have joined her to welcome them at the village entrance. But with Ruri, there would likely be many other Uchiha members present. He would feel out of place if he went. Considering this, he decided it would be best to stay at home. After all, he still had numerous experiments to conduct. 2 years had passed, and during that time, he not only self-taught the various medical ninjutsu from the scroll given to him by Ruri, but he also mastered them. To put it frankly, he was highly confident in his medical ninjutsu skills. His overall growth hadn't lagged behind either. According to Ruri's evaluation, he was now at the level of a chunin. Ruri had passed the rigorous selection process to become a genin a year ago and had the strength of a chunin. Shiraishi's abilities were on par with hers, making him naturally at the chunin level. However, he had never revealed his true strength. In the eyes of others, he was still an ordinary academy student, a rather inconspicuous existence. He had also mastered numerous ninjutsu, including the shadow clone technique, the mystical palm technique, healing, hemostasis, and chakra scalpel, all essential medical ninjutsu for an exceptional medical shinobi. As long as he grasped the essence of these techniques, learning them wasn't difficult for Shiraishi. Furthermore, with his superior soul and self-control, he dedicated several times more time to cultivation than an average person. Apart from regular rest and attending classes, he spent most of his time cultivating. The progress he had made came after numerous challenges and hardships. Within one of the compartments in his house, Shiraishi had set up a miniature laboratory. On the table, various apparatus, test tubes, utensils, and Bunsen burners with red and blue flames were neatly arranged. Glass bottles containing transparent solutions, in which rare plant specimens were soaked, as well as specimens of important animal organs like eyeballs and livers, were also present. Skillfully adjusting these tools, Shiraishi worked towards achieving desired results, diligently recording the data on the computer. Speaking of which, he found it quite surprising. He hadn't expected that the ninja world, where industrial development was not highly advanced, already had computers. Although the modern computer processing system in the ninja world wasn't at an advanced level in his view, but it was better than nothing. While he excelled in fields such as chemistry, biology, and pharmacology, his proficiency in mechanics and electronics was limited. He couldn't produce computers on his own, and professional tasks required professional assistance. The computer he had, which had a relatively low-level processing system, still cost him a significant amount of money. Scientific research was akin to a bottomless pit, devouring his limited resources over the past 2 years. At this point, his funds had reached rock bottom, resulting in a slowdown in his research progress. While he could gather raw materials himself, more sophisticated equipment and precious materials required additional investment. Just as Shiraishi was worried about this, there was a knock on the door. Putting aside his work, he opened the door and found Ruri standing there. At 8 years old, she had grown a little taller since 2 years ago. While still retaining her childishness, her eyes appeared sharper and colder, giving off an air of aloofness. Though it may sound unflattering, Ruri truly wasn't skilled at socializing. She lacked the ability to accommodate others and navigate interpersonal relationships, but she possessed an intense passion for becoming stronger. Deep down, she had the spirit of a fiery warrior. This might be attributed to the traditional Uchiha clan personality, as members of this clan often had a fiery temperament. Shiraishi believed that if it weren't for their shared knowledge of each other's secrets, it would have been difficult for him and Ruri to even hold a conversation. Both of them knew that their understanding of each other's secrets made them the perfect partners. "Is the welcoming ceremony over so quickly?" Shiraishi asked curiously as he ushered Ruri into the room. Based on his estimate, Ruri should have spent a day organizing the return of the Uchiha clan heroes. "No, I left early, but many people in the clan sacrificed their lives, and some can no longer continue as shinobi," Ruri replied, her mood seeming a little down. "After all, it's war," Shiraishi sighed. "In war, it was unfortunately common for people to be killed or disabled. Why didn't you go?" Ruri asked Shiraishi, curious about his absence. "I don't have any relatives returning from this war," Shiraishi replied, reminding Ruri that his parents had already passed away on a mission long ago. "I'm sorry," Ruri expressed her sympathy. "It's all right. It doesn't bother me. I just happened to have some free time," Shiraishi smiled at Ruri, indicating that he wasn't affected and proceeded to walk towards the small compartment in the house. Ruri followed Shiraishi into the compartment, which was Shiraishi's private research room. Shiraishi didn't hide his research from Ruri. It wasn't a secretive or forbidden experiment. Even if Ruri found out, she wouldn't divulge the information. This unspoken agreement had developed between them over the past 2 years. While they hadn't reached the highest level of understanding each other's thoughts without speaking, Ruri wasn't the type to pry into things. She knew about Shiraishi's true strength, but she had no intention of exposing him. Shiraishi didn't question why Ruri kept his secret, and Ruri didn't inquire about why Shiraishi hid his strength. Chapter 14, Blood Research. "Have you been occupied with all these messy things lately? You've become lazier in your training recently." Ruri looked around the house, clearly dissatisfied. In her opinion, Shiraishi was wasting time with these peculiar studies. "It's just a personal interest. Actually, I prefer conducting research over training," Shiraishi replied. Saying that, Shiraishi picked up a small bag from the table and tossed it to Ruri. As Ruri took it, she frowned. "What's in here?" "It's something good. It's a specially made ration pill created by me. It restores chakra and physical strength more efficiently than the ones available in the market. It's also easy to digest and won't burden the human digestive system. Ration pills has the ability to restore stamina and chakra and has always been an emergency food frequently consumed by ninjas during missions. However, due to its bitter and unpleasant herbal smell, many people were reluctant to rely on military ration pills to address issues of physical exhaustion and depleted chakra, unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, they weren't easily digestible and consuming too much can cause indigestion in the human body. "You're just bragging," Ruri scoffed, but she still placed the bag full of special military ration pills into the pouch tied to her leg. "Why did you suddenly decide to make army pills?" Ruri asked. "Because you're eager to graduate from the academy. You'll need them," Shiraishi replied, wearing an expression that saw through everything. Ruri glanced at Shiraishi but remained silent. Shiraishi paused and then continued, "By the way, when are you planning to graduate?" Ruri responded, "Although your guess is reasonable, I'm afraid you're wrong this time." "Wrong guess?" Ruri's face displayed a faint smile. "Yes, I do want to graduate early from school, but the elders in my clan are against it. Graduating at this time means being sent to the front-line battlefield, where the mortality rate is very high." Shiraishi understood and nodded. "I see. To protect the geniuses, it's better to graduate at the usual time. There's no need to rush through your studies. It's a natural outcome." Graduating from school meant bidding farewell to the carefree days. A regular graduation from the academy required 6 years of study. Currently, Shiraishi and Ruri were only third-year students, and they still had several years ahead to solidify their skills and grow before a standard graduation. However, there were exceptions for exceptional students who believed they were outstanding at the ninja school. They could graduate early and be assigned to the front-line battlefield. Shiraishi believed that Konoha's higher UPS should implement a rule that children under the age of 10 were not allowed to graduate early from the ninja school during times of war. But as Shiraishi contemplated this, he realized he was taking things for granted. During the Warring States period, it was common for children as young as 4 or 5 to be sent to the battlefield. Although the situation in the ninja world had improved somewhat, it was still not uncommon for children under the age of 10 to be involved in warfare. Once they graduated from the ninja school, they were considered qualified ninjas and couldn't be treated as children. Yet, this often led to problems with their values, making them susceptible to extreme paths. "Ruri, wouldn't the elders in your clan want you to graduate with Jounin-level skills?" Shiraishi suddenly noticed something. 8-year-old Ruri already possessed the skills of a Chunin, and if she continued to work hard, she might even achieve Jounin-level strength in a few years. Of course, combat experience might still be lacking, but her ninjutsu and basic abilities were undoubtedly strong. Ruri had received elite training from the Uchiha clan since childhood, giving her a head start compared to civilian ninjas. While experience could be gradually accumulated after graduation, having a solid foundation of strength was crucial for fledgling ninjas. The more strength one possessed on the battlefield, the higher the chances of survival. When Ruri heard Shiraishi's remark, she immediately rolled her eyes at him. The gap between Chunin and Jounin was even wider than that between Chunin and Genin. Jounin were ninjas who excelled in one or several specific fields. Despite Ruri's arrogance, she didn't dare to claim that she could elevate her skills to the level where she could become a teacher within the next few years. The selection process for Jounin was incomparable to the difficulty of the Chunin exams. After chatting for a while at Shiraishi's house, they went to a ramen restaurant together at 6 o'clock in the evening. They enjoyed a meal and solved the dinner dilemma before bidding farewell to each other and parting ways. "I'm sorry, something came up on my end. I'm a bit late." In the dense forest on the mountain behind the school, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Ayano was the one who had arranged to meet Shiraishi here. Over the past 2 years, she had grown from a first-year student to a third-year student and had become slightly taller. Upon hearing the voice behind her, Ayano slowly turned around, her arms folded behind her back. She wore a white outfit with the Hyuga clan crest, dark blue trousers, and her long black hair cascaded straight down to her waist. Her pure white eyes were devoid of impurities, and her smile exuded a bright, pure, and beautiful aura. "It's all right, I arrived not too long ago." However, Shiraishi-kun was delayed a bit because of Ruri. "Sometimes, I really envy her," Ayano said. The Uchiha clan had always maintained a resolute work style due to their responsibility for Konoha's garrison. This often led to an arrogant and domineering impression, and their family's excessive reverence for power had offended many ninjas and commoners. However, at least this family wasn't as ruthless and cold-hearted as the Hinata family, who kept their own members captive like slaves. For this reason, Ayano, who also hailed from a powerful clan, envied Ruri's carefree personality and life. "Yet, she scolded me again," Shiraishi replied with a slight annoyance, scratching his head. Don't say that. I think it's just a testament to your friendship, Ayane smiled. Although they hadn't had any contact on the surface since that incident, she secretly knew everything about Shiraishi. For instance, she knew that his hidden strength had reached the level of a Chunin. She knew about his strong bond with Ruri, the Uchiha genius. She knew about his secret experiments with unknown purposes. Shiraishi didn't hide anything from Ayane as their bond grew stronger. He believed that as companions, they should be honest with each other. At the very least, Ayane should be aware of his plans and goals so that she could feel at ease. Yet, Shiraishi felt that their private meeting time was limited, so he didn't dwell too much on the matter. He got straight to the point and asked, "Is everything okay with you?" "No, I'm just an insignificant member of the branch family. The main family won't waste much energy on someone like me," Ayane replied with a self-deprecating tone. Although it was originally meant as a joke, it came out plain from Ayane's mouth. After 2 years, she had learned to control her fluctuating anger to some extent. However, a hint of sadness and sigh still lurked in her pure white eyes. With that, Ayane took out a small package from her ninja bag, wrapped in cloth, and placed it in Shiraishi's hand. "Thank you," Shiraishi said softly, accepting the package. "It's the least I can do. But if you're just studying blood, shouldn't it be enough?" Ayane asked. As the experiments became more formalized, Shiraishi had begun engaging in weightier research. The study of blood was an integral part of it. The blood samples Ayane provided were her own, as well as those of other branch members of the Hyuga clan. These were precious materials carefully collected by Ayane. Both Ayane and Shiraishi understood that if they were to leave Konoha in the future, Ayane would have to break free from the caged bird seal and regain her freedom. Otherwise, once her identity as a betrayer and ninja was confirmed, the main clan would undoubtedly use a jutsu to execute her on the spot. Shiraishi's experiment aimed to unlock the caged bird seal's curse, allowing Ayane to break free from its control. Upon careful consideration, Shiraishi's current abilities could be described as fantastical. He seemed to perceive Ayane's underlying worries, understanding that this matter concerned her life and death. He empathized with her nervousness and anxiety. Blood is just one aspect we need to examine. It's not the answer to unlocking the caged bird seal's curse, Shiraishi explained. He intended to use the blood collected by Ayane for comparisons, gathering more accurate data and pinpointing a minute breakthrough. If uncovering the secrets of the Hyuga clan could be achieved merely by studying their blood, it would underestimate the significance of their inherited Kekkei Genkai that had been passed down for generations. Moreover, we can't gather more materials right now, so we'll have to wait for another opportunity, Shiraishi added. Upon hearing Shiraishi's words, Ayane felt a sense of relief. The blood collection had already provided her with all the information she needed. As for obtaining complete human body samples, she knew it would inevitably lead to failure and capture without even considering it. Chapter 15, Exploring the Truth of Chakra. It's almost time. Let's part ways here. If you stay any longer, someone might notice. Shiraishi was concerned that his secret meeting with Ayane would be exposed, leading to thorough investigations not only of Ayane but also of himself. It would undoubtedly be troublesome if things turned out that way. Don't worry, Shiraishi-kun. I've already awakened my Kekkei Genkai, and no one can approach this place without me noticing within a kilometer range. I've already searched the area before coming here. As she said that, Ayane made a hand seal, the veins next to her eyes started to bulge, and her white pupils suddenly turned blue-white. This was the Byakugan, the Kekkei Genkai of the Hyuga clan that had been passed down through generations. Hyuga clan members who awakened the Byakugan can further enhance the power of their gentle fist, which is also inherited within the clan. In addition to maximizing the power of the gentle fist, the Byakugan possesses various auxiliary abilities such as long-range vision, perspective, insight, and enhanced chakra release. At present, Ayane's Byakugan allows her to have complete insight within a 1 kilometer diameter. With the added ability of seeing through objects, no one can approach this place unnoticed within a 1 kilometer radius. Regardless of using a bunker or stealth techniques, Ayane's eyes would detect the meridian system in the human body. That's why she was confident that no one could silently approach this location. While the Byakugan might not provide combat capabilities as formidable as the Uchiha's Sharingan, strategically, the value of the Byakugan far surpasses that of the Sharingan. It can be said that as long as there are Byakugan users, Konoha has no need to worry about being attacked by enemies during war. All enemy defenses and traps would become meaningless. Ayane, when did you awaken your eyes? Shiraishi's eyes were filled with surprise. Based on what he had learned, the probability of awakening the Byakugan was much higher than that of the Uchiha's Sharingan. However, in general, the chances of the Hyuga clan members awakening their eyes were relatively low. Ayano was only 8 years old this year, yet she was able to awaken her eyes. It was evident that she possessed great talent. I awakened them not too long ago. I wanted to surprise you, Shiraishi-kun, so I didn't mention it earlier, Ayane replied with a smile, keeping her eyes open. I see. Shiraishi rubbed his chin and said, in that case, we need to adjust our next plan and expedite the research process. Also, come to my house sometime, I'll conduct a thorough body examination for you. He didn't want to miss out on such precious and unknown data. Although I know that Shiraishi-kun is conducting a legitimate experiment, you won't do anything strange to me, will you? Ayana seemed skeptical of Shiraishi's character. I already told you, what are you thinking? You also agreed that it would be a legitimate experiment, right? Shiraishi glanced at Ayane, feeling helpless. Even so. Shiraishi has touched my body before. He said it was for developing a scientific exercise method for me. After all, no one knows if it's true or not, Ayana said, smiling mischievously, her blue-white pupils revealing a hint of cunning. Shiraishi didn't recall doing anything involving touching her entire body. Besides, Ayana had been fully clothed during the examination. It was absurd to assume such things. Ayane, the more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. If my exercise method was truly ineffective, you wouldn't have just complained about it today. Anyway, I have important matters to attend to today. Just kidding. I'll find time to cooperate with you for the body examination, Shiraishi-kun. Goodbye for now. Alright, take care not to be discovered. Watching Ayana depart in the opposite direction, Shiraishi put his hands in his pockets and slowly made his way back home. After Shiraishi's return, he began testing the blood collected by Ayane and analyzing its composition using instruments. Even ordinary blood contains various qualities and components. For instance, the blood of individuals from bloodline clans and that of ordinary civilians have distinct characteristics. Generally, individuals from bloodline clans possess more active blood, carrying a unique genetic factor that can be passed on to future generations. Based on this, he concluded that chakra is the origin of everything. He named this thesis Exploring the Origin and Nature of Chakra. He used chakra to manipulate their form and nature. They also fuse chakra in a manner related to its nature, which serves as a common prototype for Kekkei Genkai techniques. Kekkei Genkai usually manifests as a specific abnormality in a part of the body due to the influence of chakra. This abnormality grants the affected part a powerful active factor and leads to changes in the individual's genes. Through chakra's form, this special gene is inherited by the next generation, allowing them to naturally harness the power of their bloodline. This is how Kekkei Genkai clans were formed. Due to this unique genetic factor, ordinary shinobi generally do not have any advantages over those with Kekkei Genkai. However, his analysis of the blood collected from members of the Hyuga clan aimed not to prove the extraordinary nature of Kekkei Genkai, but rather to understand the immense advantages they possess compared to ordinary individuals. To him, this topic held little value. These blood samples could not unlock the secrets of the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal. He understood this from the beginning. His goal was merely to discern the differences between individuals with Kekkei Genkai and ordinary individuals. To confirm a specific doubt in his mind and validate his hypothesis, he focused more on studying Kekkei Genkai shinobi. Prior to this, he had obtained hair and saliva samples from Ayane. Although Ruri had beaten him when he initially suggested it, she eventually provided samples as well. From the outset, he categorized chakra research into two areas, applied chakra and essential chakra. Applied chakra involves the practical use of chakra, such as deriving ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu techniques, and applying them in combat situations. Essential chakra, on the other hand, delves into the core aspects of chakra exploration. Using water as an example, his focus is not on how water can be used, but rather on its formation, elemental composition, the production of each element, and the process of water synthesis. Similarly, his interests lie not in the specific ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu techniques that chakra enables, but rather in understanding the composition and formation of chakra itself, including spiritual and physical energies and their synthesis into chakra, an essential component for the human body. Numerous reasons occupied his thoughts. Regardless of the changes and advancements in shinobi techniques, they remain deeply connected to the root of chakra. Change cannot be separated from its origin. Hence, he endeavors revolved around exploring the essence of chakra. Chakra serves as the foundation of everything, the creator of all. If the secrets of chakra can be unraveled, then the Kekkei Genkai based on chakra's foundation, including the caged bird seal, will no longer pose a challenge. No, he could envision a time when he would view the so-called Kekkei Genkai with disdain for pursuing such matters. However, what appears deceptively simple often proves to be the most challenging. He searched through every book in the Academy's library but found none that explored the origin of chakra. The articles merely focused on perfected ninjutsu systems, lacking any mention of chakra's root. Either shinobi are mere tools for killing, with no interest in understanding the source of these tools. Or the higher UPS in Konoha have intentionally concealed this aspect of the secret. According to his speculation, the former is more likely. Regardless of the level of concealment, there should be some revelations and practice of exceptional scientific researchers within the Academy. He's not mistaken in believing that the power of science knows no bounds. However, this is the shinobi world, and the science practiced here is not the mathematics, physics, or chemistry commonly known. It is chakra. In this ninja world, where chakra is the fundamental truth, even science cannot escape the framework of chakra. This is why he concluded that Konoha has yet to truly delve into the origin of chakra. Is it a difference in perception, or simply a lack of intellectual curiosity? If Konoha has conducted research in this area, it should at least provide him with a general direction. Yet Konoha has not pursued this research, leaving him responsible for perfecting and constructing everything himself. He ran his hand through his hair, hoping he wouldn't suffer significant hair loss as he grew older. Chapter 16, Ruri, Take Care of Me. Whoosh! Without any delay, 6 shuriken swiftly detached from Ruri's hand and attacked Shiraishi from various angles. The Uchiha clan has always excelled in the art of throwing shuriken and kunao. Despite Shiraishi's hard work in this field, he couldn't guarantee surpassing Ruri in this aspect. However, after numerous battles with Ruri over the years, he had become familiar with many of her attack methods. Quickly pulling out a kunao, he deflected the incoming projectiles, causing sparks to fly in the dimly lit woods. But then, another set of 6 shuriken came flying towards him. Swiftly dodging the shuriken from the second round, Shiraishi skillfully deflected them all. Closing the distance, he engaged Ruri in a close-range hand-to-hand combat. The speed at which the two of them wielded kunao was lightning fast, tearing through the air and creating a chilling and tense atmosphere. In that moment, Ruri suddenly began performing hand seals. Taken aback, Shiraishi instinctively reacted. Fire style, fireball jutsu. With a one-handed seal, Shiraishi couldn't help but be surprised that Ruri possessed this unique skill. While Shiraishi had only seen one-handed seals in textbooks, few people actually practiced it. However, considering the Uchiha clan's heritage, there must be training techniques related to this skill. After all, Ruri's talent as a shinobi was the most impressive Shiraishi had ever witnessed. This talent was not limited to combat but extended to learning as well. Prior to this battle, Shiraishi had no knowledge of Ruri's ability to form hand seals with one hand. When she suddenly unleashed fire escape ninjutsu at close range, he was caught off guard by the massive fireball. Shiraishi barely managed to escape in time. The tree hit by the fireball burned intensely, crackling and eventually collapsing with a loud thud. That was really close. Fortunately. Shiraishi breathed a sigh of relief and unintentionally gazed directly into Ruri's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, his body involuntarily trembled, and the world seemed to turn upside down before his eyes. He witnessed Ruri's pupils spinning rapidly, changing from black to scarlet. Within each scarlet pupil, there were 2 tadpole-like black hooks. These mysterious and dangerous eyes spun in Ruri's gaze, releasing a mental illusion that Shiraishi was defenseless against. It penetrated all of his defenses, instantly trapping him in a powerful illusion. A dry gulp passed down Shiraishi's throat as he displayed a wry smile. Not only had Ruri learned to perform ninjutsu with one-handed seals, but what surprised him even more was that Ruri, like Ayane, had awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline Jujutsu Sharingan. Observing Ruri skillfully employing the genjutsu of her Sharingan, he realized that she had mastered her eye technique to an advanced level. In Konoha, there was a common belief that unlocking the powers of the Sharingan was far more difficult than awakening the Byakugan. The Byakugan focused on support and strategy during battles, while the Sharingan represented strength and power. There was a saying in the shinobi world that when facing a Sharingan user from the Uchiha clan, one should run away rather than engage in a one-on-one battle. It meant that there was no chance of winning against an Uchiha ninja alone. In such a situation, it was crucial to use one's wits to escape rather than pondering how to achieve victory. The activation of the Sharingan not only granted Uchiha shinobi greater ease in using powerful genjutsu, but it also significantly enhanced their dynamic vision. Under Shiraishi's scientific training methods, Ruri had already made remarkable progress in her dynamic vision. Now, with the Sharingan awakened, it was estimated that even Uchiha ninja in possession of the 3 Tomo Sharingan would struggle to surpass Ruri in terms of dynamic vision. The improved dynamic vision allowed Ruri to see through all enemy attack patterns. As long as she honed her reaction speed, not even Jonin-level opponents would easily defeat her. Originally, Shiraishi, who had been evenly matched with Ruri, with a win-loss ratio of 5-5 or 4-6, may now be at a disadvantage of 19-1. Shiraishi truly realized one thing: when facing the Sharingan's genjutsu, it is difficult to fight back without prior preparation. I think. Ruri approached, raised her foot, and ruthlessly stepped on his face. Shiraishi felt the pain in his face. He had been struck. Even as a hidden genius, he now felt so vulnerable. Reality was cruel. Ruri, next time you step on my face, could you take off your shoes and do it again? Your soles hurt my face just now. Hearing Shiraishi's complaints from the ground, Ruri looked at him with utter contempt. He had actually made her take off her shoes and step on his face, pervert. Really, you still manage to annoy me. The reason why Shiraishi made Ruri unhappy went beyond him diverting his excess energy to research. It was also because he always concealed his strength, allowing himself to be underestimated and ridiculed by the mediocrity in their class. Despite advancing to the 3rd grade, Shiraishi had not changed his habit of hiding his abilities. In the face of those weaker than him, he willingly accepted defeat, enduring the mockery and belittlement from those people. Finally, he pretended to be indifferent and walked away with a smile. This was the source of Ruri's unhappiness. If Shiraishi were to reveal his true strength, even in the presence of their class teacher, Fujimura Taiga, he might not stand a chance. She didn't know why Shiraishi insisted on hiding his abilities, but his attitude towards life unconsciously annoyed her and made her unhappy. Well, it's just a joke among kids. There's no need to take it seriously. You must understand that adults don't care about children. Shiraishi sat up from the ground. The genjutsu cast on him by Ruri had also been dispelled. He explained with a casual smile. Ruri was speechless. That statement made it seem as if he were not a child. By the way, when did you awaken the Sharingan? Shiraishi asked with interest. The day our clan members returned from the battlefield, I felt a little uneasy, and it suddenly awakened, Ruri said with a blank expression. Opening the Sharingan seemed like an insignificant event to her, with nothing more complicated to it. Really? I've heard that the awakening of the Sharingan requires a strong emotional stimulus. It seems that this claim is not unfounded. Shiraishi must have assumed that many close clan members did not return alive from the battlefield. Even if they did survive, they would be disabled shinobi, causing their emotions to fluctuate wildly, accidentally triggering the awakening of the Sharingan. Ruri didn't deny it. She turned off her Sharingan, returning her eyes to their normal black state. Continuing to engage in the Sharingan battle would put a certain strain on her at the moment. Ruri. Shiraishi stood up and walked towards Ruri, wearing a pleading smile. What's the matter? Ruri instinctively took a step back. In her opinion, Shiraishi's appearance definitely didn't bode well. Well, I've run out of money for my research, and now I'm having trouble affording meals. Can you support me for a while? It won't be for long. I'll pay you back after I graduate. Shiraishi shamelessly asked Ruri to take care of him. Ruri silently took out a kunao from her bag. If you want to die, I can do it for you right now. Chapter 17, Namikaze Minato. Ninja Academy, Physical Conditioning Class. Today's training focus was running. They had to run 50 laps around the playground, and the last student will have to do an additional 10 laps. Every student gave their best effort to avoid being the last one. After completing 50 laps, it's clear that Ruri secured the first place. She has a fondness for resolving conflicts with her fists. In her own words, it's the Uchiha way of dealing with things. No one was surprised by this, and even the teacher, Fujimura Taiga, sees it as normal. Except for the occasional naturally talented civilian, the students from prestigious shinobi clans always dominate the top positions in the academy. Especially the wealthy Uchiha clan, whose CEO founded Konoha with the Senju family, making them the wealthiest and most influential family in Konoha. Their clan controls a garrison with unimaginable power. Although they have made enemies due to their influence, even the Hokage wouldn't dare to dismiss them easily, considering their status as the founders of Konoha. Being one of the two ninjas who founded Konoha, it's only natural for them to have such pride. Congratulations, student Ruri, once again you've taken first place, Fujimura Taiga congratulated. Whether it's physical competitions, ninjutsu, shuriken throwing, and more, Ruri consistently ranks first in Class A. With such a talented student in the class, the overall performance of the class improves without any extra effort from the teacher. There was only one thing that bothered Fujimura Taiga. Excuse me, Chunin Fujimura, you're blocking my view, Ruri said impatiently, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she raised her head. She was a disrespectful student who didn't show proper respect for her teacher in the ninja way. How can a student speak to a teacher in such a tone? What has happened to the respect for Chunin? Chunin are already the backbone of the village. Don't underestimate a Chunin. Fujimura Taiga felt a chill running down his spine. But as he thought about Ruri's exceptional skills in shuriken throwing and ninjutsu, including running 50 laps on the playground without breaking a sweat, Fujimura Taiga was left speechless. It's a bit disheartening, but he no longer feels capable of teaching Ruri. Being surpassed by one's own student should be a cause for joy for any teacher, but faced with Ruri's contemptuous gaze, Fujimura Taiga couldn't help but feel depressed. It's not just the constant note-passing in class and the frequent disruptions to his fragile bachelor psyche. In order to ensure they paid attention in class, Fujimura Taiga even had to move Shiraishi to a different seat. After class, Ruri stormed into his office and used her fists to teach him how to be a proper sensei. These were all bitter memories that Fujimura Taiga couldn't bear to face. He was just a Chunin with excellent teaching abilities but mediocre combat skills. Fortunately, he had a broad mind and didn't let it affect his relationship with his students, otherwise, he might dare to complain to the third Hokage. In his eyes, Ruri was just a mischievous girl, albeit one who occasionally crossed the line. Fujimura-sensei is a good teacher, there's no need to provoke him so much, Shiraishi said after catching his breath from completing 50 laps. Since they had to run 50 laps consecutively, with each lap covering a distance of 400 meters, and without stopping or slowing down, it was quite challenging for third-year students. Most of them were like Shiraishi. Although they managed to complete the run, they were left breathless. Ruri, on the other hand, was the only one who ran 50 laps around the playground without breaking a sweat. Are you satisfied now? If you are, treat me to a glass of juice from the canteen. Ruri handed Shiraishi a 1,000 ryo voucher. Shiraishi headed straight to the canteen and returned with 2 glasses of juice, one for Ruri and one for himself. Ruri glanced at the juice and remained silent. Suddenly, from not too far away, a chorus of excited voices rang out. Minato-san. Yet. Minato is so handsome. Startled by the enthusiastic cheers from the girls, both Shiraishi and Ruri turned their attention to another class on the playground, where their class was taking place. The center of attention was a blond boy about the same age as Shiraishi. He had a somewhat feminine appearance, but his attractiveness couldn't be denied. Especially with his flowing and well-groomed hair, and his bashful expression due to the attention from the girls, he exuded a captivating aura. For a moment, the playground was filled with an atmosphere of infatuation. That's Namikaze Minato from Class B. He's still the heartthrob of the academy, Shiraishi said, recognizing the boy who was being cheered on by the girls. He was different from his usual calm and ordinary self. He was like an idol to the third-grade students. Although he had a slightly feminine look, he was undeniably handsome. He's bound to become a heartthrob as he grows up. Shiraishi felt a tinge of envy. You know him? Ruri raised an eyebrow. We've talked a few times, but we're not particularly close, Shiraishi replied, taking a sip of juice. These people really irritate me. Well, that's youth. It's just so noisy. Those girls are such airheads. Instead of admiring others, they should focus on their own training. They look like the type that would die early on the battlefield. Ruri bluntly criticized the girls. Is it really okay to speak ill of your classmates like that? Well, they're the ones being so noisy. I'm going back. After speaking, Ruri crumpled the empty paper cup into a ball, threw it into the trash can, and walked back to the main building. Shiraishi scratched his head, looking a little worried. The next day. I have an important announcement to make today, Fujimura Taiga said with a serious expression, holding a stack of documents in his hand. The students exchanged curious glances, wondering what was about to be announced. Ignoring their whispers, Fujimura Taiga continued, starting today, the medical and health class will become a compulsory course for all grades at the academy. Additionally, we will be introducing an experimental class specializing in training medical nins. Any interested students can apply. With that, Fujimura Taiga handed out application forms to each student. Ruri received the form but didn't even bother to look at it. She had no interest in becoming a medical nin. On the other hand, Shiraishi found the application form intriguing. However, why did the village make such a decision at this time? Perhaps it had something to do with the intense battles happening on the front lines. Ayane, too, received the application form but, like Ruri, paid it no attention. To become a medical nin, one needed to have a Yang Chakra affinity, and Ayane's affinity was not positive. Even if she had the desire, it would be impossible for her to become a medical nin. At best, she could become a nurse or something similar. But the Hyuga clan would never allow that. Chapter 18, Experimental Class for Medical Ninja. Shiraishi took the application form for the medical ninja training and took a closer look. The above is not only the content of applying for medical ninja training, but also the subsidy and resource preference of the village after becoming a medical ninja, including wages, are clearly stated. And it is also noted that on the battlefield, medical ninjas are the type of ninjas that are the least likely to die. Because medical ninjas are all in the base camp of the position, where they are responsible for treating the wounded. Even if there are medical ninjas in the team and need to go to the front line to fight, if they are accidentally caught by the enemy will not kill the medical ninja, but imprison them. Whether it is used as a bargaining chip or to let the imprisoned medical ninja help treat the injured, it is a problem that the major ninja villages need to consider. Without him, there are too few medical ninjas in the ninja world. Every medical ninja is a valuable resource for the village. Even if the enemy catches the medical ninja, he is not willing to kill it. With all kinds of benefits, medical ninjas are indeed the type of ninjas with the lowest mortality rate. The premise of becoming a medical ninja requires a test first. Only with positive chakra can you train. Without a positive chakra, even if there is a strong desire to become a medical ninja, they will be rejected. 2 days later, Shiraishi submitted his application form and handed it to the head teacher, Fujimura Taiga. Along with Shiraishi, there are several other people who also want to become medical ninjas. After academy, Fujimura Taiga took them to a classroom that had been vacant for a long time. There were several ninjas wearing ninja costumes and animal masks. They were members of Anbu directly under the Hokage. There are a total of 30 or 40 students gathered here, and they are inspected by these Anbu in sequence. If there is a Yang affinity, they will stay, and if there is no Yang affinity, they will be excluded. There were 23 people who were selected, and Shiraishi was one of them. All of these 23 people possessed positive chakra. As a result, an Anbu told Shiraishi and others that they would be the first batch of medical nin to be officially trained by the Konoha Academy. In the past, medical nin were not trained in academy. The establishment this time is a formal experimental class that really trains medical nins. The first medical nin training experimental class. The time for Shiraishi and others in the first experimental class is every day after academy at 3 p.m. and end at 5 p.m. There are a total of nearly 2 hours of training every day. Because they are medical nins, when they have to take the graduation exam in the future, the difficulty will be much lower, and there will be a lot of additional subsidies every year. The first experimental class that Shiraishi was in taught was a special jounin from Anbu, who was proficient in medical ninjutsu, and was specially promoted to special jounin for this reason. According to what he said, the Hokage is responsible for the basic medical knowledge of Anbu directly. For this reason, it can be said that the upper management of Konoha attaches great importance to the results of the first medical nin training experimental class, and hopes that there will be dozens of excellent medical practitioners in a few years to reduce the death rate for Konoha's frontline battlefield. In the first class, the Anbu distributed several textbooks to each student, and asked the students to master all the important knowledge points in these textbooks within half a year. There will be a theoretical exam every week, and those who are excellent in the exam can get rewards. The reward could be either ninjutsu, or can be a supply of funds. Shiraishi glanced at it, it was all things that he mastered, but in order not to attract attention, it is better to be ordinary. The grades, it's fine if I don't score high or low, just a little higher or a little lower than the average. However, maintaining an average position would be actually very difficult to do. It is necessary to consider that some questions cannot be answered by middle academy students, so he needed to study the questions, which ones can be answered and which cannot be answered, which ones can only be answered half right, and which ones are correct. Even if they are correct, they will not be suspected. It's all very profound knowledge. Fortunately, for the past 2 years, he has already summed up a wealth of experience, and it isn't difficult at all to deal with it. Sigh. I'm getting better at disguising. If he kept pretending like this, he felt like he was really no different from a middle academy student. The bell rang and Shiraishi came out of the classroom of the first class. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The students in the first class spend 2 hours more than normal students studying medical ninjutsu every day. But the benefits are also obvious, especially for civilians who are not from any clan. Medical ninjas are a good way out. Seeing that it was almost time, Shiraishi hurriedly ran towards the woods in the mountain behind the academy. There, Ruri was already waiting for him. It's a training ground shared by Shiraishi and Ruri. Few people will pass through here, and there is a certain degree of confidentiality. In addition, as the strength of the two became stronger and stronger, the normal shinobi would trigger the mechanism here before they approached here, making them alert. It's not just that he doesn't want to be disturbed, Ruri also doesn't like to communicate with unrelated people. But as it is in the village, these traps are only to imprison the trigger, but they will not cause death. Too late. At this time, Ruri was only wearing a black tights, her long black straight hair was gently raised in the breeze, her hands were folded in front of her chest, and she had a tired expression on her face. Shiraishi didn't care either, or he was used to it. He looked around, and there were a lot of messy shuriken lying on the ground, and many potholes were created, showing signs of scorching black. It seems after academy, Ruri has been training shuriken throwing and fire ninjutsu here. Judging from the number of shuriken, the degree of damage, and the degree of scorching of the pothole, Ruri's shuriken throwing and fire ninjutsu have become more refined. What are you playing today? Free battle? No, this time, let's play the game of closing our eyes and fighting, and the loser will clean the field in the end. Shiraishi nodded, agreeing to this kind of gameplay. Ruri occasionally proposes some battle games with weird gameplay. For example, in the past, they played a game in which they stood in the same place and kept shooting shuriken at each other, and whoever moved first would lose. At that time, Shiraishi almost lost. The two of them closed their eyes at the same time and spread out from the spot in an instant. When the wind blew, their fists had already collided. I'm sorry, Ruri, this time you can't use the Sharingan. Although it's a bit unfair, it's your own rules, so it will definitely be my victory. Shiraishi grabbed the slender calf that Ruri kicked over, and smiled confidently with his eyes closed. No one told you that you'll pay a heavy price for the following crime. I only know that men can't always be below. After all, he had an adult soul in his body, but he was beaten by an 8-year-old girl, and it lasted for 2 years. It can be said that successfully defeating Ruri once was one of his greatest wishes in this life. What a boring self-esteem. Ruri snorted coldly, but her face became serious. Don't look at the fact that she has to suppress Shiraishi every time, but Shiraishi's growth rate is also very fast. The most important thing is Shiraishi's energy and time isn't fully devoted to training, it is devoted to research. If she wasn't careful, there is a real possibility that he will succeed. Shiraishi knew that if he and Ruri actually fought against each other, he would not have the upper hand in many aspects. Especially the difference in chakra. Shiraishi's chakra isn't enough to be used casually, and Ruri is different. As a genius of the Uchiha family, especially after awakening the Sharingan, her chakra developed more. A stage of explosive growth. This is the biggest difference between shinobi with Kekkei Genkai and ordinary shinobi. The Kekkei Genkai really is amazing. Shinobi who awakening their Kekkei Genkai and work harder are even more remarkable. Sure enough, just as Shiraishi was trying to figure out how to win this battle, his shoulders were grabbed, and after a fall over his shoulders, his body turned upside down, and then his hands were locked behind his back. He could feel the soft part of Ruri sitting on his back. Shiraishi opened his eyes were full of humiliation, and he was suppressed again. When will him, as a transmigrator, really stand up? In the end, Ruri helped Shiraishi, the defeated man, to clean up the venue together. Chapter 19, Ayuna Hyuga. Weekends are the days when the academy collectively has a holiday, and Ayuna stayed in the Hyuga clan and didn't go anywhere. In the Hyuga clan, the residence of the branch family and the main family is separated. The people of the main family rarely associate with the branch family. For the main family, the branch family only needs to honestly complete the tasks assigned to them. Ayuna is the type with outstanding talent among the Hyuga branch family member of this generation. Ayuna, the main family has come before. They want you to be the maid who takes care of the daily life of the clan heir. This is a great honor for you as a member of branch family. Seeing her mother's proud smile of having such an excellent daughter, Ayuna was just stunned for a moment, then nodded obediently. She felt that it was more a threat and an order. After all, as a member of the branch family, she wasn't qualified to bargain with the clan. When she had witnessed several people who had revolted against the main family, but had been devastated by the caged bird seal, she had already thought about how to face the main family. Hayashi-sama is an excellent ninja. He is 14 years old this year, and he is already a famous chunin in the village. Everyone says that he can become a jounin before he is 20 years old. Ayuna knelt on the cushion, her long black straight hair draped over her shoulders, her silent white pupils showed no emotion or joy, she just quietly listened to her mother's non-stop nagging words. Her mother was a more traditional woman, and she was submissive. Perhaps she had seen too many. Her dissatisfaction with the main family had turned into awe and indifference over the past years. The branch family is not qualified to rebel against the clan. The branch family is born to give everything for the clan, love, life, and dignity. Everything that separates the family is bestowed by the clan. After so many years of immersion in such traditional thinking, she has turned her mother into a tool for obeying the clan's orders. So Ayuna never had meaningless arguments with her mother. Ayuna, don't resent the clan, they are all about the future of the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan of our clan have always been coveted by outsiders. The caged bird is not a curse. This is entirely to protect the Byakugan from being obtained by outsiders. One day, the rest of the branch family will understand this. I know, mother. Ayuna doesn't hate her mother, even though she has become a tool of the clan. However, saying the caged bird is not a curse, which she doesn't agree with. Maybe the caged bird has a reason to protect the Byakugan, but those shinobi from the branch who were cursed by the caged bird should be killed by their own people without a sound and no dignity. Why doesn't the village care? Ayuna doesn't believe that Hokage and other high-level executives don't know about this. This sort of cruelty to family deserves to be put in prison. Shiraishi-kun is right, this village is twisted and boring. And we're all just part of this twisted and boring village, the most humble part. Ayuna remembered what Shiraishi had said to herself, and felt this helpless cruelty and distortion more deeply than at the time. Therefore, every time Hokage presided over the opening ceremony to promote the will of fire, Ayuna would feel that she was out of tune with this village, strange and afraid. She wants to be a bird flying freely in the sky. Instead of being locked in a bird cage by the main family, a bird with broken wings. One day, she will break free from the cage bound to her body and fly to the sky. His name is still renowned among the Hyuga clan. He is the clan heir of the Hyuga clan, a young and famous genius chunin from Konoha village. In this village, he is destined to become someone famous who is looked up to by countless people. Ayuna never thought that she would become this person's maid, but she is the most hated member of the clan. But the guardian of the main family has always been selected from the branch family, it seemed to be reasonable. Hayashi-sama, I am Hyuga Ayuna, who will be your maid from today. Sitting in the corridor of the courtyard, a young man with long black straight hair looked at the pond in the courtyard with pure white pupils. After hearing the voice next to him, he slowly turned his head and glanced at the girl with pure white pupils like himself. There were no emotional fluctuations in her eyes, but it would not be right to say that there was stagnant water. There was only a soft smile on her face, with a hint of sadness in her smile. Do you hate the main family? Hayashi asked. Ayuna was stunned for a moment, not expecting him to ask her such a question. Yes. Lying will lead to suspicion, and sometimes being honest will make others relax their vigilance. Hayashi nodded and muttered to himself. I also hate that because of this rule, Hisashi has not laughed with me for years, and only indifference and hostility. Hisashi is my younger brother, we used to play together, laughing at each other. Really? Hayashi-sama is a gentle person. Ayuna said with a smile. I'm not gentle at all, and I can't be gentle. 3 years ago, I had a competition with Hisashi and I deliberately lost. I wanted to impress members of the main family with Hisashi. Unexpectedly, after returning home, my father used the curse seal. Hisashi screamed and begged for mercy on the ground. My father told me that as the heir of the clan, we must always let the branch remember their identity, not to go beyond their class, and be rude to the main family. Looking at the clear blue and sunny sky, Hayashi let out a regretful sigh. Ayane fell silent after hearing this. Since then, I finally understood what rules are. In the strict Hyuga clan, Hisashi. No, everything is arranged by the clan. You can't resist, you can't be free. Hayashi stood up from the corridor, then glanced at Ayane again. So, it's right for you to hate me and the clan. But you must remember not to show your hostility or killing intent to me, because I am the next clan head and the master of your branch family. If a caged bird glares at its owner and makes the owner unhappy, it will lead to merciless death. This was exactly what it meant. I understand, I will pay attention, Hayashi-sama. Seeing that Ayane understood, Hayashi nodded with satisfaction. Hayashi walked back into the house and took out a bird cage with a white bird in it. Seeing this scene, Ayane's face was slightly unnatural. Hayashi didn't care about Ayane's unnatural face, and murmured in a low voice. You know? I've never changed the bird cage, but 7 birds have been replaced. This is the 8th bird. I bought it for you today. Before that, the moment they flew out, L killed them. Why does Hayashi-sama do this? Before you, there were 7 maids by my side. All of them were executed by my father for various reasons. Hayashi hung the bird cage outside. I hope you don't end up like this. Chapter 20, Uchiharuri. Hayashi-sama. On the morning of Monday, it was just dawn, about 6 o'clock, when Ayane came over on time to wake Hayashi. A faint sound came from the room, and after a while, Hayashi came out of the room. He didn't look at Ayane, and walked right past her. For him, whether this maid could live to the end is an unknown question. For the clan, the lives of those of the branch family are not that important. Only a few of those will resist, and most of them are used to being ruled. And this habit will be firmly engraved in their bones and soul, and passed down from generation to generation. They were happy with the joy of the clan, angry with the anger of the clan, and sad with the sadness of the clan. As for Hayashi's indifference, Ayane naturally understood that she was just following the duty of a maid and honestly following behind Hayashi. Around, there must be many eyes watching her. She could feel it. In the dark corner, in the silent crevice, all her actions were monitored. Hayashi. After passing through several houses, Ayane followed Hayashi all the time. When she was about to reach the practice ground, a young boy who was slightly younger than Hayashi came to the end of the corridor. His appearance is also very similar to Hayashi. After seeing Hayashi, he lowered his head. No matter how he heard it, he felt like he was gnashing his teeth, and his fists were clenched tightly. Hisashi, as a ninja, you have to restrain your emotions at any time. It's really bad have such expression. You must have forgotten what your duty as a branch member. Hayashi stopped, gave Hisashi a cold look, and scolded Hisashi in a stern tone as his elder brother. Yes. He seemed to have regained his composure and his fists loosened, but Ayane knew his anger, hatred, and dissatisfaction. Just like Hayashi, Hisashi is the son of the current Hyuga clan head. The difference is that he was born a little later than Hayashi, so he became a member of the branch family, and Hayashi became the clan heir. He was going to die for Hayashi, all his honors and disgrace, no longer for himself, but for the elder brother, whom he once respected and loved most. The respect and love in the past are now only enmity and hatred. If it wasn't for him being the son of the clan head, if he had so blatantly revealed his murderous intentions to the next Hyuga head, he would probably have been cursed to death. When they came to the training ground, there was Enjoinen from the Hyuga clan, waiting for Hayashi to go to practice in the morning. Because she was a maid, Ayane was granted permission to stay here. After she was arranged as the maid of the Hayashi, her status was a little higher than that of the general branch members. The 8 trigrams palms 64 palms of the Hyuga clan trained by the Hayashi, combined with the Byakugan, was extremely powerful. Ayane didn't learn anything about the 64 palms, she only learned of the 32 palms. On the one hand, the people of the clan both hope that the people from the branch family are strong, but do not want them to learn all the secret skills of the Hyuga clan. Because once there is a branch family who surpasses the main family in absolute learning, it will be very embarrassing for the members of the main family. And if the people of the main family were to be embarrassed, the members of the branch family will definitely be punished. If the branch family behaves well, they will be allowed to learn this jutsu. However, there is an absolute defensive move called 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, which only members of the main clan were qualified to learn. As a maid of Hayashi, there is actually not much to do, because Ayano has to go to the academy during the day, so several times, she wouldn't be with Hayashi all the time. She don't particularly care about this sort of thing. She's just a branch member who has no idea when she would die, and she never asked or cared about it. Like the dead mates of the branch before, she was just a dispensable tool beside him. That's how he was taught by his father, who was the head. The main family is the root of the Hyuga clan. As long as the root is still there, it doesn't matter whether the branches and leaves are withering or blooming. Konoha Year 32, October. Shiraishi also stayed in the first medical experimental class for half a year, and his grades were not high. After graduating from the 6th grade, he would rush to the battlefield and work as a medical ninja on the front line. Just when Shiraishi thought so, suddenly a message came back. The war is over. Yes, the war is over. Konoha wins, Omegakure loses. The leader of AIM, Hanzo the Salamander, recognized the victory of Konoha after he gave 3 Konoha ninjas Sunin, and since then ended the war between Omegakure and Konohagakure. And the so-called Konoha Sunin were Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade. The 3 of them are the disciples of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 3 of them won the victory for Konoha on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, and they were honored. As a result, most people in the village were immersed in an atmosphere of joy. Shiraishi was also very happy. After graduation, he could finally participate in the Ninja World War without going to the battlefield. The Sunin returned with a large number of Konoha ninjas, and countless people were looking forward to it at the entrance of the village. Shiraishi is also Amin. At that time, he saw the so-called Konoha Sunin. A feminine-like handsome man with long black straight hair, full of murderous aura. A big-breasted ninja with pale blonde hair and a big smile. Wait, why are there only 2 Sunin? He recalled that it was Konoha Sunin, why did only 2 people come back? There's one more person? Could it be that at the moment when the war ended, he died by accident? Shiraishi couldn't help but guess in his heart. But at this time, people didn't pay attention to why there were only 2 of Sunin who came back. What they cared about was the joy and ease after the war. Although there will be a funeral later. Great joy and great sorrow. This is the trivial matter after the war. Konoha Mausoleum. Shiraishi wore black clothes. The atmosphere of the funeral was very bleak, but today the weather was fine and the sky was clear. Not all funeral days will be rainy or cloudy. Wearing black clothes and long black hair, Ruri stood in front of the tomb engraved with the names of the Uchiha clan, and placed the white chrysanthemums in her hands in front of the monuments of the deceased. In this war, according to Ruri, the Uchiha clan sacrificed a total of 3 joinin, 11 chunin, 9 genin, and more than 10 people were seriously injured and disabled, and could not survive as ninjas. It's ended. Shiraishi came over and said softly to Ruri. There was not much sadness on Ruri's face, she was used to parting with her family. Every year, the corpses of clansmen were Hyuga brought back from the front line. She also saw the downfall and collapse of the disabled Uchihas. Ruri put the last bunch of white chrysanthemums away and whispered, how can it end? There was no reason for war, but there must be a purpose and benefits. As long as there are humans, the war will never end. Shiraishi was slightly startled and wanted to say something. Chapter 21, Avoid Distractions. The war is over. The Hokage building stood in the shadow of the rocky cliffs. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi, along with his advisors Koharu Udaten, Homura Mitokato and the leader of the route, Shimura Denzo, gathered here. Turning away from the conference table, Koharu gazed out the window at the beautiful sunset and sighed, a relaxed expression on her face. It was evident that she was in a good mood. After a brief silence in the conference room, another advisor, Homura, spoke up. Although the war has ended, there are still urgent issues that need to be resolved. Additionally, Jiraiya has not returned yet. At this critical moment for Konoha, when everything is waiting to be concluded, as a Jainin of the village, he should not act according to his own will. Mutterings of dissatisfaction towards Jiraiya could be heard from Koharu. After the war in the Land of Rain, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade were bestowed the title of Sunin by Hanzo, the leader of Omegakure, as an honorary recognition in the shinobi world. However, only Orochimaru and Tsunade returned. Jiraiya was currently staying in the Omegakure, as he had taken in 3 orphans from there. Koharu turned her head and continued, indeed, Hiruzen, as a Konoha Genin, he disregarded orders, took in orphans from Omegakure, and has been absent from the village for a considerable period. This seriously violates the village's rules. Allowing such ninjas to roam freely would undermine the credibility of the village's rules. However, at present, Konoha had not sent any ninja to dissuade Jiraiya, nor had they announced him as a rebel. As a disciple of the Hokage, only the Hokage himself could issue an arrest order. The Hokage twirled the pipe in his hand and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, Jiraiya is an exceptional ninja who embodies the will of fire. He understands the importance." Homura and Koharu frowned, unconvinced by Hiruzen's words. He added, "Jiraiya also wrote to me earlier, saying that this would improve Konoha's relationship with Omegakure and earn a favor from Hanzo." Upon hearing this, Homura's dissatisfaction grew even more. He knew that Hiruzen, being Jiraiya's teacher, he would be unable to bring himself to punish him and was making excuses. "Hiruzen, you are too lenient with your students, and you claim that now is not the time for anger. He is a Konoha ninja, not a ninja of the Omegakure." Although Konoha emerged as the final victor in the Land of Rain War, the victory was not without difficulties. The crucial point was that while Konoha defeated Omegakure, they failed to defeat Hanzo, the leader of Omegakure. During the final battle of the Aim, hundreds of Konoha ninjas who followed Orochimaru and Jiraiya were killed. In the end, only Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were spared by Hanzo and were given the name Sunin. Now, the animosity between Konoha and Omegakure can be described as intense. If Hanzo hadn't shown appreciation or had been cautious enough to kill Jiraiya outright, Konoha wouldn't have been able to protect him. All Hanzo needed to do was frame Jiraiya for stealing vital information from other countries and expose it to the ninja world. Other ninja villages would gladly see Konoha weakened and lend support to Hanzo, and Konoha would find itself isolated. "If anything happens, as Hokage, I will take responsibility." Hiruzen said this, abruptly putting an end to Homura and Koharu's desire to punish Jiraiya. "Danzo, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Homura didn't believe that Hiruzen could truly bear such responsibility, he was merely showing favoritism towards his own disciple. So he turned his attention to the leader of the route, Danzi. Since Danzo's arrival, he had remained silent, sitting quietly on the side. However, Homura and Koharu had to acknowledge the suggestion put forth by Danzo. Didn't Hiruzen already address it? If something goes wrong with Jiraiya, he will take responsibility. He is Konoha's Hokage. Besides, I have other matters to attend to at the route, so I will take my leave. Danzo stood up from his seat and left the conference room, not willing to stay any longer. He, too, couldn't change what Hiruzen had decided. Such is the power of the Hokage. Regardless, if something were to happen to Jiraiya, he could openly say the Hokage was responsible. So why worry? Homura and Koharu exchanged glances, not expecting Danzo to depart so easily. Since Danzo does not object, let it be regarding Jiraiya. Hiruzen, you should also pay closer attention to the training of medical ninjas. Konoha is in urgent need of excellent medical ninjas like Tsunade. Realizing that there was no room for further action, Homura and Koharu followed Danzo's lead and left. Before departing, they reminded Hiruzen to prioritize the training of medical ninjas. Hiruzen shook his head, these 3 individuals always seemed eager to provoke him. However, considering Jiraiya's recent stay in the Omegakure and his adoption of orphans, Hiruzen, as his teacher, felt that it was impulsive and reckless. It didn't align with the behavior expected of a ninja. Guilt-ridden or driven by other reasons, Hiruzen remained unaware. But if Jiraiya were forcibly brought back, something unpleasant might occur. As long as he could be of use in a critical moment, Hiruzen had no choice but to turn a blind eye to this frequently out-of-sync disciple. He would write a letter to Jiraiya, advising him to prioritize his own safety and to be wary of the 3 orphans from the Land of Rain in case of danger. This led to the most pressing questions. The training of medical ninjas. Restricting the growth of the root. These were the headaches faced by Hiruzen as the Hokage. Especially the latter issue, the root. As a branch of the Anbu, it had now become a personal organization controlled solely by high-level elders. Even the Hokage himself couldn't penetrate their ranks, and they grew increasingly mysterious. The original purpose of establishing the route was to handle covered missions that couldn't be officially carried out under the Anbu's name, directly accountable to the Hokage. It was meant to be a subdivision of the Anbu under Danzo's control. However, it had unexpectedly evolved to its present state, with its roots deeply embedded, surpassing the secrecy even within the Hokage's Anbu. The ninjas there had severed their emotions and become Danzo's personal armed force. What was needed now was balance. How could the village find equilibrium? Hiruzen fell deep into thought. During the war, everyone temporarily set aside their prejudices and united against the outside world. But after the war, the true complexities emerged. The following day. Ninja Academy, Medical Ninjutsu Experimental Class. The instructor who arrived for class today was not the Anbu medical Jainin as expected, but a female ninja with a somewhat unfamiliar appearance. She wore the standard Konoha Jainin uniform, with pale golden double ponytails tied behind her head, giving her a bold aura. I'm a Konoha Jonin by the name Tsunade, and I will be your medical ninjutsu teacher henceforth. As she walked to the front podium, she introduced herself to the students in the classroom. Whispers filled the room. The students were not entirely unfamiliar with Tsunade. In Konoha, she was one of the most renowned Jainin, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a disciple of the third Hokage, and the village's top medical Jainin. She had made significant achievements in the war with him and was honored with the title of Sunin by Hanzo, the leader of Omegakure. However, it was unexpected that she would replace the original Anbu Jainin, who was skilled in medical ninjutsu, and become their new teacher. Nonetheless, this sparked curiosity and excitement among the students. Compared to the mysterious Anbu who wore animal masks all the time, Tsunade was a young and beautiful woman with ample bosom. It was like having your dream teacher. For instance, during class, they could enjoy watching an exciting ball game for free. Shiraishi sat in the corner of the classroom, secretly observing, carefully observing Tsunade's every move. As expected of a Jainin and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, her every action was flawless. It seemed that there was still a considerable gap between himself and a Jainin. Shiraishi gained a more intuitive understanding of what it meant to be a Jainin. When class ended, Ruri was waiting for him outside. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was slowly descending in the west, casting a beautiful sunset in the distance. Tsunade came out of the classroom, carrying a textbook in her hands. She noticed Shiraishi and Ruri and was slightly surprised. Of course, her attention wasn't on the ordinary student Shiraishi, but on Ruri. The Uchiha emblem on the other party's attire was quite conspicuous, allowing Tsunade to immediately recognize that Ruri was from the Uchiha clan. Who are you? Tsunade seemed intrigued. A Uchiha ninja waiting here alongside a civilian was quite unusual. Before taking charge of this class, Tsunade had read the profiles of all the students in Shiraishi's class. Even when she first arrived to teach, she had researched basic information about Shiraishi. Civilian, both parents deceased. Tsunade's mind quickly connected the dots. Tsunade, I am Uchiha Ruri. In the face of Tsunade's Jainin status, Ruri behaved neither humble nor arrogant. After all, she was going to become a Jainin herself, sooner or later, with power and status. Moreover, Tsunade's identity was highly sensitive. As the direct-line princess of the Senju clan, she was, to some extent, the mortal enemy of the Uchiha, to which Ruri belonged. If Tsunade wanted to make things difficult for her, Ruri would never sit here and await her fate. Tsunade simply nodded, not saying much and not making things difficult for the young Ruri, even though she hailed from the Uchiha clan. After inquiring about Ruri's name, Tsunade left the hallway. Why is Jainin Tsunade here? Ruri asked Shiraishi, wondering why a Jainin like Tsunade would be present. The previous teacher was replaced. Now Tsunade-sensei is responsible for teaching the students in the first experimental class about medical ninjutsu. Shiraishi replied casually. I see. It seems that the village is putting great effort into training medical ninjas. Yet, I was quite honored when I found out beforehand. Looking at the smile on Shiraishi's face, Ruri couldn't help but feel speechless. Why didn't she see any signs of being honored from this guy? Men are such hypocrites. Chapter 22, Nawaki. Upon returning to her office, Tsunade casually picked up the materials left by a teacher from the first experimental class. These documents contained detailed information on over 30 students, including Shiraishi. One of the records read as follows. Chiba Shiraishi, proficient in theoretical knowledge, with medium-level ninjutsu and shuriken skills. While he excels in the medical experimental class, his practical abilities are neither outstanding nor poor. How would you describe him? Solid. Indeed, his foundation is very solid, but limited by his talent, he tends to conform too much. With a serious personality, he is constrained by his abilities, and his ultimate achievement will likely be that of a skilled chunin specializing in medical ninjutsu. You need not focus too much attention on him, as he is a self-learner and the most diligent and serious student in the class. However, if you invest all your energy into him, he will not stand out due to his elite education. Therefore, we cannot have high expectations for him, but he will not disappoint. This was the sharp evaluation of Shiraishi in the documents left by the Anbu, handed over to Tsunade. Tsunade initially thought there might be something extraordinary about Shiraishi, especially since he had contact with a member of the Uchiha clan. However, it appears that there is nothing particularly special about him. It seems she was overly cautious. How capable can he be? The innocence of children's friendships is truly remarkable. Tsunade's arrival at the Ninja Academy to teach medical ninjutsu did not cause any commotion. After all, she was only responsible for the experimental class, which was the sole class training medical ninjas. She taught for only 2 hours after school each day. Tsunade's teaching skills surpassed those of the Anbu Jonin who had left, and even Shiraishi was greatly inspired by her. Perhaps in terms of comprehensive medical skills, excluding chakra components, Shiraishi did not consider himself weak compared to Tsunade. However, the profession of a medical ninja is inseparable from dealing with chakra, and this is where Shiraishi believes the difference lies between himself and Tsunade. After all, a ninja is still a ninja, and a medical ninja is still a ninja. Shiraishi's desire is not only to acquire basic knowledge but also to delve deeper into the realms of chakra and medical ninjutsu. This is something he cannot achieve through self-study alone. While he can learn medical ninjutsu by himself and utilize it effectively, determining what comes next and how to further enhance his medical ninjutsu requires his own thinking and exploration. Tsunade's arrival undoubtedly dispelled the doubts that he had accumulated over the years. As a result, he holds a great deal of respect for Tsunade. Tsunade is a medical ninja who excels in the field of medicine. It is no exaggeration to call her Konoha's strongest medical ninja. Therefore, Shiraishi is never late to Tsunade's class, nor does he leave early. He listens attentively and occasionally visits Tsunade's office after class to ask her challenging questions. Tsunade is naturally willing to teach such things. Students who possess such eagerness to learn are rare in the school. The other students in the experimental class, on the other hand, prioritize playing and going home after class instead of seeking further knowledge. If Shiraishi's talent weren't so average, Tsunade would have considered taking him on as a disciple. Diligent and hardworking, with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, he is the epitome of a perfect student. However, accepting disciples is not a decision to be made lightly. Shiraishi sees Tsunade as his teacher, not in the sense of passing down a specific lineage, but as an admiration for a trailblazer. Tsunade is perceptive enough to discern this distinction. It's just a shame for such a dedicated student. While high expectations cannot be placed on him, he will not disappoint. Tsunade believes this comment truly suits Shiraishi. On this particular day, after school, Shiraishi was the first to arrive at the experimental class, eagerly waiting for Tsunade to begin the lesson. "Classmate, who are you?" Upon entering the classroom, Shiraishi noticed that someone had already taken the lead, occupying Tsunade's chair at the podium. Shiraishi remembered the appearance and names of all the students in the experimental class, yet he couldn't recall anyone like the person in front of him. The individual was not much older than himself, but already wore Konoha's ninja forehead protector, indicating they were an official system ninja. "I am Senju Nawaki. Please take care me." Wearing a cheerful smile, the person introduced themselves proactively. "Senju?" Shiraishi's heart skipped a beat. That's the surname of the first Hokage. Is the Senju clan here to find Tsunade-sensei? While Shiraishi pondered, he smiled back at Nawaki and replied, "I'm Chiba Shiraishi. It's a pleasure to meet you, Nawaki-senpai. I've heard about you." Nawaki suddenly mentioned. "Oh. You have a close relationship with Uchiha Ruri. She is the most outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan, and she's the opponent I want to defeat most." Despite his words, Nawaki's face displayed no arrogance. His smile remained sunny and confident, as if victory was certain. "Ah, I see." Shiraishi felt a bit perplexed. "Don't worry, it's just a friendly competition. However, I'll wait until she finishes this current challenge after becoming a genin. Please pass along my message to her." "All right, I will." As expected, the other person didn't pay much attention to him. Ruri truly stands out and attracts attention as a genius. After all, Shiraishi is quite ordinary, so his strength is probably only slightly superior to that of Noeke-senpai. Just as Noeke was about to say something, the classroom door swung open once again. It was Tsunade who entered. "Ne-san." Upon seeing Tsunade, Noeke immediately rushed into her arms, behaving like a child who never grew up. Shiraishi watched this scene. He really envied Noeke-senpai. But Noeke being Tsunade's younger brother, he didn't expect that. He envied him even more for having such a loving elder sister. "Tsunade-sensei, good afternoon." Shiraishi approached, smiling and bowing to greet her. "It's you, Shiraishi. You're always here early," Tsunade responded to Shiraishi, then reluctantly pushed Noeke out of her arms and scolded him. "Honestly, Noeke, you're old enough. Don't always rely on your sister. What's the harm? It's been 3 years since my sister went to the front lines." Noeke mischievously retorted. All right, I get it. You're such a troublemaker. Go on now, sister has a class to teach here soon. Where's Orochimaru? How is he disciplining his disciple?" Tsunade's face grew displeased, and her fists clenched. "This has nothing to do with Orochimaru-sensei. Anyway, sister, I'll go now. Oh, and remember not to secretly drink sake and go wild during class, and you're not allowed to gamble with students." "Noeke, you rascal! I'm a Jainin of the village too. How could I do such things?" Tsunade's face flushed with anger, and she was on the verge of jumping up, especially in front of her students. Noeke is becoming more audacious by the day. After Noeke left, Shiraishi stood there with an embarrassed expression. I heard something quite unbelievable from Noeke-senpai just now. Tsunade-sensei couldn't really do that, right? What did you say, you little weed? I'll teach you a lesson if you dare to spread any rumors. Got it? Tsunade glared at him with a menacing gaze. I understand. Tsunade-sensei has an excellent character. She is kind and amiable, so she wouldn't drink excessively, go gambling, or use violence against students for no reason. There's no doubt that she's the best Jainin in the village. There's no one else like her. Observing Tsunade's kind expression, Shiraishi nodded in understanding. Tsunade was satisfied with Shiraishi's understanding and retracted her fist. Shiraishi sighed. Women are truly terrifying creatures. If he had uttered a single word just now, his house would surely have been demolished by Tsunade. After all, there are terrifying legends about Tsunade at the bathhouse that have been passed down for a long time. The last person to suffer the consequences was Jiraiya, another member of the Sunin. But it wasn't Jiraiya's house that got destroyed, it was Jiraiya's entire body. He barely survived after being rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. The monstrous female Tyrannosaurus. Tsunade-sensei must be so intimidating that she doesn't have a boyfriend, right? What did you say? Tsunade's eyes suddenly turned menacing. Oh, no, I mean Tsunade-sensei is so amazing that there's probably no man in the village who is worthy of you. Shiraishi quickly changed his tone. I apologize. Your sensei does have a boyfriend, and he's great. He's also a man who will become Hokage sooner or later. As she spoke, Tsunade's eyes filled with tenderness. Shiraishi was stunned. Chapter 23, Natural Energy. The next day, in the outdoor class. Noeke. As Shiraishi uttered this name, both familiar and unfamiliar to Ruri, she frowned. Yes, I met him yesterday afternoon during the experimental class. He seemed very interested in defeating you, Shiraishi said, observing Ruri's reaction with interest. However, Shiraishi was disappointed when Ruri merely nodded lightly. Many people wanted to challenge her. But considering that the other party was the grandson of the first Hokage, he must possess some skills. What is his strength? Maybe slightly weaker than me. That's a challenger I have some expectations for. Ruri, aware of Shiraishi's full strength, lowered her estimation of the Noeke. Although defeating him was impossible, she could at least derive some satisfaction from the fight. But I heard from Jonin that his teacher, Orochimaru a Jainin, who recently returned to the village, is said to be a genius ninja not seen in decades. We should be careful then. Don't worry, my instructor, who is an esteemed elder of the clan, is well known. Although retired, his expertise and understanding of ninjutsu rival those of the third Hokage in the village. Besides, I have Sharingan and your scientific training method. Give me 2 more years, and even if he's a jonin, I can hold my own. Ruri spoke with confidence. She was currently only in the 4th grade, with 2 more school years before graduation. She had sufficient time to improve and grow. While Noeka had connections and resources, the treatment Ruri enjoyed within the Uchiha clan was unmatched. The Uchiha clan was not lacking in powerful jonin. I just want to remind you to be cautious. I have complete faith in you. After all, nobody knows if any unexpected events will occur in the next 2 years that could put Noeki in danger. The war has just ended, and it is still somewhat risky to engage in missions outside. Shiraishi wasn't cursing Noeki, but rather stating that immediately after a war, it might be more dangerous than during the actual conflict. Performing missions outside was still perilous, even with Sunin taking care of him. Speaking of which, Noeki-senpai is the grandson of the first Hokage. Could he have inherited the his wood release? That bloodline played a crucial role in pacifying the turbulent warring states era. Shiraishi pondered this question. Hearing Shiraishi's words, Ruri responded, "That's impossible. According to our Uchiha clan records, only the first Hokage in the Senju clan awakened wood release." Shiraishi raised an eyebrow, saying, "That's quite strange." "Strange? How so?" "Well, wood release is a Kekii Genkai, right? This ability should be passed down to future generations, just like the Uchiha's Sharingan and Hyaga's Byakugan. If Noeki-senpai didn't awaken the wood release, it would be rather odd. After all, his lineage is closely related to the first Hokage. As far as I know, Tsunade can't use wood release either." Shiraishi was even more puzzled. Initially, Shiraishi didn't think much about it. But upon closer examination, he understood why the rest of the Senju clan didn't inherit wood release. Shiraishi considered wood release to be a Kekii Genkai created by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. In other words, wood release wouldn't awaken in other members of the Senju clan but would undoubtedly appear in his direct descendants. Noeka didn't awaken wood release, which could be explained by his young age and lack of strength. However, Tsunade was already a renowned jonin in the village and held a leadership position among jonin. Yet this jonin hadn't awakened wood release either. Could it be that wood release wasn't a Kekii Genkai at all? Or perhaps awakening it required some special conditions? Shiraishi couldn't figure it out. "I recall you mentioning that the first Hokage also used something called Sage Mode, right?" "Ah, yes, I did mention that. I stumbled upon it while reading our clan books. It's said that there's a special energy called natural energy in nature, which seems to be related to Sage Mode. I don't know the details, though. Could this be connected to wood release? Who knows? Many things about our predecessors are difficult to verify. I've never heard of anyone in the Uchiha clan practicing Sage Mode, otherwise, there would be practice methods passed down." Ruri was also intrigued by Sage Mode but didn't know how to attain its power. "What does natural energy look like?" Shiraishi looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression, but there was a desire to explore in his eyes. To understand Sage Mode, one must first grasp natural energy. To grasp natural energy, one must connect with nature and accept its energy. Ruri could tell that Shiraishi was also highly interested in the so-called Sage Mode. It was a common trait of his. Whenever he encountered something unknown, his curiosity would surpass even hers. "I'll bring you a tome on it tomorrow." "Hey? Is that okay? Those books are precious, right?" "Precious? Not really. They're just scraps of information. Many people in the ninja world know about the existence of wood release, but only the first Hokage can use it. The same goes for Sage Mode. Knowing about it and learning to master it are two different things." As promised, Ruri gave Shiraishi some of Uchiha's books they had on Sage Mode the following day. After all, those books had no effect when left unused at her home. To Shiraishi, they were like treasures. Even if it was just superficial knowledge of immortality, he considered it highly valuable. After practicing with Ruri for a while that night, Shiraishi couldn't wait to return home and spread out the materials on Sage Mode on his desk. The scroll that contained the knowledge of Sage Mode was ancient, with some dust that couldn't be wiped away. It was firmly fixed on the scroll. Shiraishi paid no mind to it, opening the scroll and starting to read its contents. The scroll provided a rough explanation that ordinary chakra, when combined with natural energy from the outside world, creates a form of chakra known as senjutsu chakra. Once senjutsu chakra is formed, it can be used to perform jutsus. Before using Senjutsu Shitra, one must first enter Sage mode. The introduction was brief. However, the most important aspect mentioned was natural energy. Ordinary chakra is created by merging a ninja's physical and mental energy. Senjutsu chakra, on the other hand, involves adding natural energy to the mix, resulting in Senjutsu chakra. And natural energy exists in the air and the earth. In essence, natural energy is everywhere. To sense the energy of nature, one must become one with nature. At this point, the scroll's recording abruptly ceased. There was no informatio on how to integrate with nature or how to receive and balance natural energy. None of these crucial details were recorded. Chapter 25, Don't Want to Work Hard. To be honest, Shiraishi felt a bit disappointed after reading the scroll. However, upon further contemplation, it was understandable. If the method for practicing Sage mode was clearly stated in the scroll, then Ruri wouldn't need to give it to him personally. Shiraishi had reached a bottleneck in his chakra research and needed something new to deepen his understanding. Originally, he hoped to gain inspiration from Sage art, but the knowledge in the scroll proved to be of little use to him. No. Giving up so easily wasn't his style. In fact, there is still some value in the information contained in the scroll. Although it doesn't provide specific instructions on how to integrate with nature and sense its energy, if the assumption is correct, then understanding the process of integration and feeling the existence of natural energy is crucial. Therefore, integration with nature is the key. How does one achieve integration? Shiraishi took out the notes he had previously written about chakra. Through his research, he had uncovered hidden information about chakra. For instance, the synthesis of chakra can be traced. The combination of physical and spiritual energy forms a stable system. By following this system, chakra can be consistently produced. And in the case of Senjutsu, natural energy is added to this system. From a 2-energy system to a stable 3-energy system. The system of Senjutsu must exist and be stable and sustainable. There is a profound connection between ordinary chakra and Senjutsu chakra. This connection might hold the key to attracting natural energy. So, how does one use ordinary chakra to induce natural energy? What role does ordinary chakra play when merging with nature? The production of physical energy can be achieved through physical exercise or by consuming essential nutrients. Carbohydrates, fats, and proteins are oxidized in the human body and are necessary for maintaining bodily functions. Spiritual energy is related to consciousness. More broadly, it is linked to the soul. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan can only be activated under highly emotional states. According to Ruri, this also relates to spiritual energy. Therefore, emotions can be considered mental energy, or more precisely, the intensity of one's emotions depends on their mental strength. At the end of his notes, Shiraishi wrote down his conclusions. Chakra is influenced by the individual's daily intake of vital substances, their emotional state, and their innate soul and physical strength. These factors affect the efficiency of chakra refinement. He solved the issue of the source of ordinary chakra and further analyzed the specific sources of physical energy and spiritual energy. As for natural energy, it comes from the air and the earth ubiquitous. I'm constantly breathing in air. Does that count as absorbing natural energy? Shiraishi gazed at the dark night sky outside his window, feeling the refreshing breeze, and mused to himself. This seems quite fascinating. Another Sunday had arrived, a day off from training. Shiraishi visited the renowned Uchiha clan. It was like a village within a village. The Uchiha clan was situated far from the heart of Konoha. Honestly, for a wealthy family, its location was somewhat distant from the village's core. After all, the Uchiha clan held significant authority as the village's military police force. How immense was their power! For instance, under normal circumstances, even the Anbyo couldn't freely command them. He needed to present an order from the Hokage. On the other hand, the Uchiha clan's police force didn't require such an order. They could apprehend anyone they deemed necessary, although the final judgment had to be arbitrated by the Hokage. But this also meant that the Uchiha clan's police force wielded more power than the Hokage's direct subordinates, the Anbyo. For a ninja, possessing too much power would inevitably lead to a tragic end. However, this was the Uchiha clan. Together with the Senju clan, they had founded Konoha. As the two founding clans of the village, it was natural for them to possess such authority. And only individuals from this clan were qualified and capable of managing the military police force. Upon his first entrance into the Uchiha clan, Shiraishi encountered a massive and luxurious building, the headquarters of the Uchiha clan's police force. At the entrance, 2 Uchiha Chunin guards were usually stationed. When they saw a visitor like Shiraishi entering the Uchiha clan, they didn't halt him or chase him away. The Uchiha clan didn't prohibit outsiders from visiting as long as they didn't provoke any trouble. In fact, they were quite accommodating, right? According to the map provided by Ruri, Shiraishi searched for the location of her house within the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan covered a vast area, and as Shiraishi looked for Ruri's residence, he passed by numerous large training grounds. The area surrounding the shop was bustling as well. Shiraishi occasionally spotted non-Uchiha adults shopping there, indicating a harmonious coexistence. Though Shiraishi had heard that the Uchiha of the police force were arrogant, he had only heard about it from others and had never actually witnessed their arrogance. However, it was unreasonable to expect every member of a family to have the same personality. Some individuals would naturally be more aggressive if others were milder. Just like some civilians in Konoha who weren't entirely honest, Shiraishi had been scammed while dining out and encountered troublemakers on the streets. Most people, whether wealthy ninjas or commoners, were ordinary individuals fulfilling their duties. They were honest, kind, and possessed many admirable qualities. Thus, it was unfair to judge them all based on stereotypes. As Shiraishi contemplated these thoughts, he arrived at the glass house at the end of the road on the map. Looking at the enormous mansion before him, Shiraishi was in awe. It was the most luxurious residence he had encountered on his way. None of the mansions he had seen previously could compare to it. Upon visual inspection, he estimated that the mansion covered an area of several thousand square meters. Through the walls, he caught a glimpse of cherry blossom trees in full bloom within the courtyard. A few pink petals drifted from the trees, releasing a fragrant aroma. His first impression was the sheer size of the mansion. His second observation was that the Ruri family was incredibly wealthy. A property of this magnitude would easily cost hundreds of millions of ryo. Shiraishi couldn't help but feel that his own living situation was no different from that of a doghouse. "Hello, are you here to see Ruri-sama?" The young woman in a kimono, who was engaged in cleaning, noticed Shiraishi standing at the door. She paused her work, approached him with a gentle smile, and asked. "Yes, I'm Chiba Shiraishi. I believe I was invited." Upon hearing Shiraishi's introduction, the maid in the kimono continued to smile gently and nodded. "Please come with me. Ruri-sama is waiting for you inside." The maid's actions and mannerisms were flawless, and she used honorifics appropriately. Shiraishi followed the maid into this extraordinarily large mansion. The buildings here were mainly constructed from 200-year-old cedar trees. The corridor's planks were clean and translucent, creating a soft ambience. Most doors and windows were simple and transparent. There was a pond in the courtyard, surrounded by old trees of various species, each showcasing its age. As Shiraishi walked through the corridors, he encountered several maids passing by. They were all dressed neatly in kimonos and greeted Shiraishi with kind smiles, clearly displaying their polite nature. Cleaning such a large mansion must be no easy task, even with so many maids. And this was just a small portion of the front yard. Ruri resided in the largest house located in the backyard. The maid slid open the wooden door and bowed respectfully to the occupants inside. "Ruri-sama, the guest has arrived. You may leave." "Understood." The maid followed Ruri's instructions and departed. Shiraishi entered the room, casting curious glances around. The vast space was almost empty, with only a few cushions and a short tea table. Aside from that, there was only a polished wooden floor that exuded a high-end atmosphere. The simple life of a capitalist. Shiraishi suddenly halted his train of thought. Chapter 26, Experiment. "To be honest, your house is incredibly huge," Shiraishi remarked as he surveyed the room where Ruri was waiting. He made himself comfortable without any reservation. "It is quite spacious, but it can also feel empty sometimes," Ruri responded. "By the way, aren't your parents at home? Shouldn't I greet them?" Shiraishi asked. Ruri shook her head and explained, "No, they are hardly ever in the village. They don't possess ninja talents, so they work in a small business outside the village. They only send a small amount of money back each month." Shiraishi's eyebrows twitched at the mention of a small business. He wondered if Ruri misunderstood his original intention. "Anyway, I'm here to conduct an experiment. Is there an empty and secure vacant house available?" Shiraishi asked, piquing Ruri's curiosity. Ruri frowned, not fully understanding Shiraishi's intentions. She didn't think he needed such an elaborate setup for his experiments. Usually, Shiraishi's research funds and living expenses were effortlessly provided for him. After hearing about his financial situation, she didn't expect him to repay the funds. She had never grasped the concept of money since childhood. I believe the movement may be quite large and dangerous. The laboratory in my house is too small, Shiraishi explained. Ruri decided not to press further and guided Shiraishi through a corridor to an empty house. She opened a plank within the house, revealing a secret passage leading underground. The passage was equipped with lighting, and it led to an underground space of approximately 50 square meters. The surroundings and floor were protected by sturdy stone slabs, capable of withstanding the impact of ninjutsu. Is this space suitable? If not, there is a slightly larger one next door, twice the size, Ruri offered. No, this is more than enough. It exceeds my expectations, Shiraishi responded, thoroughly satisfied with the enclosed space. I'll leave you to it then. Call me if you need anything, Ruri said before heading back upstairs. Shiraishi took out a scroll, unfurled it on the ground, and formed seals with his hands. A puff of white smoke emerged along with a variety of research instruments. These research tools were relatively small in size and could easily be stored within scrolls. Shiraishi meticulously arranged the equipment and initiated the experiment. Unlike his usual experiments, this one entailed significant risks. However, if successful, the rewards would be immense. As evening fell and the sun disappeared from the sky, Shiraishi remained underground, not emerging from the basement. In her room, Ruri finished her afternoon chakra refinement and instructed the maid to prepare dinner. Noticing that Shiraishi was preoccupied, she ate her meal alone. Even after finishing, Shiraishi remained in the basement. She chose to disregard his presence. It wasn't until midnight, while Ruri was lost in a deep sleep, that the earth began to tremble. Ruri's body stirred slightly as she abruptly woke up and surveyed her surroundings. An earthquake? No, that didn't seem right, she quickly dismissed the thought. The source of the tremor was too close, and the nature of the vibrations suggested an explosive event. Though not overly apparent, she could sense it herself. Without wasting any time, Ruri slipped on her jacket and black tights, slid open the wooden door, and swiftly made her way towards another corridor. Her destination was the basement of the adjacent house. Upon reaching the basement, Ruri was met with a chaotic scene: a massive crater at the center of the room. Even the durable floor, designed to withstand the impact of ninjutsu, had been blown apart. Ruri's eyes gleamed with a peculiar expression. Amidst the blasted crater, a powerful chakra lingered. It felt slightly different, but its strength emitted an overwhelming aura that left Ruri with a sense of primal dread. Among the debris lay shattered research instruments, rendered useless and destroyed beyond repair. How did this happen? Shiraishi snapped out of his daze and asked a rather foolish question. Ruri paid no mind to his question. She wasn't angry about the mess he had made of her basement, rather, she was concerned about what experiment Shiraishi had conducted to cause such an explosion. What were you experimenting with? She inquired. I was experimenting with harnessing natural energy. Shiraishi admitted without hesitation. Sage mode. Ruri gazed at Shiraishi in astonishment. Well, the experiment was based on assumptions and procedures related to Sage now, but now I can add the conclusion, Shiraishi replied, taking out his notebook from his ninja bag. Ruri accepted the notebook and opened it, but the technical terms and jargon made it difficult for her to understand the contents. The experiment failed. Ruri presumed, given the explosion she witnessed. Well, one could say it failed, or one could say it succeeded. I managed to guide and merge natural energy with ordinary chakra, but I don't know the proper ratio for their compatibility. Perhaps there are other factors required for successful fusion, which resulted in this experimental accident. The uncontrollable neutralization of natural energy and chakra was far more volatile than I anticipated, Shiraishi explained, thoughtfully examining a damaged research tool. Ruri nodded in agreement. Without the use of senjutsu, ordinary chakra didn't possess such destructive power. What do you need next? For the first time, Ruri, who had never shown much interest in Shiraishi's research, expressed her support. Money, lots of money. And a more stable environment. Shiraishi responded candidly. In his view, Ruri provided the funds and the research location, while he focused on the experiments. They would both share in the final results, which he deemed fair. Shiraishi followed Ruri to the room above. You want me to live here? Shiraishi expressed surprise at Ruri's sudden proposal. Yes, it's too inconvenient to keep going back and forth. Otherwise, you'll have limited time to study natural energy, and your progress will be slow, Ruri explained. But won't this raise suspicion? Shiraishi voiced his concerns. Not all the maids in my household are from the Uchiha clan. I can hire you as an official employee with a formal contract. Besides, who would pay much attention to a student from the Ninja Academy? Do you think Hokage would concern himself with such trivial matters? And even if an investigation were to take place, it would be the responsibility of the Uchiha police, Ruri reasoned. Shiraishi found her reasoning sound. After all, conducting experiments on natural energy in his own home would be impractical. His previous experiments were relatively formal and not dangerous. Even if he was accidentally discovered, he could explain his way out of it. But the experimentation with natural energy was different. Everything involved in it was top secret and had to be kept confidential. If Ruri employed him with a formal contract to work in her house, it would be an effective way to maintain secrecy. Neither the Hokage nor Envy would not have the leisure to monitor a student from the academy, especially when Shiraishi had shown no hostility towards the village. He was the rightful successor of the Will of Fire. Even if any suspicion were to arise, it would fall under the jurisdiction of the Uchiha police. And with Ruri being a genius from the Uchiha clan and having a background, they could handle any issues that might arise. Furthermore, Shiraishi was in dire financial circumstances. Considering that Konoha had no child protection laws, Shiraishi was kicked out of the orphanage at the age of 6 and had to fend for himself, working and earning money as an underage child. It was a reasonable arrangement. Ruri offering him employment with a formal contract was also a way of helping a friend. After all, in the eyes of many, he and Ruri were inseparable friends. It was only natural for friends to support and assist each other. This way, he would have enough time to conduct his experiments with natural energy, and the secrecy would be maintained. On that note, how do you extract natural energy? Ruri asked the question she was most curious about. The information she had previously given Shiraishi about the Sage Mode was merely a surface-level understanding. Ruri was intrigued by how Shiraishi managed to extract natural energy. Haven't you read my previous notes? It's actually quite simple. I don't know how the first Hokage guided natural energy, but he did it by guiding it through the chakra pathway. He used the chakra system as bait to draw out natural energy, Shiraishi explained. When it comes to the specific source of chakra, it is actually related to our daily diet. Physical strength is closely tied to food intake, such as carbohydrates, proteins, fats, citric acid, and more. And spiritual energy is not only connected to the soul but also influenced by emotions. It can affect a person's mental state, or their state. Ultimately, physical and mental power stem from these factors, producing a chemical reaction within the human body, which is then fused and extracted as chakra. Of course, this also involves the complex self-processing system within the human body, and there are variations in the physical qualities of different individuals, resulting in, do you understand? Shiraishi concluded. Chapter 27, A Shocking Secret. In order to further study natural energy, we need a more formal lab, Ruri stated with a serious expression. The affairs here must remain unknown to outsiders, and the procurement of research equipment must also be conducted in secrecy. Shiraishi pondered over the dilemma of keeping their activities hidden from the maids. However, before he could voice his concerns, Ruri bit her thumb and quickly formed a series of hand seals. Finally, she pressed her palm onto the ground with a snap. Summoning Jutsu. A puff of white smoke filled the air, revealing a black cat in front of Shiraishi and Ruri. The cat was about half the size of a human and wagged its tail at Ruri. Ruri presented a list displaying various research equipment names. Purchase all the items on this list, and I will inspect them in a day, Ruri commanded. The black cat nodded decisively, transforming into white smoke and disappearing with a bang. Shiraishi stared at the spot where the cat had vanished. That was. The Uchiha and the Ninja Cat clan have always been allies. Before entering the academy, I formed a summoning contract with some ninja cats. They ensure our safety and remain concealed to avoid detection by the village, Ruri explained. The ninja cats operates discreetly in the shadows of the ninja world, leaving traces wherever they go. Their actions, whether it's gathering information or procuring goods, are top-notch. For Ruri, having ninja cats under a summoning contract was undeniably a valuable asset and her most formidable assistance. Shiraishi marveled at Ruri's connections. It highlighted the difference between the affluent and the common people. Not only did she possess a comprehensive training methods and a diverse collection of reference books, but she also had a broader network of contacts compared to ordinary individuals. Living in Ruri's house did not cause any setbacks or disruptions. To the village, it was an insignificant matter. Now, Shiraishi enjoyed a life of luxury in a room that could rival a high-end hotel. He slept on a plush and comfortable bed, savored a nutritious breakfast meticulously prepared by the maids each morning, and when he felt tired, he could stroll in the yard or fish in the pond. He was considered a helper in Ruri's family, but in reality, he was treated as a young master. Although he occasionally faced strange looks of disdain from the maids in Ruri's house, Shiraishi remained unaffected. He was diligent and confident in his abilities. What did those maids know? Shiraishi could only accompany Ruri in her practice occasionally. After school, he would rush back to the new underground laboratory that Ruri had purchased for him to study and learn how to guide natural energy. Only when he successfully guided natural energy in a stable manner could he proceed to the next step, which involved fusing it with chakra. As a result, the basement of Ruri's house frequently experienced small explosions. Although the vibrations were minimal, Ruri reinforced the surrounding area of the laboratory to ensure complete concealment, to the point where the vibrations caused by the explosions could not be felt above ground. These sophisticated research instruments, along with the environmental fortifications of the laboratory, were shipped from the land of iron. According to Ruri, they cost a total of 45 million ryo, which accounted for 1/10 of her bank account's pocket money. Shiraishi couldn't help but wonder about the nature of the small business Ruri's parents were involved in, allowing her to live such an ordinary life. At the end of the first month living with the Ruri, Shiraishi returned to the lab after school in the afternoon to continue his research on natural energy. Meanwhile, Ruri headed to the Nanga shrine in the clan compound to attend the monthly clan meeting. The Uchiha members who participated in these meetings were not ordinary clan members. Unlocking the Sharingan was only one of the necessary requirements. They also needed to possess the strength of elite-level ninjas or be geniuses specifically groomed by the family, like Ruri, who had a high probability of inheriting the position of clan head in the future. Ruri was not only a Uchiha genius but also one of the potential candidates for the next clan head, making her eligible to attend the monthly clan meeting. Nanga Shrine. At the famous Nanga Shrine, Uchiha ninjas congregated. The sky was dark, and torches lined the road leading to the shrine's summit. Upon reaching the shrine, they entered the shrine building and opened a sealed stone slab with a technique. Uchiha ninja descended one by one. In the empty basement stood an ancient stone tablet, with flames burning on either side, casting light in the dark chamber. More than 20 individuals had gathered here, all special jounin or chunin currently affiliated with the clan. Some jounin were absent as they were carrying out missions outside the village. In this monthly clan meeting, there was nothing of great importance to announce. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage remained harmonious. Apart from a few high-ranking executives who held resentment or hostility towards the Uchiha, the clan paid no attention to the jealous or disdainful gazes from others. As the number one ninjas of Konoha, they had the confidence to be treated with respect. Even the Hokage had to give them due recognition, let alone those higher UPS who were weaker than the Hokage. The clan discussed trivial matters, which training grounds needed repairs, any complaints from Konoha villagers regarding the police force, identification of promising young talents within the clan, monthly expenditures compared to the previous month, industrial income of the family, and so on. After an hour, the clan meeting concluded in a long and monotonous manner. Ruri, Fugaku, remain here, instructed a grey-haired old man in his 60s, his face covered in wrinkles. Sora, an elder of the Uchiha clan. He was the most esteemed elder in the Uchiha family and, due to his advanced age, had retired from active ninja duty. He bore the heavy responsibility of training Uchiha family's prodigious ninjas. Accompanying Ruri was another Uchiha ninja, Uchiha Fugaku, who was 17 or 18 years old. He possessed a handsome appearance and displayed a mature and composed demeanor. Like Ruri, Fugaku was a prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan. Last year, he passed the Chunin exams and became an exceptional and young Chunin. Moreover, Fugaku's Sharingan was at the level of 3 Timo, giving him a distinct advantage when facing Jounin of the same level. Ruri and Fugaku knelt before the elder Sora, patiently waiting for him to speak. Unless any unforeseen circumstances arise, the next clan head will be chosen between the two of you, elder Sora stated. Both Ruri and Fugaku remained composed upon hearing this announcement. Undoubtedly, both of you are extraordinary talents, among the rarest in our Uchiha clan. You have the potential to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. Elder Sora continued, mentioning the name of the Mangekyo Sharingan. At the mention of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Ruri and Fugaku's expressions showed slight signs of excitement. The Mangekyo Sharingan was an ultimate eye surpassing the three Tomo Sharingan. Its origins were ancient and unverifiable. Uchiha Madara, who founded Konoha village with the first Hokage, Hashirama, was one of the Uchiha who unlocked the Mangekyo. These legendary eyes could only be awakened by members of the Uchiha clan, granting them mastery over supreme visual prowess. As the most senior elder of the Uchiha clan, Sora had been a chunin in the village since Konoha's founding. While he couldn't disclose all of the Uchiha secrets, he possessed more knowledge than most Uchiha clan members. This included the secrets of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Elder Sora, what are the requirements for unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku asked. His Sharingan had reached the level of 3 Tomo, the highest level for a normal Sharingan. To become the Uchiha clan's heir without fail and lead the Uchiha to new heights, he believed he needed to possess the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku, your training with the 3 Tomo Sharingan is not yet sufficient. You need to continue training. In a few days, I will recommend you to the 3rd Hokage, and you will join other Konoha ninja in team missions. There, you will gain invaluable experience, Elder Sora replied. Fugaku obediently accepted the elder's guidance, placing great trust in Sora's arrangements. There must be a reason behind this decision. Elder Sora, what about me? Ruri inquired. Your luck surpasses Fugaku's, and you have discovered the conditions for unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Next, you need to continue training with your Sharingan to its limits. When the time is right, I will reveal how to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan, Elder Sora explained, his gaze fixed on Ruri, filled with hidden meaning. His emphasis on Ruri seemed to exceed that of Fugaku. Ruri possessed a deep bond with the village's ninjas, an unwavering dedication to strength, and unparalleled talent in utilizing the Sharingan. At the right moment, when the allure of the legendary visual technique became irresistible, she would undoubtedly make the right choice, and the Uchiha clan would experience a new era of prosperity, surpassing even the Senju clan. Chapter 28, The Second Coming of War. Konoha Year 33, February. This winter was colder than previous years. Snowflakes fell from the sky, painting the sky a pale hue. The cold wind swept through every corner of Konoha. During this cold season, most people preferred to stay at home, huddled around the stove, unless there was something particularly important to attend to. However, for the students of the academy, attending classes was still a requirement. In Class A of the 4th grade, Ruri wore a black long-sleeved shirt and trousers, with a white scarf wrapped around her neck. Her long black hair flowed down to her waist, resembling silk and satin against the snowy backdrop. The playground was already covered in a silver blanket. During this season, one would rather spend the entire day at home instead of going to school. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted outside. The noise disrupted the silence in the classroom. Impatiently, Ruri furrowed her brows. These people were always buzzing like flies. Isn't it noisy? Shiraishi returned with a convenience bag containing hot milk tea and hamburger meat, courtesy of Ruri's money. Of course. But they can only be happy at school, Ruri responded, retrieving her own hot milk tea and a hamburger from the bag. Ayane, would you like to have one? I bought an extra. Shiraishi turned to Ayane, seated nearby. No, thank you. Ayane smiled apologetically, stood up from her seat, and walked out of the classroom. Shiraishi watched Ayane's retreating figure, sighed, and said, I can't help but feel that she's more out of place than you, Ruri. We used to play together. A dangerous glint flashed in Ruri's eyes as she looked at the convenience bag in Shiraishi's hand, questioning, since when did I allow you to take my money and invite unrelated people to eat? Well, I thought they were classmates at the same table, so. Shiraishi stammered, trying to explain. Are you planning to go hungry tonight and tomorrow morning? Who do you think is supporting you now? Understood. Just remember to inform me in advance next time. I hate it when people do things without notifying me. Is that what bothers you? I get it. I'll inform you in advance next time. Shiraishi sighed once again, settled into his seat, took a sip of the milk tea, and then bit into the hot hamburger. By the way, what was that commotion outside just now? Ruri asked Shiraishi while sipping her milk tea. Don't you know? Some 4th grade students want to graduate early, and today is the day for special recruits. I heard that 3 students from our class want to graduate 2 years early. Minato Namikaze from the neighboring class is also among them, Shiraishi revealed. That blonde pretty boy? I heard he's the top student in Class B. Even if he's the top student in Class B, he can't be your top rival in Class A. Shiraishi expressed his confidence in Ruri's abilities, smiling. I won't underestimate anyone. Nevertheless, Shiraishi's compliments pleased her. The class soon began, and the homeroom teacher, Fujimura Taiga, entered the classroom, initiating the formal class. The indoor subjects for the 4th grade were more complex than those in the lower grades. There was much to learn in the 4th grade, which would greatly benefit ordinary students. Whether it was an indoor or outdoor class, Shiraishi and Ruri were free to pursue their own interests. Holding a pen and ruler, Shiraishi began drawing on the notebook in front of him, annotating texts and formulas. This was an important experiment to be conducted in the evening, involving theoretical derivations and practical applications. Over 3 months had passed since they started studying natural energy. During this period, Shiraishi had successfully channeled natural energy, although its stability remained a challenge. Even if natural energy was successfully guided, without the proper means, it would quickly dissipate and become intangible, returning to the environment. In the upcoming experiment, Shiraishi aimed to extend the duration in which natural energy manifested as a tangible form, allowing him more time to understand and successfully harness its power. Time passed quietly. Early March. Occasional light snow fell from the sky, and the weather slightly warmed, although it remained quite cold. On this late winter day, something unexpected occurred, shattering the peace and tranquility of Konoha village. The Suna ninjas launched an attack on the Land of Fire's border, inflicting heavy losses on Konoha troops stationed there and officially declaring war on Konoha. Just over a year had passed since the war in the Land of Rain, yet the flames of war once again engulfed the Fire Country. Moreover, the declaration of war targeted Tsunagakuer, one of the 5 great ninja villages. The 3rd Kazekage personally led a large contingent of Suna ninja, provoking a war against Konoha. A visible atmosphere of tension and heaviness loomed over Konoha village. The war in the Land of Rain had only just concluded in October of the previous year, yet within the past 6 months, war had erupted once more. The adversary this time, the Suna ninja, possessed overall strength far superior to that of the Omegakure ninjas. As part of the 5 major nations, their mobilization speed and the quality of their ninja were unmatched by the AIM ninja. The rise and fall of the Omegakure relied heavily on their leader, Hanzo. Suna was different. Their leader was the 3rd Kazekage, one of the 5 Kages, known as the most powerful Kazekage in history. Under his command were numerous talented individuals, assisted by the likes of Elder Cho and her brother. They were all renowned and powerful ninja within the ninja world. Furthermore, Suna had established a formidable puppet corps, which had inflicted significant losses on major ninja villages in previous wars. This time, Suna's attack was fierce, far from a battle that could be easily dismissed. It appeared that the Land of Rain War was merely an opening act for Konoha's official involvement in the Second Great Ninja War, and the true war had just begun. This oppressive feeling of an imminent storm and the approaching rain, pressuring all Konoha ninja, led the high-ranking Konoha leaders, headed by the 3rd Hokage, to convene an emergency meeting. The night following the meeting, numerous Konoha ninja left the village to support the Land of Fire's border. The major ninja clans also dispatched their elite ninja to combat the Suna forces. Chapter 29, Exploring the Path for Sustainable Development in Science. For now, the matter of war has no direct impact on Shiraishi. Although the impending war bothered him a little, even if he were to join the battlefield, it would be 2 years from now. Let's stay optimistic. Maybe the war will be over in 2 years, right? Besides, war has its own benefits. Due to the war, manpower in Konoha is somewhat limited. The Anbu under the Hokage will surely be occupied with tasks every day. Who would care about him, a low-profile student at the academy? The attention of Hokage and other high-level officials is focused on the Tsunagakuer. The Uchiha clan, the underground laboratory in Ruri's house. The laboratory is spacious, covering an area of 100 square meters, and equipped with complete electrical equipment, illuminating the space as bright as day. In the center, there is an open area for people to move around, with testing equipment and operating tables placed nearby. Within a floor-to-ceiling transparent cylinder filled with a green solution, animal parts are immersed. After being catalyzed by an unknown method and to a certain extent, they transform into peculiar shapes. Shiraishi, holding a glass test tube containing a solid light green liquid energy, which is the physical form of the natural energy he extracted from the earth and air. How is it going? Any progress? Ruri, who descended from above, inquired about the research progress on natural energy. In order to support Shiraishi's research, Ruri finds ways to acquire necessary equipment and materials. The manpower and resources invested in this endeavor far surpass the trivial ones of the past. Not yet. Although the manifestation time of natural energy has slightly increased, it is still too short. Shiraishi sighed and put down the test tube. The light green liquid energy within it began to dilute without warning, gradually becoming lighter until it turned blank, leaving the test tube empty. The natural energy had dissipated. This happens when the natural energy is not fused with another substance during its manifestation. However, it is still usable once the natural energy dissipates. The only drawback is slightly reduced efficiency in sustainable utilization. The process of receiving, refining, and solidifying natural energy through experimentation is arduous, and it requires the assistance of metals with ultra-high chakra conductivity. Therefore, extracting natural energy is not only cumbersome but also costly. And, the most important issue lies elsewhere. What do you mean? Take a look at these various biological parts. They take on these strange shapes as a result of being injected with natural energy on top of chakra, forming and absorbing a senjutsu chakra. Shiraishi walked up to a floor-to-ceiling glass cylinder and tapped on it, producing a crisp sound. The creature inside did not react, appearing lifeless. What does this mean? In other words, using senjutsu chakra comes with a significant risk. Shiraishi's eyes darkened, revealing an inexplicable expression. He went to a nearby bookshelf, picked up a scroll, spread it out on the table, and pointed to a specific line. Ryuoka Cave, Mount Maiboku, and Shikotsu Forest are places known as the Three Great Sacred Grounds. The scroll mentions that one can try the sage node in these locations, but the sage mode inherited from the three sacred places seem to be different from the human processing system. After learning them, the practitioner develops corresponding biological characteristics. Speaking of which, Shiraishi couldn't help but sigh. The Uchiha clan's collection of books is truly extensive. Although I haven't discovered any specific practice methods, these materials have provided me with a lot of inspiration. It appears that the sage mode of the three sacred places are likely unsuitable for human beings. Finding a system of sage mode that is compatible with humans, that would be an incredible undertaking. Shiraishi has concrete evidence to prove that the sage arts of the three sacred places are incompatible with the human body's system. This is because the biological structure of frogs, snakes, and slugs is entirely different from that of humans. Sage mode suitable for frogs, snakes, and slugs are likely to clash with the human processing system. Consequently, the mortality rate and failure rate of humans practicing the arts of the three great sacred grounds would be significantly higher. Shiraishi gazed at the creatures within the glass cylinder, now transformed into something alien due to the magical chakra. This serves as the most compelling evidence. For instance, by using a mouse as the source to use senjutsu chakra and transferring it to the limbs of a snake, the snake begins to exhibit certain mouse-like characteristics. Similarly, if the chakra source is a snake, and the senjutsu chakra is transferred to a mouse, the mouse will acquire snake-like characteristics. This is how the alien creatures within the glass cylinder came to be. This is also why Shiraishi concluded that the sage arts of the three sacred places is incompatible with humans. The human body structure is far more complex and diverse than that of frogs. Mistakes in the process would have disastrous consequences. Shiraishi will not attempt it until he is completely certain. Consequently, he can only conduct experiments using animal bodies for now and resort to human experimentation once the risks are minimized. However, he rejected such inhumane practices. Yet, if he wanted to master chakrajutsu without risks, human experimentation becomes inevitable. Life isn't something to be taken lightly. That being said, it's a bit hypocritical. Nevertheless, reality unfolded step by step. The more advanced medical science and life sciences become, the more impossible it is to avoid human experiments. All progress is built upon the countless sacrifices and deaths of those who came before, as well as the valuable knowledge gained. Fortunately, he has only taken the initial steps in sage mode research. Conducting experiments on humans would be many years later. Besides, even if the use of senjutsu chakra proves impossible, the potential of natural energy is still vast. The vitality contained within natural energy is immense and holds tremendous medical value. Thus, it is a wise choice for Shiraishi to temporarily shift his focus to maximizing the utilization of natural energy to enhance his own strength. Ruri, could you assist me in locating some medicinal herbs? I intend to extract new medicines that enhance physical abilities using natural energy. What about the chakra experiment? Before proceeding with the next experiment, I still need to gather more information on Sage Mode to ensure its success. Integrating Senjutsu chakra is highly dangerous, and one small mistake could be fatal. Unfortunately, we have limited information available. We'll have to slowly uncover the details of the sage arts from the 3 sacred places. Shiraishi is in no rush to utilize Senjutsu chakra and finds great satisfaction in working with natural energy. I see. Please write down the names of the medicinal herbs you require and create a list. I will arrange for the ninja cats to purchase and collect them as soon as possible. Ruri possesses her own private channel that allows her to obtain various materials from outside Konoha without attracting attention. Thus, procuring medicinal ingredients poses no difficulty. Furthermore, in order to safeguard the lab's secrets, Ruri has placed numerous activation detonation seals around the area. If an intruder were to enter, Ruri would immediately sense their presence and activate the spell, causing all the detonation symbols in the laboratory to explode, annihilating both the intruder and the laboratory itself. Chapter 30, Life and Death. War brings pain, but life goes on day by day. Amidst the restlessness and anxiety of the villagers, Shiraishi remained the calmest. With the onset of war, the medical experimental class reverted back to its previous state with the Anbu instructor. Since the beginning of the war with Tsunagakuer, Tsunade had already gone to the front lines to assist a group of Konoha ninjas in the battle against Tsuna. Tsunade's younger brother, Noeki, also joined the fight early on. Shiraishi hoped for their safety. War is not a matter to be taken lightly. Several months passed after the war began, and it was now July, the summer season with a warm breeze carrying a hint of sultry heat. Shiraishi had successfully advanced to the 5th grade. He continued his training in ninjutsu and taijutsu, as well as his research on natural energy, which proceeded regularly. After months of relentless efforts and significant investment, Shiraishi finally developed the first batch of drugs utilizing natural energy. These lilac-colored tablets, about the size of a thumb, contained a blend of various medicinal ingredients and, most importantly, natural energy. This combination doubled the value and effectiveness of the medicine. Shiraishi's research had revealed that natural energy possessed a unique and powerful vitality. Without proper neutralization, directly ingesting natural energy into a living organism would likely result in immediate death. Unless a person naturally possessed an affinity for natural energy, but Shiraishi had never encountered someone with such a unique constitution, and it remained uncertain if it even existed. The new drug Shiraishi developed could enhance various aspects of the body, including self-healing, immune ability, overall strength, reaction speed, and resistance to attacks. With minimal side effects, only one tablet needed to be taken daily for over a month to gradually experience its effects. The duration for the drug to reach its maximum effectiveness varied depending on individual constitution and processing system abilities. Some individuals could take it for 7 to 8 months to reach saturation, while continuing to take it beyond that point would not enhance physical abilities but instead cause harm. Others could take it for over 10 months before experiencing physical rejection. Based on his self-examination, Shiraishi determined that his saturation point for taking the drug was 11 months. Once that time frame was reached, he had to discontinue its use. Ruri's saturation point fell between 11 and 12 months. To err on the side of caution, Shiraishi set her time at 11.5 months. After taking the drug, Ruri would feel less fatigue and heaviness even when using her Sharingan for extended periods after about 6 to 7 months. Shiraishi also planned to provide Ayano with the medicine when the time was right. With the imminent war, better preparation increased the chances of survival. At this time, Ayano was in the hospital. She purposely sprained her leg during training, which required her to rest in the hospital for approximately 4 days. Shiraishi assigned her important tasks that needed completion during her hospital stay. For example, whether the chakra in a newborn baby is self-generated or drawn from the mother's body, or if chakra is present during the formation of an embryo. There were endless peculiar questions like these. Ayano felt embarrassed by this observation task. Although there were numerous pregnant women in Konoha, providing abundant observation materials, she couldn't help but wonder why she was given such a bizarre assignment. Were all medical ninjas so strange? It wasn't only about pregnant women and childbirth, there were even more peculiar observation tasks. Ayano was asked to write documentary reports, which Shiraishi claimed would greatly contribute to his research. Ayano wondered if Shiraishi intended to switch to gynecology research. What a drastic change that would be. On the third day of Ayano's hospitalization, there was a knock on the door. "Please come in." Shiraishi entered the room with a basket of fruits. "Ayano-san, I've come to visit you. These fruits are a small gift from our classmates." Ayano sighed and said, "There's no need to be so cautious. Nobody is watching, so you don't have to put on a facade." "Well, Ayano-san, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Why can't I understand? I'm simply here to express my well wishes on behalf of my classmates. Do you want me to burn those observation reports? Please, spare me." Shiraishi feigned ignorance and took the scroll containing the observation reports from Ayano, placing it in his ninja bag. After placing the fruit next to Ayano's bed, he took out a small medicine bag from his pocket and handed it to her. "What's this?" "This is a new medicine I developed using natural energy and other medicinal ingredients to enhance physical abilities. Remember to take one after lunch every day. This supply will last for a month, and I will provide you with the next batch on time. You should continue taking it for 11 months. Shiraishi was familiar with Ayano's body and knew that her saturation point was also 11 months, just like his own. "I have my doubts about its color. The appearance doesn't matter as long as it's effective, right? Don't worry about the color. Speaking of which, is there anything noteworthy happening lately?" "No, as you asked, I've been leading a peaceful life with my family." Ayano recounted her experiences at home to Shiraishi. "That's good to hear. I've made some hypotheses regarding the caged bird seal, but I haven't been able to confirm their accuracy. Can you gather any information about the seal?" "You overestimate me, Shiraishi-kun. If I were to get involved with such classified secrets, I would likely face severe consequences. The branch family don't have access to that kind of information." Ayano replied helplessly. Shiraishi wasn't disappointed. He had expected as much, but he wanted to explore all possibilities. "It seems I'll have to find a way on my own. I won't bother you any longer. Spending too much time with you here might attract attention." Ayano nodded and watched as Shiraishi left her ward. The news of Nawaka's death came unexpectedly, leaving people overwhelmed. It felt as if just yesterday he was chatting and laughing with everyone, but the next morning, news of his sudden death reached them. It was a shock. It was said that he was eager to achieve great things, but unfortunately, he didn't follow his sensei Orochimaru's instructions in that encounter. When Shiraishi heard the news, he was struck with disbelief. The image of the confident and cheerful Nawaka came to his mind. It was hard to accept that someone so young had passed away, and Shiraishi felt a sense of pity in his heart. In the face of war, even having the bloodline of the original Hokage held no significance. In places like the battlefield, everyone must be prepared to face death. It doesn't matter if they're a ninja or their bloodline. The enemy won't show mercy just because someone is the grandson of the first Hokage. Tsunade-sensei must be devastated. Although Shiraishi wished to visit Tsunade and offer comfort, it wasn't possible in Konoha at the moment. Even someone with the status of Senju died without leaving any lasting impact. As an ordinary person, what could he possibly change? Humans are creatures who seek personal benefit and avoid harm. Before ensuring their own safety, reaching out to others would only bring them more trouble. The concept of salvation belongs to the strong, while the weak can only feel sorry for themselves. When Nawaka died, Konoha wouldn't hold a funeral for him. Currently, everyone is racing against time to defeat the enemy and drive them out of the country. Life and death are no longer considerations, and there is no time to mourn for the deceased, even if he was the grandson of the first Hokage. Hashirama was a ninja, and whether he had that awareness or not didn't matter. This is the reality of a ninja war. Shiraishi was gradually understanding the ruthlessness of war. In his previous life, he lived in a relatively peaceful era, far away from the horrors of war. Chapter 31, Hatake Sakumo. Within the Uchiha clan, there was a training ground surrounded by trees and rivers. The elderly Uchiha Sora, with his white hair, stood outside the arena, leaning on a cane, and watched the intense battle unfolding within. 10-year-old Uchiha Ruri, her black hair fluttering, swiftly threw her shuriken at the opposing Uchiha Jainin, Uchiha Rindo, with lightning speed. Uchiha Rindo, who was about 25 or 26 years old, bore a scar on his face, which added a touch of fierceness to his appearance. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, he quickly spotted the incoming shuriken and skillfully deflected it with a wave of his hand. However, the shuriken possessed tremendous power. Upon being deflected, the force acted upon Rindo's body, momentarily freezing him. What power! Rindo's eyes filled with gravity. Rindo sensed that there was a hidden technique imbued within Ruri's shuriken. If blocked by a weapon, this dark energy would bypass the weapon and affect the enemy's body, causing temporary rigidity. The duration of this stiffness depended on the physical prowess of the individual. If this had happened to a Jainin, they would have been immobilized for several seconds. By the time the next round of shuriken came flying, they would surely be left riddled with holes. Even Rindo, a strong Jainin, experienced stiffness, although it was negligible. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Ruri swiftly performed hand seals. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon Jutsu. A colossal dragon-shaped entity, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, materialized. Composed of scorching flames, it possessed a terrifying impact and could reduce enemies to ashes. Boom! The ground erupted as the dragon exploded, leaving behind a massive crater. Rindo with his Shangren managed to evade the attack, but his hair was singed, and his appearance was slightly disheveled. His 3-tomo Sharingan spun, and he swiftly retaliated by waving a kunao. Ding! Despite Ruri's smaller stature compared to Rindo, he intercepted the kunao attack and blocked it. In that moment, their Sharingan locked onto each other, releasing their ocular powers simultaneously. Upon releasing their ocular powers, Rindo experienced a sharp pain and momentary fatigue in his eyes, prompting him to quickly retreat. Gasping for breath, he gazed at Ruri, his opponent. Ruri's Sharingan level was still at the 2-tomo stage. Although Ruri also panted, their breaths were significantly less labored than Rindo's. What baffled him the most was that Ruri, being only 10 years old and possessing 2-tomo Sharingan, fearlessly challenged his 3-tomo Sharingan head-on. It was truly inconceivable that his illusions failed to gain control over the young girl. The combined elements of speed, neural responses, dynamic vision, strength, ninjutsu usage, and ocular powers made it extremely challenging, even for a Jainin like himself. His sole advantage lay in his greater chakra reserves compared to Ruri. If Ruri's chakra were depleted, victory would be his. With a faint sigh, Rindo couldn't help but feel that winning against a young girl seemed impossible. But being defeated by her would be even more humiliating. Therefore, the next step was to continue fighting, gradually draining Ruri's chakra. Recognizing Rindo's intentions, Ruri reached into her ninja pouch and retrieved Shiraishi's special military ration pill. Just as she was about to consume it, Uchiha Sora, who had been observing the battle, intervened and shouted. "All right, stop, Ruri." Ruri returned the pill to her ninja bag and performed a reconciliation seal towards Rindo. In response, Rindo also made a sign of reconciliation towards Ruri. Truly remarkable, Ruri. Even an average Jainin would struggle against your current strength. After completing the seal of reconciliation, Rindo stepped forward and praised Ruri without hesitation. The appearance of such a powerful and excellent genius within the clan was truly gratifying. As expected of a genius from the Uchiha clan. Ruri nodded. The strength she possessed at the moment was a result of her efforts and talent, but she couldn't ignore Shiraishi's contribution. If it weren't for the new medicine he developed, which improved physical abilities using natural energy, she wouldn't have grown so quickly. As this thought crossed her mind, a hint of tenderness appeared in her usually indifferent eyes, and a faint smile graced her lips. In Rindo's eyes, the smile on Ruri's face stemmed from the genuine praise of a fellow Hunin. At that moment, Elder Sora entered the training ground. In his 60s, he was already a senior ninja. Even in retirement, he would give his all for the family and cultivate a Uchiha ninja who could rival the Senju family. Elder Sora. Ruri slightly bowed, as this elder had taught her about karma in the past. Ruri had already paved her own path and no longer required the teachings of the Sora elders, but she still held respect and gratitude for the old man who had worked tirelessly for the family. Ruri, while you train diligently, don't forget to relax. Training should be done in a relaxed manner. In Elder Sora's eyes, Ruri must have dedicated most of her time to training, allowing her to quickly reach a near tie with Rindo. He hoped that Ruri would find time to relax during her training. He didn't want the genius within Ruri to be prematurely exhausted. Ruri's importance exceeded that of the other Uchiha successor, Uchiha Fugaku. If anyone within the Uchiha clan could recreate the glory of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Elder Sora believed it would be Ruri. I understand, Elder Sora. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait a moment. This scroll contains the B-level fire release jutsu. Take it with you and study it. With your current strength, you can already learn high-level fire release jutsus. It was left behind by that individual. Elder Sora spoke with meaningful intent. Ruri was taken aback. That individual referred to Madara Uchiha, the ghost of the Uchiha clan. The ninja who had departed from his family and village. Within the Uchiha clan today, very few would directly mention Uchiha Madara's name. Instead, they would use that individual as a proxy. Ruri accepted the fire release scroll given by Elder Sora, expressed her gratitude once more, and quickly made her way back home. Ruri keeps getting stronger. I used to be able to easily outperform her 2 years ago. The power of her 2-Tomo Sharingan puts pressure on my 3-Tomo Sharingan. It's incredible. What did you do? How did you make her so strong? After Ruri left, Rindo couldn't help but praise the guidance of the Elder Sora. Elder Sora shook his head and smiled, saying, Rindo, don't you understand? The power of the Sharingan varies from person to person. The number of Tomo can serve as a reference but cannot solely determine the strength of the eyes. Besides, Ruri worked hard to achieve what she has. My role was merely to enhance her abilities. Rindo held back a sigh. Why couldn't he understand this? Merely thinking that a 10-year-old girl could surpass him completely within a few years was an unpleasant feeling. After all, he was young and hailed as Uchiha's genius ninja. Rindo, you are also an elite Jainin nurtured by your family. Have confidence in yourself. Elder, it's not that I lack confidence in myself. It's just that the younger generation these days is so capable. But I'm really curious about which Jainin will lead Ruri's team when she graduates, and how the Hokage will arrange things. Rindo didn't believe that there wouldn't be backup plans for a genius Uchiha like Ruri. He was very interested in the kind of team leader the third Hokage would assign to Ruri. If the strength of the team leader was low, it was highly likely that Ruri would rebel and the Jainin will become a laughingstock among Jainins. As for a powerful Jainin, to Rindo's knowledge, even the Sunin would fall a bit short. Hitaki Sakumo. Elder Sora uttered the name. Rindo trembled, cold sweat forming on his face, as he looked at Elder Sora in disbelief. That name seemed to possess an immense and terrifying power, even causing the experienced Jainin Rindo to feel a deep sense of reverence. Hey, Elder, are you joking? That man is. Only in this way can the third Hokage and I trust each other. The third Hokage needed the Uchiha clan to contribute their fighting power in the ongoing war. And the Uchiha clan needed a strong Jainin to lead them, not only to convince Ruri but also to nurture her extraordinary talent. Chapter 32, Internships and Private Funding. Fire Release, Majestic Demolisher. Fire Release, Great Fire Destruction. These are the 2 advanced fire ninjutsu that Uchiha Sora entrusted to Ruri, reaching the B-rank level. These are the only ways for her to come into contact with higher level ninjutsu, although she may not be able to use them skillfully. After reading the instructions, Ruri realized that mastering these 2 B-rank fire release ninjutsu requires a significant amount of chakra for each ninjutsu in order to execute them smoothly and maximize their power. Since these are high-level ninjutsu, even Ruri, who is skilled in manipulating fire attribute chakra, couldn't master all 3 fire ninjutsu in a short period of time. Fortunately, she is still in 5th grade and has over a year left before graduating from 6th grade. She should have no problem mastering the 2 advanced fire release ninjutsu within that time. The most crucial part is how to enhance her chakra capacity. Without enough chakra, even if she learned these 2 high-level fire ninjutsu, she would only be able to use them in critical situations. Therefore, Ruri directly approached Shiraishi and expressed her desire to increase her chakra capacity. Shiraishi, who was sitting in the lab drinking tea, wore a concerned expression upon hearing Ruri's request. Enhancing chakra capacity poses more challenges than improving physical fitness. Shiraishi himself has perfect control over chakra, so there is minimal wastage. Even with a moderate amount of chakra, he has enough to utilize. Ninjas can easily dodge a shuriken or kunai using their agility. Shiraishi doesn't seek to increase the power of ninjutsu deliberately. Currently, Shiraishi doesn't have a strong need for more chakra and focuses on cultivating his physical fitness. Lately, he has dedicated most of his time to studying the application of natural energy, incorporating it into medical practices and developing new types of medicine. I will do my best, but it will take some time. I have other tasks at hand, Shiraishi assured Ruri. Upon hearing Shiraishi's response, Ruri nodded without pressuring him. It would be great if he could accomplish it, but she has nothing to lose if he can't. Her body has not yet entered a period of rapid growth. Chakra will definitely not be a problem as she grows older, but she desires to have as much as possible. So, does that mean your strength is already on par with the Jonin in the clan? Shiraishi asked, holding a bottle containing solidified white, slightly transparent particles. He opened the lid, used tweezers to take out a solid particle, and placed it on a small iron stand. This solid particle had also been infused with natural energy, but the amount of infusion was negligible, almost insignificant. I don't have enough chakra for a prolonged battle against a Chunin, so my chances of winning are less than 20%, Ruri recalled her previous battle and made an accurate assessment. That's already impressive. After all, your Uchiha Jonin chakra is higher than the average Jonin. The reason you lost to him is due to your physical limitations and age, Shiraishi replied, implying that Ruri's current strength is no worse than an ordinary Jonin. At least when she has sufficient chakra, the difference between her and a Chunin is minimal. By the time she graduates from 6th grade, it is almost certain that her strength will reach Jonin level. The reason Ruri has become so powerful is closely linked to natural energy. It was evident that natural energy, including further chakra, plays a significant role in promoting a ninja's growth. Although there are side effects, Shiraishi contemplated that many things in life have side effects. The food people consume often contains traces of toxins, and drinking cold water introduces numerous bacteria. The human immune system cannot be overestimated, but it also cannot be underestimated. Side effects are not necessarily dangerous. After chatting for a while, Ruri left, perhaps to practice or take a bath. He forgot that there's a small outdoor bathhouse in the backyard of Ruri's house, but unfortunately, it has a partition in the middle. He believed that this separation is the original sin that prevented humans from truly seeing each other and has been deeply rooted in society. Setting aside all distracting thoughts, he settled down to focus on his research. He had no urgency to improve his own abilities because no matter how much he enhanced his strength, his physical limitations and age would remain. The study of natural energy was different. If one day he could completely master it and extract Senjutsu chakra perfectly, his strength would experience a tremendous surge. He had only scratched the surface of the truth behind natural energy, allowing Ruri to possess the strength to fight against a Jonin at her age. While Ruri's talent and the Sharingan's abilities played a role, the impact of natural energy was undeniable. By that time, even if he left Konoha, he would be able to live comfortably in the ninja world. Therefore, Shiraishi began to calculate various plans and make early preparations for his future life. Currently, he was not only developing physical enhancement medicines, but also cold medicines, hemostatic medicines, stamina recovery medicines, and more. In summary, the medicines developed using natural energy were diverse and peculiar. However, in terms of effectiveness, they surpassed similar drugs available on the market and some were even potent specialized medications not found elsewhere. If these medicines were to be released on the market now, they would undoubtedly cause a commotion and unnecessary trouble. When he eventually left Konoha, Shiraishi planned to leave some of the medicinal formulas behind as a token of gratitude for his upbringing and the connections he had forged over the years. Konoha could use these medicines to conveniently and effectively treat patients within the village, or they could be sold to other countries, yielding substantial profits. The profits from drugs were always substantial, especially when they had potential military applications. Ultimately, it would be up to Konoha to decide what to do with them. Whether they were used for commercial purposes or kept for themselves, invested in medical and military fields, or used in all three areas, he would not interfere. This way, when he left, he wouldn't feel indebted and could calmly part ways with Konoha. To be honest, Shiraishi didn't harbor any animosity toward the Will of Fire, but philosophy and personal beliefs were completely incompatible, and forcibly intertwining them would only lead to suffering for both. For him, Konoha was merely a chapter of his life, not where his heart belonged. Therefore, Shiraishi neither despised the Will of Fire nor lied about his lack of fondness for it. In Konoha, there is no sense of oppression brought about by the war. The adults choose to shoulder the burden themselves, creating a seemingly peaceful paradise for the young children and protecting them from the harsh realities of the world. Over the past few years in Konoha, Shiraishi's perspective on things has gradually changed. He now has a deeper intuitive understanding of the people, systems, values, ideals, and political styles present here. Despite its imperfections and occasional bad habits, Konoha is, overall, a relatively peaceful village. Especially when standing on the Hokage Rock and gazing at the entire expanse of Konoha, one is struck by its prosperity and size. It's hard to believe that this is just a village. School days continue to be quiet and peaceful. If it weren't for occasional wounded individuals returning from the front lines, one could easily forget that a war is even taking place. As an intern in the first medical ninja class, Shiraishi has begun his formal internship at the hospital. Typically, internships for medical ninjas involve tasks such as carrying items and, if lucky, bandaging wounds for the injured. Shiraishi's assigned duties include inspecting medicines, maintaining medical equipment, and occasionally assisting experienced medical ninjas in preparing new medicines or purifying herbs. Thus, 5th grade passes smoothly for Shiraishi. By the time he entered the 6th grade, he was 11 years old and has already been interning at the hospital for over 6 months. The team leader of his group is a medical ninja with 10 years of experience in the hospital. Seeing that Shiraishi has a solid foundation of knowledge and is careful and conscientious, the leader entrusted him with tasks such as equipment maintenance and even the more complex process of herb purification. Given Shiraishi's knowledge, these tasks are not overly difficult, aside from being tedious. However, he felt frustrated about the hospital's tendency to overwork and oppressive child labor. He understood that there was shortage of manpower, not only at the hospital but also on the front lines. However, this means that he fouled only attend the academy in the morning and spend the rest of the day, from noon to 7 o'clock in the evening, constantly busy at the hospital. Furthermore, the team leader deducted half of Shiraishi's salary to cover the cost of education and guidance, which wasn't much to begin with. Relying solely on the salary earned from the hospital, Shiraishi doubted if it would even provide for his basic needs. After all, he came from a poor background, and Ruri covered his daily expenses and research funds. Looking back, Shiraishi realized that his decision to rely on Ruri's support was wise. Even ninjas need to eat. Hence, the salary he earned at the hospital was kept as his private money, stashed away in his wallet. At this moment, Shiraishi felt that Ruri's eyes are more like a blessing than the all-seeing Byakugan. Chapter 33, Graduation. Konoha. Year 36, February. The war between Konoha and Suna had been ongoing for 2 years and showed no signs of ending. The number of ninjas mobilized on both sides continued to increase, and the constant transportation of medicines and supplies to the front lines indicated that the war was far from over. Shiraishi's classmates who hadn't chosen to skip grades were already 6th grade graduates. In March, there would be a school graduation assessment, and those who passed would become official genin of Konoha. However, Shiraishi believed that the graduation assessment was merely a formality. The teachers already knew which students would graduate and who would need to repeat a grade. With the front lines in need of new troops, Shiraishi and others like him were required to gain battlefield experience to excel in their respective fields in the future. Currently, his routine consisted of attending the academy in the morning, interning at the hospital in the afternoon, and conducting research in the evening. Graduation was inevitable, so there was no need to rush or wait longer. Everything would fall into place as it should. Nearly a month had passed without much noise, and it was now the morning of graduation. The weather was bright, birds chirped in the empty courtyard, and the maids diligently prepared for the day ahead. Unlike Shiraishi, who had lived comfortably for years, these maids were hardworking and capable. To ensure the students were in good condition for the graduation test, there was no need to arrive at school too early. Shiraishi woke up at 7 in the morning and felt that life might not be as peaceful after today. A few days ago, he had halted his research and stored the large-scale equipment in a safe and secret location with the help of the ninja cats summoned by Ruri. He only took the scrolls containing the research results, which he deemed most valuable and reassuring. After having breakfast with Ruri, they made their way to the school. Once inside the designated exam room, some students appeared nervous, while others seemed relaxed. For most, the graduation exam was not particularly challenging. Shiraishi's examination room was supervised by the head teacher, Fujimura Taiga. As Shiraishi looked at Fujimura-sensei, who was still unmarried after 6 years, he couldn't help but sigh. The graduation exam will test the 3-body technique. As long as you meet the standard in 2 of the 3 techniques, there's no need for much explanation. Just take your seats one by one. With that, Fujimura Taiga walked into the empty classroom next door, accompanied by 2 Chunin examiners. Following the seating order, each student's name was called, and they proceeded to the adjacent classroom to take the 3-body jutsu assessment, a basic ninjutsu they had been exposed to for 6 years. In theory, it was impossible for anyone to fail this extremely simple exam. In the hushed atmosphere, it was finally Shiraishi's turn. The 3-body techniques was not challenging, and only 2 of the 3 techniques needed to meet the standard to pass and receive the Konoha Forehead Protector. Shiraishi stood at the center of the examination room, formed seals with his hands, and focused on performing the 3-body technique. Congratulations, Chiba-san, you have passed. All of Shiraishi's techniques met the standard, as Fujimura Taiga had expected. Shiraishi was one of the few students in the class with a solid foundation. As long as he followed the usual rhythm, passing the graduation exam was a mere formality. Thank you, Fujimura-sensei. Shiraishi bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Receiving the Konoha Forehead Protector from Fujimura Taiga meant that Shiraishi was now officially a qualified Konoha ninja. At least, that's what others would think. The graduation exam concluded in a subdued atmosphere. With nothing else to do the next day, they just had to wait for the assignment to their new teams tomorrow morning. I wonder who will be the team leader tomorrow? I heard that only outstanding students get special jonin as their teachers after graduation. For someone like me, the team leader will probably be a regular jonin, Shiraishi speculated on his way back. You'll be in a team with me, Ruri suddenly said. Hey! Shiraishi looked at Ruri in surprise. Why the surprised expression? Do you have an issue being in a team with me? Oh, no, I just wasn't informed about this, Shiraishi replied. That's because I didn't think I needed to ask for your opinion, and your input wouldn't matter anyway. But since you brought it up, I'll tell you a little about it. Ruri explained truthfully, which was quite shocking to hear. However, Shiraishi didn't let such trivial matters bother him. In that case, our team leader will likely be a very powerful jonin. Shiraishi had a clear understanding of Ruri's strength. At almost 12 years old, she was as strong as an ordinary jonin. Combined with her strong personality, a regular jonin might not be able to handle her, leading to potential issues within the team. If they were on the same team, then their team leader would undoubtedly be no ordinary jonin. The clan only told me that the leader would be a very powerful jonin, but they didn't reveal the name. I guess we'll find out whether it's unfortunate or lucky soon enough. An exceptional team leader can enhance the efficiency of a team's mission execution and greatly improve the survival rate. However, on the contrary, the stronger the team leader, the more likely their true strength will be exposed. Good and bad are always relative. At that time, you just need to utilize your medical ninjutsu skills. Exactly. It's only logical to include a medical ninja in the team, considering the village's setup. The Jainin teams that perform tasks more efficiently will naturally benefit the most from having medical ninjas. Thinking about it this way, it made sense that he was assigned to join Ruri. Due to the scarcity of medical ninjas, even though the village had a perfect team arrangement that included them, the supply was limited, so only a select few elite teams were qualified to have medical ninjas. His displayed strength was remarkable, and as a medical ninja, his importance was on par with that of an ordinary chunin. It wasn't surprising that he was assigned to an elite group. The next morning, the students who had successfully graduated and received their forehead protectors gathered in their respective classes for the final team placement meeting. Fujimura Taiga, standing in front of the podium, spoke in a voice that carried throughout the classroom. First of all, congratulations to all of you. From the moment you received your forehead protectors, you are ninjas in your own right. However, as there is an ongoing war outside, being a ninja is not just a reason to celebrate. You are all rookies now. Remember, don't bring a game mentality to the battlefield, it could cost you your life. Unlike his usual self, Fujimura Taiga's face was serious, and his eyes showed concern and intolerance. His words stunned the usually lively and active students. Though they might have wanted to crack a few jokes to lighten the mood, they saw the seriousness and coldness in Fujimura Taiga's expression, which made them swallow their words and sit quietly in their seats. Fujimura Taiga realized that his words might have been too heavy, but he preferred to portray the way of the ninja as harsh and unforgiving rather than seeing them die with naive ideals. Fujimura Taiga then conducted a roll call to form groups of 3. Soon, Shiraishi learned which group he was in. Team 5, Uchiha Ruri, Hyuga Ayane, Chiba Shiraishi. You are a team. As Fujimura Taiga continued to name the students, Shiraishi and the others exchanged glances, as if they were re-evaluating their future teammates. This is great luck. Please guide me in the future, Shiraishi-kun, Ruri-san, Ayane said, wearing a white ninja kimono, her long black hair cascading softly on her shoulders, and her white pupils displaying a distant yet polite smile. As long as you don't drag me down, Ruri added, showing no dissatisfaction with being in a group with Ayane. In fact, she saw it as the perfect match. She paid attention to Ayane, considering they both shared the inheritance of blood, and Byun was more versatile than Sharingan in many cases. By the way, this guy is quite weak and has nothing to offer except medical ninjutsu. You need to be mentally prepared. Ruri bluntly belittled Shiraishi's combat abilities. I understand. It's a common perception that most medical ninjas are weak, deeply rooted in people's minds. Leave the battle to me and you, Ruri Ayane replied, her meaning clear that Shiraishi was in charge of medical duties while the two of them handled the combat. Though it sounded reasonable, Shiraishi couldn't help but feel a subtle sense of comparison in Ayane's tone. Was it just his imagination? Leaving that aside, there was something else that made Shiraishi feel oddly excited. Chapter 34, Konoha's White Fang. On the rooftop of the academy, a man in his mid to late 20s, dressed in a Jainin uniform, with long silver white hair, a red triangle armband on his left shoulder, and a short chakra sword strapped to his back, sits at the edge of the rooftop railing. His hands are casually spread out, and a bright, confident smile adorns his face, making him approachable. At first glance, he appears to be an ordinary person, lacking the typical spirit of a shinobi. I'm Hatake Sakumo. From today onwards, I'm your guide, Jonin. I'm good at using chakra swords. That's about it. Because we will form a team of 4 next, I think it's better for us to get to know each other. After Sakumo introduced himself, Shiraishi took the lead in sharing. I'm Chiba Shiraishi. I'm not particularly skilled in taijutsu or genjutsu. The only ninjutsu I specialize in is medical ninjutsu. That's about it. I'm Hyuga Ayane. I possess the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and am skilled in the gentle fist, which complements the Byakugan. Uchiha Ruri, adept at using shurikenjutsu and fire release. They briefly explain their areas of expertise, with Ayane and Shiraishi having the most prestigious bloodline inheritances in Konoha. Sakumo nods with satisfaction. Although Sakumo has experience leading teams before, leading this particular team feels different. A medical ninja, a Byakugan user, and a Sharingan user, this combination could be considered a near-perfect team formation. Sakumo could already sense the weight of responsibility that lies ahead. Just as Sakumo was about to speak, Ruri unexpectedly ignited into flames and swiftly charges towards Sakumo with a kunao, relentlessly aiming for his body. Ruri! Shiraishi and Ayane shout from behind. But Ruri showed no signs of stopping. However, in the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded with what happened next. Suddenly, Sakumo was standing behind Ruri, restraining her head with his broad palm while bending her hand holding the kunao behind her back, rendering her immobile. Not only Shiraishi and Ayane were deeply surprised, even Ruri herself was stunned, struggling to comprehend how Sakumo not only perfectly evaded her genjutsu but also subdued her from behind without her noticing. Sakumo's body flicker technique was so swift that even her Sharingan failed to capture it. Well, can we continue with my introduction now? Sakumo asked, releasing Ruri. The smile on his face remained gentle, and he shows no sign of anger towards Ruri's sudden outburst. Ruri sheathed her kunao, her aura receded, and she spoke in a serious tone. As expected of the ninja known as the White Fang. If you're our captain, I have no objections. Through this brief encounter, Ruri realized the vast gap between her own abilities and Sakumo's, and she acknowledged his strength. It seems that our team will get along well in the future, Sakumo concluded after hearing Ruri's words. Ruri returned to her spot, causing Shiraishi and Ayane to breathe a sigh of relief. It's only natural for them to worry. The man in front of them, Hatake Sakumo, a Jainin of Konoha, renowned as the White Fang in the world. Even Sunin-level shinobi would pale in comparison to him. Calling him the strongest of Konoha's Anbu isn't an exaggeration. And witnessing Sakumo's ability to subdue Ruri, Shiraishi and Ayane can't help but feel that his true strength was unfathomable. Well, Sakumo-sensei, I heard that Captain used survival drills to assess the newly graduated genin. Sensing the slightly subdued atmosphere, Shiraishi took the initiative to bring up the topic of survival drills. No need for that. I am very satisfied with the abilities of the 3 of you. There's nothing more to add, you have all passed, Sakumo casually announced. Shiraishi inwardly wondered if he should be so nonchalant. After all, this is the renowned White Fang. He had anticipated a rigorous and serious survival exercise, but Sakumo's casual judgment caught him off guard. In that case, what should we do now? Shiraishi asks. Sakumo stroked his chin, looked up at the sky, and suddenly smiled. It's almost noon. How about we go for a barbecue together? Consider it the treat of your sensei. Ayuna's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Shiraishi and Ruri felt a wave of nostalgia wash over them. Sakumo-sensei, I think it's better if we each pay our own share. Why? Worried about your teacher's wallet? Don't worry, just eat. Your sensei's wallet can handle it, Sakumo said with determination to treat them to the barbecue. Shiraishi let out a sigh, realizing that Sakumo was determined, and pondered about the consequences. Sakumo-sensei, whatever happens next, please remain calm and don't get too excited. After Shiraishi spoke those words, Sakumo looked at him with a puzzled expression. An hour and a half later, at the barbecue restaurant, the owner smiled and extended his hand to Sakumo, expecting payment. Thank you for eating here. The total comes to 300,000 ryo, after deducting the discount. A price that almost broke Sakumo's heart. Sakumo turned around with a smile on his face, glanced at Ayane, who appeared calm and composed, and then his gaze at the hundreds of empty plates stacked behind her, showing that she devoured almost everything. Finally, he understood what Shiraishi had warned him about earlier. Well, Ayane, were you mistakenly swapped with someone from the Akimichi clan when you were born? Are you actually from the Akimichi clan? Sakumo joked. Sakumo-sensei, you love making jokes. Just by looking at my eyes, you can tell that I am a pure-blooded Hyuga, Ayane responded, blinking her pure white eyes. This revelation left Sakumo feeling perplexed. He couldn't recall the Hyuga clan having such a voracious appetite. No, even among same-aged Akimichi clan members, few would have such a massive appetite. Shaking his head, Sakumo reluctantly reached for his wallet to pay. However, he suddenly froze, awkwardly standing there. What's the matter, Sakumo-sensei? Well, can you wait here for a moment? It seems I don't have enough money in my wallet. I'll quickly go home and get it. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Shiraishi and the others. Before Sakumo could rush home to fetch the money, Ruri, relieved by the turn of events, took out her wallet from her pocket and slaps 30 brand new bills on the counter. It seems the legendary Konoha White Fang is not all that special. Ruri had been brooding over her previous defeat at Sakumo's hands, but now she finally seized the opportunity to turn the tables. Not special at all. Really nothing extraordinary. Shiraishi and Ayane chime in, one after the other. I told you 3. Chapter 35, First Mission. In the morning, Ayane playfully interacted with a caged bird in the corridor, a gentle smile gracing her fair and pristine face. At the other end of the corridor, Hayashi, who had already finished getting ready, witnessed this scene. The beautiful image froze in his mind, leaving him momentarily captivated. At that time, Hayashi never imagined that Ayane would remain by his side and become his maid. Good morning, Hayashi-sama, Ayane greeted calmly, rising from her place, no longer teasing the caged bird. Her smile was warm and respectful, reflecting all the beauty in the world in her pure white eyes. Every time Hayashi saw Ayane's eyes like this, he couldn't help but question deep within. Has she accepted her fate of separation? Does she genuinely submit to the main family? There was no trace of resentment or animosity in her eyes. It seemed that years of companionship had allowed her to let go of her prejudice against the main family. Good morning, Ayane, Hayashi responded. He wasn't intentionally aloof, but neither he nor Ayane fully understood this about themselves. However, it is precisely because of his gentle nature that Hayashi inadvertently exudes a serious and cruel image. His gentleness may prove disastrous for the Hyuga clan and may cause harm to others. His tenderness had once wounded his younger brother, Hisashi, and he didn't want Ayane, his maid who had been faithfully by his side for many years, to suffer the same fate. I heard you're going on a mission, right? Hayashi inquired. Yes, Hayashi-sama. I apologize, but I may not be able to serve you at all times in the future, Ayane bowed apologetically. It's all right. Our Hyuga clan is a part of Konoha too. Don't worry, your team leader, Sakumo Hatake, is an exceptional ninja. It seemed that Hayashi knew something. Did Hayashi-sama discuss this matter with the clan head? Ayane's pure white eyes filled with gentle hues without any impurities. Hayashi didn't answer. He walked past Ayane, his expression impassive. Ayane glanced at the time, it was almost time to gather. She was about to leave. By the way. Hayashi's voice came from behind. Ayane turned her head, looking at Hayashi with curiosity. Hayashi didn't turn around, he kept his back to Ayane. Take care of yourself. After uttering those words, Hayashi suddenly quickened his pace and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Unlike the indifferent and arrogant clans, Hayashi always harbored a soft heart. Ayane wore a soft smile on her face as if she had heard Hayashi's words, yet it seemed as though she hadn't heard them. Adjusting her forehead protector, her long black hair cascading down, she lingered in the corridor for a moment before raising her footsteps and leaving the Hyuga clan. I don't deserve such treatment, Hayashi-sama. She held these words in her heart. Following the barbecue from the previous day, the team's atmosphere had become relatively harmonious. Sakumo had also gained some understanding of his team members. Chiba Shiraishi, a medical ninja, didn't reveal much about his personality, but overall, he seemed like an ordinary ninja. However, his expertise in medical ninjutsu gave him an edge. Hyuga Ayane, hailing from a branch of a prestigious koan, possessed a gentle and considerate nature, occasionally harboring a mischievous side that aligned with her liveliness. Most importantly, she eats a lot. Uchiha Ruri, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, had skills that, judging from their brief fight the day before, were on par with the average Jonin. Notably, she was wealthy. In the eyes of Shiraishi and the others, the ninja Sakumo Hatake, known as Konoha's White Fang, had a relaxed personality. He wasn't as ruthless as the rumors suggested, and he was also a poor soul who couldn't even afford a barbecue. After all, there was always a significant gap between rumors and reality, and their interactions with Sakumo had become quite casual. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Sakumo's team members gathered at the gate of Konoha village. I just went to Hokage-sama to pick up an A-rank mission. Let's use this opportunity to sharpen our skills. Shiraishi's mouth twitched, knowing that this team was embarking on no ordinary mission. By training with A-rank missions, Shiraishi could get a taste of the grim and uncertain mission career that awaited them in the future. It was likely too late to back out now. Let's go, Sakumo declared, noticing that despite the differing expressions on their faces, all three members obediently followed the plan. Shiraishi and the others didn't lag behind, swiftly giving chase as Sakumo vanished from sight. During long-distance travel, it was crucial to conserve sufficient physical strength. As a result, ninjas don't run at full speed, otherwise, even Jonin wouldn't be able to endure it. Sakumo-sensei, what is the content of this A-rank mission? Shiraishi asked since neither Ruri nor Ayane seemed interested in inquiring about it. Sakumo didn't hold back, a large-scale battle is taking place on the front line. Our task is to eliminate the hidden enemies in the Land of Fire. They frequently target supply convoys transported from Konoha and destroy towns within the Land of Fire. Is it that serious? In other words, Shiraishi had a vague suspicion. Ah, you guessed right. An A-rank mission can easily escalate to an S-rank mission at any moment because even the Anbu can't fully track the whereabouts of these hidden enemies. That's why a ninja with the Byakugan is assigned to the team. Our mission is to patrol the Land of Fire and eliminate any enemies within our field of vision. The number of ninjas among the enemy ranks, their ranks as Chunin or Jonin, remains unknown. That's why Sakumo mentioned that A-rank missions can quickly become into S-rank missions. Are we the only team? Ruri calmly inquired, unperturbed by the mission's nature. Of course not. There will be an Anbu team cooperating with us. Shiraishi, Ayane and Ruri nodded, feeling somewhat relieved. If an Anbu team is providing support, the mission should become much more manageable. Anbu consists of a total of 70 members, with 2 captains and 2 vice-captains. They serve as the personal guards of the Hokage and generally don't undertake missions directly. Under the leadership of the Commander-in-Chief and Deputy Commander-in-Chief, the Anbu is divided into 4 subunits. Each subunit has a team leader, and each team leader has 4 classes, with each class consisting of 4 Anbu ninjas. In other words, Sakumo's team will cooperate with 17 Anbu ninjas to eliminate the hidden enemies in the Land of Fire. The journey continued in silence. An hour after leaving the village, Ayane activated her Byakugan to scan the surrounding area, detecting any lurking enemies within a 5-kilometer radius. Ayane's Byakugan had surpassed its previous capabilities, providing a significant breakthrough. Another hour passed, and Sakumo, who led the way, signaled for a halt. The four of them landed in a clearing and stopped. Let's rest here for now. Discipline is crucial within a team. As the leader, Sakumo's commands are followed unquestioningly by Shiraishi and the others. After taking a seat, Sakumo spoke, "Further ahead lies a dangerous area where we may encounter enemy ninjas lying in ambush at any moment. You three have excelled in theory during your schooling, and you should be familiar with the fundamentals of team cooperation. Let's work together." "Are you referring to the 3 rules of medical ninjas?" Shiraishi asked. Sakumo nodded. The 3 rules of medical ninjas are guidelines set forth by Tsunade, one of the legendary Sunin. First rule: no medical ninja shall ever stop medical treatment until the lives of their teammates have come to an end. Second rule: no medical ninja shall ever stand on the front lines. Third rule: no medical ninja shall ever die until they are the last of their team. Therefore, avoiding combat isn't a disgrace for a medical ninja, nor is it shameful to rely on others for protection. In that case, I'll take charge of the vanguard. Ruri and Ayane, your priority is to stay by Shiraishi's side at all times. Even if the surroundings appear to be safe, do not prioritize battle. If a situation arises where you have to fight, Ruri, you'll handle the offense, while Ayane will focus on protection." "Yes." Understanding and executing are 2 different matters, but Sakumo can only trust that the 3 of them will cooperate effectively. After a brief rest, Sakumo led the team forward. As Sakumo had mentioned, the further they proceeded, the more dangerous the area became, and battles could erupt at any time and anywhere. At 1 o'clock, approximately 2,300 meters ahead, 7 Suna ninjas are lying in ambush. 2 are concealed underground, 3 are hiding behind trees, and the other 2 are hidden in the grass. Ayane, who had kept her Byakugan active, shared the information she gathered through her vision. "Let's move." Sakumo's pace quickened abruptly as he sprinted towards the 1 o'clock direction pointed out by Ayane. Under the inside of the Byakugan, all ambushes and hidden positions were exposed, with nowhere to hide. The distance of 2,300 meters wasn't too great, and they reached the enemy's ambush in less than 3 minutes. "Sakumo-sensei, should we proceed with caution?" Just as Ayane was about to say something, Sakumo had already disappeared from her sight. Under the Byakugan's detection, all Ayane saw was a flash of sword light, and the chakra signatures of the 5 Suna ninjas vanished instantly, leaving behind lifeless corpses. The remaining 2 fled towards their location, seemingly terrified by Sakumo's surprise attack. The 2 targets straight ahead were specially sent by Sensei for us to practice. Let's handle them using fire escape. Ayane sighed. Where the enemy came from, the number of targets, and the best methods to neutralize them were all visible. This wasn't much of a battle. Ruri had already formed the necessary hand seals. 2 large fireballs erupted from her mouth in quick succession. Chapter 36, Enemy Attack. A week after starting the mission, Shiraishi and his teammates gradually became familiar with the process of a ninja performing mission. Aside from the first wave of enemies encountered at the beginning, only on the 5th day, did they encounter a Suna ninja lurking in the Land of Fire, and there was no more battle. Among the enemies encountered during the period, most of them were Chunin-level Suna ninjas, and encountered only 1 Jonin. However, after Sakumo showed his overwhelming strength against the Jonin, Shiraishi and the others had a better understanding of how unfathomable Sakumo, who is both the captain and their leader, was. Although they have never seen how powerful Sunin, who were praised by the demigod Hanzo who fought them, Sakumo's strength is fundamentally different from that of ordinary Jonin. If you have to say, the opponent's strength is probably no longer able to be evaluated by the level of Hunin. The missions in the past few days have been completed very well, and you have cooperated very well. Basically, there are no mistakes that newbies often make. It's enough to maintain such a rhythm. After nightfall, the 4 surrounded a fire. The burning fire could not help driving away the surrounding darkness, and also brought a trace of warmth. Because it is still early spring, the air at night brings the cold winter that is not far away. Sakumo held a grilled fish in his hand, took a water bottle from Shiraishi, and smiled admiringly. Shiraishi is a non-combat medical nin. He was the only one of the 4 who wears a backpack, which contains a sufficient amount of water and food. Because the enemy was basically resolved by you, Sakumo-sensei. Ayane said with a smile. The enemies they encountered these 2 times were almost wiped out after one confrontation. Even if there were fish that slipped through the net, they were all junkies like Chunin and Jonin. And Ayane was always watching the situation with her Byakugan. Ruri cooperated using fire release for long-range attack, and there was basically no frontal battle, so those fish that slipped through the net were wiped out. Haha, don't say that, as a rookie, you have already performed very well. Sakumo knew some common problems of most newcomers. They want to be safe, but also long for meritorious service. They want to be recognized by the people in the village and eventually becomes an excellent ninja respected by everyone. However, this road is not easy, and most ninjas can't make it to the end. A rookie with such an attitude of making meritorious deeds is too easy to die on the battlefield and in missions. Sakumo has seen those novice ninjas countless times. At the end of the day, the four of them were a little tired. But in order to ensure safety, not everyone can rest together, and someone must keep watch. So Sakumo arranged for Shiraishi and Ayane to stay in the first half of the night, and then he and Ruri stayed in the second half of the night. In this way, once an enemy raids, they won't fall into the embarrassing state of hurriedly attacking. In this regard, the three of Shiraishi have no objection. Sakumo and Ruri quickly fell asleep and needed to get enough sleep to have the energy to continue their mission the next day. Shiraishi and Ayane walked to the other side and sat down. The salsa of the leaves rustling in the breeze made their ears even more quiet. Letting the evening wind blow on his cheeks and hair comfortably, Shiraishi enjoyed the rare silence. As expected of Shiraishi-kun, even in the face of a strong Jainin like Sakumo-sensei, he can hide such perfection. Ayane walked over at a slow pace, expressing her admiration from the bottom of her heart. Because I am a medical nin, everyone will not pay attention to my strength. Medical ninjas like Tsunade Jounin are a minority after all. Shiraishi glanced at Ayane and responded with a smile. The biggest impression of medical nins is that they are weak. Except for the use of medical ninjutsu, they basically cannot form effective combat power. This is also during the war. Once the enemy's medical nin is caught, he will not be killed casually. On the one hand, the medical nin has a great role, and on the other hand, the medical nin is too weak to pose a threat. A medical nin like Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, is an example after all. Most medical nins are still like Shiraishi, except for medical ninjutsu, they have no outstanding achievements. In order to ensure the smooth implementation of medical ninjutsu, medical nins must not only have natural talents, but also master a lot of medical knowledge and precise chakra control ability. This is also the main reason why medical nins do not have the ability to fight. Learning endless professional knowledge and constantly training their chakra control has already consumed a lot of time, and there is no time to do the rest. Really? Then you have to be careful. Sakumo-sensei is not an ordinary ninja. If he finds out, the Hokage will know about it soon. Ayane is very jealous of Sakumo's strength. The name of Konoha's White Fang, even if they were newbies, it was like thunder. If you want to choose who the strongest Jainin in Konoha, then Sakumo must get the most votes. Although Sakumo himself doesn't think so, but in the eyes of others, he is well-deserved Konoha's strongest jounin. The joinin who is closest to Hokage. Don't worry, my chakra has always been kept to a minimum. Even if someone with a Byakugan or a sensing ninja, seeing my chakra level, they will just assume I'm just a ninja. Shiraishi had already considered this aspect. Although it's not entirely accurate to judge a ninja's level based on the amount of chakra they possess, that's the general perception in the ninja world. Shiraishi isn't the type of ninja with an excessive amount of chakra. His own chakra reserves aren't abundant, so he must use it sparingly. Hearing what Shiraishi said, Ayane felt relieved. The two of them then fell into silence. Ayane kept a vigilant eye, standing on a branch. She would occasionally turn her head to scan the surroundings, avoiding any potential mistakes. The first half of the night passed without incident. Then it was time for Shiraishi and Ayane to rest, while Sakumo and Ruri, as the captains, took over the second half of the night watch. And so, the night passed without any noteworthy events. In the morning, the four of them dealt with the traces of their campsite and ate a simple meal of dry rations before continuing their journey through the Land of Fire. They were also accompanied by an Anbu team. If there was a joint operation with the Anbu, they would follow the Anbu's given direction. Otherwise, they had to search for the enemy and eliminate them wherever they found them. In order to ensure the safe transportation of supply lines and the security of towns and cities in the Land of Fire, these sand ninjas who were lurking within the land had to be dealt with. The four of them moved through the forest with ease. The gentle breeze brushed against their ears, the rustling of leaves almost masking their footsteps. The dappled light filtered through the gaps in the leaves above, adding a colorful touch to the otherwise dark forest, making it bright and devoid of gloom. Along the way, the four of them refrained from excessive conversation, conserving their energy. Suddenly, Ayane accelerated and stopped on a branch, simultaneously catching Sakumo's attention. "Sakumo-sensei! Enemy!" Sakumo placed his hand on the handle of the white fang strapped to his back, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Ruri also adopted a wary stance, gathering chakra in her mouth, preparing her fire ninjutsu. There are 11 ninjas, and 5 of them possess powerful chakra. "They're probably Jainin," Ayane stated. "Jainin? 5 of them?" Even Sakumo furrowed his brows, sensing that something was amiss. Just as Sakumo was about to inquire further, Ayane solemnly added, "There are sensory ninjas within the enemy team, and they're heading in our direction. It seems there's no avoiding a confrontation." "Prepare for battle," Sakumo declared. Since they were lurking within the land of fire, the enemy would have sent a specialized sensory ninja, which Sakumo had anticipated. However, he didn't expect to encounter them so soon. Regardless of whether this Suna hidden army was here to destroy the towns in the land of fire or disrupt Konoha's supply lines, they had to be stopped. Ayane's Byakugan has a range of 5 kilometers, and with a little acceleration, they can cover that distance within minutes. Without any tactical preparation. Under the influence of the Byakugan and sensory ninjutsu, the two sides could only engage in a direct confrontation. A strange sound effect echoed through the slightly dark forest, creating a chilling atmosphere. The sound came closer and closer. The attacker wore a black robe and held a long chakra blade in their hand. "Be careful, this is a puppet technique," Ayane warned, as Ruri readied her ninjutsu. "Fire release, fireball jutsu." Ruri unleashed a massive fireball with intense heat, hurtling towards the black-robed puppet. As the fireball approached, an unknown number of black shadows emerged in front of them, becoming clear targets. One of the ninjas wearing the Suna hidden forehead protector clapped their hands and pressed them against the ground, a wicked grin forming on their lips. "Earth release, earth wall." The earth wall blocked the fireball, resulting in an explosion. Flames and debris filled the air. The black-robed puppet emerged unscathed, with a layer of dust and sparks on its black robe. Powerful chakra surged from beneath the robe and disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it had already leaped above Shiraishi and the others. In a ugly and impossible posture, the puppet's body rapidly rotated before landing. Its blade sliced through the air like a spinning wheel, tearing it apart. Clank! White Fang's short sword intercepted the high-speed rotating chakra blade. Simultaneously, 2 dark cuffs on the black-robed puppet extended, revealing black chains resembling serpents with blade-like protrusions. They aimed to ensnare Sakumo. On the other side, 7 ninjas surrounded Shiraishi and the 2 others, smirking down at them. Without exchanging words or engaging in small talk, they drew their ninjutsu and weapons, launching their attacks. As they charged forward, Shiraishi retrieved a smoke bomb from his ninja pouch, detonating it on the ground and enveloping everyone in a cloud of smoke. In the smoke, Ayane's Byakugan had unhindered vision, allowing her to clearly observe everyone's movements. She joined her index and middle fingers together, condensing a thin layer of chakra blades on them. With a swift motion, Ayane's fingers transformed into sharp knives that pierced directly into the opponent's hearts. Following that, the chakra blades on her fingers turned into small torrents of chakra, ruthlessly slamming into the hearts of the Suna ninjas. When Ayane withdrew her fingers, they were covered in a layer of chakra, without any trace of blood. Chapter 37, Tactics. Be careful, this kid is no ordinary opponent. The dissipating smoke screen revealed Ruri's Sharingan and Ayane's Byakugan. As the only 2 Dojutsu Kekkai Genkai clans in Konoha, Uchiha and Hyuga have caused great suffering to ninjas from various villages in previous ninja wars. Sharingan even earned the reputation of being someone you must flee from in one-on-one battles. In a solo encounter with Sharingan, the chances of winning were close to 0. After Ruri and Ayane revealed their Kekkai Genkai, the besieging ninjas were concerned. The first ninja who attacked Ayane was just a Chunin, easily dispatched by Ayane's Byakugan within the smoke. Under her watchful gaze, he couldn't execute any hidden moves. Moreover, Ruri's Sharingan was fixated on him. As for Shiraishi, the humble medical ninja, they simply disregarded him. He was just a medical ninja. As long as they defeated the main force of the enemy, in their eyes, Shiraishi was no different from a lamb to be slaughtered. In that case, let's separate the 3 of them. A ninja wearing a Tsunagakure's forehead protector stared intently, gathering a significant amount of visible chakra in their hands before slamming them onto the ground. Earth release, split earth palm. Boom! The countenances of the three of them changed. The ground began to crack inch by inch, akin to an earthquake, with a large radius. It was too late to devise countermeasures. The surrounding soil and rocks sank and cracked, forcing the three of them to infuse chakra into their feet, propelling themselves to soar away from the tremendous seismic force. Observing Shiraishi and the others grow disoriented due to the shattered earth, the remaining ninjas leaped up once more, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. This guy! Ruri's gaze fixed upon the Suna ninja who used the earth release. Their remarkably skilled earth-based jutsus, immense power, and battlefield manipulation resembled the style of the Iwhile rather than the Tsunagakuer. The scarlet, two-tomo Sharingan began to spin. When the enemy launched their attack, Ruri didn't retreat. Instead, she chose to confront the enemy head-on. Regarding the Suna ninjas they were facing, Ruri considered them as members of the Suna since they wore the Sangakure's forehead protectors. Although Ruri harbored doubts about the identity of this Suna hidden army. Of course, it wouldn't be entirely accurate to dismiss the existence of the Suna hidden army, but there must be unidentified ninjas mingling within their ranks. This ninja who confronted Ruri exuded immense confidence. Experienced ninjas from the village had warned them that if they encountered a ninja with Sharingan, they needed to avoid direct eye contact, or else they would fall victim to illusions. Even though it was easy for the enemy to avoid their gaze, as a special Jainin, all they needed to do was intercept the opponent and allow the others to flank them, guaranteeing victory. Thinking along those lines, the Sunanin used Kunao to deflect Ruri's Kunao. However, the tremendous force that surged into their arm turned their face pale. They even hallucinated the sound of bones crunching. For a moment, their body froze, and instinctively, they raised their head, directly meeting a pair of scarlet eyes. In an instant, their consciousness fell into chaos, their gaze becoming dull. Ruri wiped the blood off her kunao. As the blood spilled, she disappeared from their position with the body flicker technique, rushing towards the next target with seamless speed. Meanwhile, Shiraishi, observing Ruri and Ayana's impressive prowess, remained unfazed, without displaying any surprise. Although the enemy's strength was formidable, the renowned Sharingan and Byakugan wielders in the ninja world had gathered here. At the very least, they wouldn't be defeated easily. After all, some of the strongest ninjas in this unit were focused on containing Sakumo, or rather, keeping him occupied. The enemy's strategy likely involved restraining Sakumo, while the remaining combatants dealt with Shiraishi and the others as swiftly as possible. Afterward, they would regroup and besiege Sakumo, the esteemed White Fang of Konoha. This way, Konoha's morale would suffer a significant blow. However, they underestimated Sakumo's strength, and their more serious mistake was underestimating the formidable combat abilities of Ruri and Ayane. Ayane, in particular, may fall slightly short of being on par with Jainin, while Ruri's overall abilities have already reached Jainin level. With the deterrent power of Sharingan, it would require at least 2 Sharingan users to exert a suppressing force against them. Just as Shiraishi was considering hiding behind a large tree, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open, and something was about to emerge. Earth release, earth-splitting decapitation. Pfft! The enemy's ninjutsu release was interrupted. A kunao had been thrust into the solid soil. Shiraishi maintained his crouched position on the ground, his gaze calm. Don't suddenly pop up and startle me. The ninja hidden in the ground had met their untimely demise. Gently pulling out the kunao, Shiraishi played with the soil, stabbed the kunao back in, plugged the hole mixed with blood, and slowly smoothed it over the crack. He did so without haste or urgency, as if nothing had happened in that spot. Afterwards, Shiraishi proceeded to retrieve a smoke bomb from his ninja pouch. He tossed it towards Ayane. The smoke bomb exploded, emitting a dense cloud of white smoke that enveloped the area. With their vision obscured by the smoke screen, the enemy sought to withdraw. Another smoke bomb was thrown, expanding the area covered by smoke. For Ayane, this was the perfect battleground. While the enemy could use earth release to divide the battlefield, Shiraishi could counter with smoke bombs, creating an exclusive environment that favored Ayane's Byakugan. Not only that, Ruri was also affected by the smoke. However, having previously fought alongside Shiraishi with closed eyes in training exercises, Ruri simply needed to imagine herself fighting with closed eyes and recall the rhythm of the games she played without her eyesight. In this manner, those Suna ninjas must have been frustrated with Shiraishi, the seemingly weak and retreating medical ninja who kept throwing smoke bombs. Shiraishi pondered upon seeing how a small smoke bomb could have such a significant impact. It appeared that a specialized smoke bomb needed to be created, one that would cause the smoke to linger for a longer duration and spread more widely. During battle, Shiraishi would then be responsible for providing medical support and tossing smoke bombs. If this tactic proved effective, it would be a unique and innovative strategy developed by their Sakumo team. Damn it! Get rid of that kid who keeps throwing the smoke bombs first. The blinding environment had become unbearable for one of the hidden sand genin, who roared in frustration, almost on the verge of losing their composure. They were not accustomed to fighting in smoke, and engaging the enemy with closed eyes was nothing short of a death wish. But if they were to open their eyes, their field of vision would be severely limited, while the enemy seemed to possess intimate knowledge of their every move. Such a predicament was incredibly infuriating. Despite having a stronger lineup than their opponents, the battle situation had swiftly turned against them due to Shiraishi's sporadic smoke bomb attacks. Furthermore, if they wanted to deal with Shiraishi, they would have to contend with the combined forces of Ruri and Ayane. Simultaneously, a sense of bewilderment arose. Weren't their ninjas skilled in earth release? Why hadn't they made a move yet? Chapter 38, Speculation. Thousands of poisoned needles rained down from the sky like scattered flowers. Sakumo held his white fang, a precious chakra sword capable of channeling chakra. With this sharp weapon in hand, he seamlessly combined his kenjutsu, causing invisible white sword lights to intercept every single needle. Not one managed to breach Sakumo's defensive circle. He was engaged in battle with two adept puppet manipulators from the Suna village. A man and a woman, slightly older than him, likely a married couple. Their synchronization and coordinated attacks were remarkable. If it weren't for Sakumo's presence, any ordinary genin would have been overwhelmed by the relentless barrage and fallen. Even though he successfully blocked the multitude of poisoned projectiles launched by the two using their puppets, Sakumo couldn't afford to be careless. Coating the puppets' hidden weapons with poison was a common assassination technique employed by puppeteer ninjas from Suna village. Accidental contact with the skin could lead to the spread of poison through the wound and into the flesh, resulting in a highly troublesome situation. Fighting against these puppet masters left no room for error. However, over the years, Sakumo had gained experience in battling puppet masters through numerous S-rank missions. Even though the two opposing puppet masters had superior puppetry skills compared to those he had encountered before, their weaknesses were equally evident. Controlling a puppet required chakra, and puppet masters themselves were generally physically weak. Disrupting their chakra flow would only temporarily hinder their puppet control. They would quickly regain control by re-establishing their chakra connection and resume the battle. Therefore, instead of severing their chakra flow, the best tactic was to bypass the puppets altogether and directly target the puppet masters. But how could he bypass them? The Suna ninja, the man and the woman, constantly switched positions and executed dazzling techniques. The puppets they manipulated remained hidden beneath their dark robes, making it impossible to discern the mechanism behind their projectile attacks. This disrupted Sakumo's ability to analyze the situation. Moreover, the opponents seemed well aware of his strengths, avoiding close combat and keeping a safe distance from him at all times. This left Sakumo feeling extremely challenged. His enemies possessed an abundance of combat skills. Among the puppet forces of Suna, they were undoubtedly significant figures. Let's give it a try. Delaying any further was not an option. The flawless coordination between the two puppet masters was becoming increasingly worrisome. With time passing, Sakumo grew more concerned about Shiraishi's situation. Infusing chakra into White Fang in his hand, a radiant white light emanated from the blade, appearing as if it had been bathed in the moon's gentle glow. The sword stood out conspicuously in the dim forest. Unable to identify any weaknesses in his opponents, Sakumo had no choice but to forcefully break through and create an opportunity. Drawing the puppet back, the male ninja retreated, while the female ninja beside him followed suit. Though they didn't exchange words, they silently manipulated their puppets, yet they both understood the other's intentions. Witnessing the white light emitted by the White Fang, they knew what Sakumo intended to do. They couldn't allow him the opportunity. Cutting through the rainstorm of projectiles, Sakumo's figure became nearly invisible, only the faint white light streaking through the air as he sliced through every incoming projectile. He pressed forward without deviation. The two puppets, clad in black robes, positioned themselves alternately in front of Sakumo, appearing like elusive phantoms. A clean cut sliced through the black robe, revealing the wooden puppet body beneath. What? Sakumo vanished from their sight. The gleam in the man and woman's eyes sharpened. The male ninja shoved the female ninja aside and, from shoulder to chest, received a deep gash from Sakumo's blade, blood pouring forth. Sakumo's eyes widened in surprise. He had anticipated attacking the woman, but he hadn't expected the man to effortlessly push her away. However, he only experienced a brief moment of astonishment. Without hesitation, he pressed on with a second swing of his sword. This time, the puppet that the male ninja swiftly pulled over from a nearby location intercepted the fatal blow on his behalf. This guy! Sakumo's gaze grew solemn. Knowing that he couldn't avoid the initial strike, the male ninja didn't attempt to dodge at all. Instead, he effortlessly pushed the female ninja aside and pulled the puppet into position. Just as Sakumo swung his sword for the second strike, the puppet skillfully moved to block the attack, shielding its master. The unwavering composure in the face of life and death, maintaining absolute calmness, presented a formidable challenge for Sakumo. Boom! A smoke bomb detonated, temporarily obscuring Sakumo's vision. In the next moment, countless senbon and kunai were hurled from the other end of the smoke, leaving Sakumo no choice but to defend himself with his white-toothed dagger. As Sakumo rushed forward, the man and woman had already vanished from sight. Sorry, but if we meet again in the future, they are likely to see through my previous tactics, Sakumo muttered, looking at the deserted forest before him. Choosing not to pursue the man and woman, Sakumo hurriedly returned to the battlefield where Shiraishi and the others were engaged in combat. Upon arrival, he found that the battle had already concluded. It seemed that, based on the retreat signal of the man and woman, the ninjas who had fought against Shiraishi and the others were also retreating. From a distance, Sakumo could barely make out their fading figures. Should he give chase? As this thought crossed Sakumo's mind, he noticed Ayane and Ruri sitting tiredly against a tree, receiving Shiraishi's healing technique to restore their stamina and chakra. Seeing this, Sakumo had no choice but to abandon the idea. Dealing with so many ninjas alone would be overly ambitious. Engaging the Suna duo had already depleted his physical strength and chakra. It was time to focus on resting. Shiraishi, how are their injuries? Sakumo asked, fatigue evident on his face as he approached. Engaging those two Sunanins had kept him on high alert, wary of any scratches from their poisoned hidden weapons. It's nothing major, just superficial wounds. However, their chakra levels are a bit depleted, Shiraishi replied. Ruri and Ayane were in the process of replenishing their stamina and chakra, leaving no time for a response. That's good. Sakumo nodded, a smile forming on his face. You all performed better than I anticipated. Even when faced with 3 Chunin and several Jonin, you managed to hold your ground. It exceeded my expectations. That's because you, Sakumo-sensei, you were keeping the 2 strongest puppet masters occupied, Ayane remarked. With her Byakugan, she could clearly see the rain of kunai falling like a torrential downpour. Even with her Byakugan, she felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Escaping unscathed from such an onslaught was impossible for Sakumo. As the saying goes, the most lethal abilities often appear ordinary. Puppet masters exemplify this notion. A mere scratch or a momentary lapse in concentration could result in being impaled by countless hidden weapons. This is why the Suna puppet army has been a formidable challenge for many ninjas. Don't say that. Given your age, you'll surely surpass me in the future. I believe in your potential. Until that day comes, I, as your captain and part-time teacher, will do everything in my power to keep you safe. With Sakumo-sensei vouching for us, I feel much safer. But the current situation doesn't look promising. How could such a formidable elite force infiltrate our country? Ayane furrowed her brow, bewildered. Instead of that, shouldn't we be contemplating why Suna's troops include ninjas skilled in earth jutsus? The consequences of this issue are more severe, don't you think? Shiraishi interjected. At the mention of this, the expressions of the other 3 individuals changed slightly. It's true. The kind of power exhibited by those who can perform earth jutsu is not something ordinary ninjas possess. It wasn't indicated in the information we received. As direct troops of the Hokage, what is Anbu doing? Ruri voiced her dissatisfaction with Anbu's inaction. Sakumo stood there, feeling somewhat embarrassed. While he, too, questioned Anbu's recent performance, they were an elite unit directly under the Hokage. It was possible that he was simply being negligent and hadn't noticed any issues. Anbu's actions usually held great weight. Perhaps we are overthinking things, and there are occasionally ninjas proficient in earth jutsus, Sakumo offered, though Shiraishi and the others found it difficult to believe. Their nerves were on edge, given the current circumstances. With Suna launching an all-out attack on Konoha, would iwhile, who had previously remained neutral, truly miss such a golden opportunity to plunder the land of fire? Chapter 39, Consideration. Konoha Year 36, June. The forest's climate grew hot and oppressive. It had been 3 months since Shiraishi left the village on his mission. During that time, he encountered a total of 11 waves of enemies. Aside from the initial encounter with 5 jonin, Suna troops he faced afterward proved to be weak in combat. Sometimes, Sakumo didn't even need to intervene as a jonin. He could simply stand back while Shiraishi and the others effortlessly wiped out enemies, outnumbering them several times over. With each battle, Shiraishi and his team gained more experience and improved their cooperation. To develop new tactics, Shiraishi gathered materials from the environment to make smoke bombs. Fortunately, he had some basic tools sealed within a scroll. During his rest periods, Shiraishi would take them out and create smoke bombs. Sakumo was no stranger to this. While Ruri and Ayane focused on building their strength, Shiraishi stood out as the one with the greatest knowledge and flexibility of mind among the three. Sakumo appreciated Shiraishi's calm and methodical approach to studying and self-improvement during the war. Thus, Sakumo proposed a special training for Shiraishi. He would teach Shiraishi Kenjutsu. Although he couldn't assist Shiraishi in the field of medical ninjutsu and research, as a jonin skilled in Kenjutsu, Sakumo believed he could impart Kenjutsu to Shiraishi, enabling him to defend himself effectively. By doing so, the overall combat effectiveness of the team, with Ruri and Ayane included, would greatly increase. Shiraishi was surprised when Sakumo proposed the special training, but he didn't refuse. During his free time, he practiced swordsmanship with Sakumo. His weapon of choice was a standard ninja sword, slightly longer than the White Fang. However, when it came to chakra conduction, it paled in comparison. Ordinary weapons couldn't undergo changes in their chakra properties like the sophisticated White Fang could, making them more vulnerable and prone to breaking. On a hot afternoon, with the sun bearing down on them, Ruri and Ayane approached Shiraishi, holding fresh clothes. "Just a reminder, please don't come to peek while we bathe," Ruri said, emphasizing the need for privacy. Shiraishi assured them, "Don't worry, you can go ahead. Even if I die, I'll prevent Sakumo-sensei. I'm referring to you, not Sakumo-sensei." No matter how foolish he may be, Shiraishi would never dare to peek at a 12-year-old girl bathing. Ruri's watchful eyes pained him. It wouldn't matter if Shiraishi-kun were to peek. "If he does, I'll ensure he's no longer a man," Ayane said with a soft smile, hinting at something deeper. Though her words sounded gentle like a spring breeze, they sent shivers down one's spine. Watching Ruri and Ayane walk away, Shiraishi sighed and said, "Honestly, it's only bathing, not a camping trip. We have no other choice. These past few months have been filled with battles or constant movement. It's better to let them relax. Besides, we're closer to a guard post in Konoha, making it safer than the other areas," Sakumo added. Shiraishi had no choice but to agree with Sakumo's reasoning. In the dense forest, a gentle breeze mixed with an irritating warmth blew through. Under these circumstances, Shiraishi sought solace in taking a peaceful nap in the shade of a tree. "Do we still have no clarity on the situation at the front lines?" Shiraishi asked as he sat beneath the tree, sipping water from a cup. "Well, Orochimaru and the others are there, but they're up against Suna's Kazekage himself. It won't be an easy victory," Sakumo replied, settling down beside Shiraishi. While the overall quality of Konoha's ninjas on the front lines may be superior to that of Suna forces, the absence of decisive and powerful ninjas on par with the contemporary 5 Kage contributed to the stalemate. In such a situation, if Hokage-sama were to appear, perhaps they could single-handedly turn the tide of battle, Shiraishi suggested. Shaking his head at Shiraishi's idea, Sakumo responded, "Konoha is different from the other 4 ninja villages. The Land of Fire is located in the middle of the continent, surrounded by 4 major powers. There are numerous factors to consider. If the Hokage were to personally rush to the battlefield, it would be an act of last resort. It's no easy task being a Hokage. Yeah, that's the life of a Hokage. Sakumo-sensei, have you ever thought about becoming a Hokage?" Shiraishi suddenly asked, hoping to engage in an interesting conversation to pass the time. With nothing else to do, discussing such topics would help kill time. Sakumo chuckled wryly and replied, "No, not for me. I wouldn't survive as Hokage. I don't understand politics at all." "That's not entirely true. Sakumo-sensei could be the voice conveying the Hokage's message, even louder than the Sunin," Shiraishi remarked. Having said that, the Hokage is still formidable. But becoming Hokage is something I've never seriously considered, Shiraishi said, nodding in understanding. The reputation of the third Hokage in Konoha village is indeed excellent. According to Ruri, even the Uchiha clan has a harmonious relationship with the third Hokage and they engage in prosperous business transactions. But, how long can this kind of compassion and courage last? The current third Hokage is 46 years old. If he remained in the position of Hokage for another 10 years, he will reach the age of retirement and make way for the next generation. As people grow older, their concerns multiply. The ambitions they held in their youth become more challenging to pursue as they age. The Uchiha clan holds more power than the Hokage's direct subordinates, the Anbu. This is not only a testament to the trust placed in the Uchiha clan but also an expression of caution and counsel. Currently, the third Hokage was not concerned because their strength is formidable and their influence is significant. Even if any issues arise with the Uchiha clan, they are confident in their ability to resolve them, even by force. However, this confidence cannot last indefinitely. Therefore, selecting a new Hokage within the next 10 years to assume the role of the third Hokage is the true path for Konoha to become a strong village. At that time, Sakumo would be in his 30s, the prime age for a ninja. It is estimated that his strength at that time would surpass his current capabilities. With his reputation, strength, loyalty, and character, even if Sakumo himself doesn't aspire to become Hokage, everyone will make every effort to persuade him to take up the position. Regardless, if Sakumo-sensei were to contend for the position of Hokage, it would undoubtedly bring a fresh perspective to the village. You know, I'm not interested in becoming Hokage anymore. I believe my life is good as it is now. If I were to become Hokage, I wouldn't have the same freedom to go on missions and fight alongside my fellow villagers. What a shame. Shiraishi sighed. I'll go find something to eat. There's not enough food in the backpack. I'll leave the task of looking after those two to you. Understood. Chapter 40, Hokage. Ah, taking a bath feels so refreshing, Ayuna said as she walked over from the other side of the woods, her long hair still wet and her skin slightly flushed from the lingering water vapor. Following behind her was the silent Ruri. Shiraishi glanced at the two of them, swiftly retrieved a kunao from his ninja pouch, and said to Ayuna and Ruri, before you approach, state your secret code. Secret code? Ayuna was taken aback. Meanwhile, Ruri, with a blank expression on her face, began to perform seals, gathering chakra in her mouth before spitting it out. Fire release, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball surged towards Shiraishi head-on. Reacting swiftly, Shiraishi evaded the fireball's attack by moving to the side. As he glanced at the burnt trees left behind by the fireball, he felt a cold sweat forming on his face. Ruri smiled mischievously, seemingly ready to release a second fireball. Shiraishi stood up, the corners of his mouth twitching. Yes, that's enough. It was just a joke. Why not simply call out fire release directly? It's more convincing this way, don't you think? Ruri confidently replied. Yeah, it's definitely more convincing than a simple password. Shiraishi sighed and rubbed his sore buttocks. Shiraishi-kun, you really had me fooled. I thought we actually had a secret code, Ayuni remarked as she walked closer. Just as Shiraishi was about to say something, Ruri scanned their surroundings, unable to spot Sakumo anywhere. She then asked, where is Sakumo-sensei? He went to gather supplies. There isn't much food left in the backpack, so he's planning to restock tomorrow at the sentry, Shiraishi replied while taking out his backpack. I'm craving Ichiraku ramen. We've been eating dry rations and dry meat for so long, I almost forgot what ramen tastes like, Ayuna complained, rubbing her belly as she sat down on a stone. Just be patient. Things will get better once the war is over, Shiraishi reassured. During these days, the food Shiraishi and the others consumed consisted mainly of cold provisions. Only when food supplies were scarce did they rely on local resources, such as fish from rivers or wild vegetables and mushrooms from the forest, to satisfy their hunger. Shiraishi-kun, didn't you invent a portable food? Ayuni asked. It is a possibility, but ramen is a different story, Shiraishi replied, shaking his head and dismissing Ayuna's request. All right, just make sure to eat more when we restock at the sentry tomorrow. By the way, did you and Sakumo-sensei find anything here earlier? Ruri asked, carefully observing their surroundings and maintaining a high level of vigilance. No, Sakumo-sensei and I were just discussing the future Hokage, Shiraishi replied truthfully. Ni, Shiraishi-kun, are you interested in that kind of thing? Ayane asked curiously. Shiraishi glanced at Ayane. Because Sakumo-sensei is the closest genin to the position of Hokage. In another 10 years, when the third Hokage is older, Sakumo-sensei will be the most favored candidate for the Hokage position. Even the Sunin would be at a disadvantage. He's well deserving of the title. Shiraishi analyzed the situation objectively. Neither Ruri nor Ayane refuted Shiraishi's opinion. Indeed, Konoha greatly values Sakumo and considers him the most suitable candidate for Hokage. The Sunin falls slightly behind in comparison. A village is like a country. To advance politically, one needs more than just the support of the common people. Sakumo-sensei lacks the support of the ninja population, and his character is not suited for Hokage. Fame can be a double-edged sword. It's not only a capital for promotion but also. Ruri paused, leaning against a tree and clasping her hands in front of her chest, wearing a serious expression. However, she chose not to continue her thought. As a seed-type ninja trained by a prominent family, Ruri is not oblivious to politics, but she has no interest in that aspect at all. While Sakumo possesses prestige, strength, and character, the support of the civilians alone is insufficient to become Hokage. In Ruri's eyes, so-called civilian ninjas lack a united front. Their factions are complex, and their interests are too scattered. Without someone to bring them together, these individuals will never pose a significant threat. On the other hand, most ninjas have already formed a community of shared interests. They know what they want to achieve, what they're willing to sacrifice, and what they're striving for. Listen, the so-called Hokage, it's just a tedious game of power rotation at the top, and it has little to do with the average person, Ruri remarked. Upon hearing Ruri's words, Ayane seemed slightly concerned. Well, Ruri, isn't it a bit harsh to say that? I believe the position of Hokage should be recognized by the entire village. Are you daft? Without this perspective, the reputation of Hokage would have long decayed within the village. You're from a renowned ninja clan too. Don't you stand high enough and possess enough insight to see the essence of Hokage? As for me, as long as I have the power and the ambition, the position of Hokage is within my reach. Sakumo-sensei lacks that ambition, so he's an exceptional Konoha genin, but not the one who should become Hokage, Ruri confidently stated, wearing a smile that suggested she never questioned her own opinion. Ayane pouted, feeling a little indignant. All right, you two. Choosing the next Hokage is still a long way off. For now, the most important thing is to complete the tasks we've been assigned, Shiraishi intervened, acting as a peacemaker. Shiraishi had long understood Ruri's temperament. She didn't hold much reverence or awe for the position of Hokage. Her respect was reserved for the powerful ninja known as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rather than for the concept of Hokage itself. As long as they adhered to this perspective, Ruri's mindset was actually straightforward and easy to understand. After a while, Sakumo returned from hunting with 2 hares and some fish. This would serve as their dinner for the evening. Before that, they needed to find a safe place to hide within the vast hunting grounds of the forest. The next day, they arrived at the nearest sentinel. The area had suffered significant damage, with numerous buildings collapsed and more than a dozen Konoha ninjas lying in ruins, bleeding profusely. Sakumo's team and a small Anbu squad had also arrived at the scene. The Anbu squad consisted of a squad leader, a special genin, and 2 chunin. Shiraishi was doing his best to save a severely injured Konoha ninja, whose chest had been torn apart by an explosive tag. Despite being on the brink of death, the ninja's strong will to survive kept him alive. With the sentinel building completely destroyed, Shiraishi had to provide first aid outside, but he wasn't confident about the chances of survival. They had arrived too late for surgical intervention. Whether the injured ninja would survive or not was left to fate. Sakumo and the others didn't disturb Shiraishi's work and began searching for other clues amidst the ruins. It was a large-scale earth-release ninjutsu. The enemy directly collapsed the sentinel building and launched a surprise attack, leaving the people here with no time to defend. The initial encounter resulted in near-complete annihilation of our forces, explained the Anbu squad leader, after conducting a professional assessment. So, 1 genin, 6 chunin, and 11 genin couldn't even put up a fight. Sakumo's expression turned serious. It's highly likely that it was the special hidden Suna unit your team encountered over 2 months ago, the Anbu replied. Have you confirmed their identities? Sakumo inquired. The male and female leaders, are the son and daughter-in-law of Suna's advisor, Cho. They are highly skilled puppet masters and belong to the elite puppet army of Suna. As for the Earth-release ninja who effortlessly divided the battlefield, we have no information on their identity yet, the Anbu squad leader reported. Sakumo nodded in response. At that moment, Ayane approached Sakumo and reported, "Sakumo-sensei, some of the supplies at the sentinel post were taken, and the rest were burned. What should we do next? We'll proceed to other sentinels. Also, can you send another Anbu unit here?" Sakumo turned to the Anbu squad leader. "It's not possible. 2 Anbu teams are always stationed in the village. The other team is assisting in covert operations on the front line and gathering intelligence. Currently, we are the only team available. Even with the support of the police force, the village's defense has weakened significantly," the Anbu squad leader explained. "Regardless, I hope we can send more people, preferably tracking experts. I understand that everyone in the village is on edge, but now is not the time to worry about that," Sakumo expressed. "Understood. I will report to Hokage-sama. Whether or not more personnel will be dispatched depends on his decision," the Anbu replied. "Please do." With that, the Anbu gestured, and the other 3 Anbu members nodded in understanding before using the body flicker technique to leave the area. "Is it possible, Sakumo-sensei?" Ayane asked. Sakumo shook his head, unsure if more personnel would be sent from the village for the investigation. Relying solely on Ayane's eyesight, their scope of investigation was still limited. The enemy forces had skilled sensory ninjas and were proficient in counter-reconnaissance tactics. They deliberately targeted weakly defended sentinels to launch their raids, causing chaos within the Land of Fire. Over time, this would exert immense pressure on the Konoha ninjas at the front line. However, the Land of Fire was vast, and the whereabouts of the hidden sand troops were unpredictable, lacking any discernible pattern, making the search difficult. Meanwhile, Shiraishi had finished the operation and was dressing the wounded ninja's external wounds. "Shiraishi, how is he? Will he regain consciousness?" Sakumo asked. "It depends on his will to survive. That's beyond my control," Shiraishi replied, putting away the medical kit and returning it to his backpack. Sakumo patted Shiraishi on the shoulder. "You've done all you can. Medical ninjas aren't gods." Chapter 41, Reinforcement. Sakumo requested to send additional reinforcements. "What are your thoughts on this?" Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, discussed in the conference room at the Hokage building. With his strength, shouldn't he be able to handle the hidden enemies within the Land of Fire? Koharu turned her head and furrowed her brow, clearly dissatisfied with Sakumo's request for additional reinforcement. The opponents consist of 2 elite Genin from the Suna puppet army, along with 3 other Genin, one of whom possesses wide-ranging earth-style jutsus, Sarutobi replied, shaking the pipe in his hand. "But there is no direct evidence to prove that they are ninjas from Iwhile," Koharu argued. Sarutobi sighed, "I can't dismiss this matter simply because there haven't been any mission changes from Iwhile. I don't believe Onoki would remain idle during this time. As you mentioned, there are serious suspicions surrounding both Iwhile and Kirigakure as well," Advisor Homura interjected, glancing at Sarutobi. "That's why I stayed behind in the village when the 3rd Kazekage left. I wanted to prevent other villages from intervening and further escalating the chaos on the battlefield," Sarutobi explained. "What's your plan then?" "We can't fully trust the Uchiha police force. Danzo is currently leading the route and carrying out secret missions outside the village. It's already incredibly risky to have only 2 Anbu teams remaining in the village in case something happens," Homura questioned, his eyes filled with questions. Homura is correct. In the past, we always had the Anbu from the 3 divisions staying behind. Now, with only 2 Anbu teams available, it's already a gamble, Koharu added, expressing her lack of trust in the Uchiha. "The Uchiha are also members of Konoha. We shouldn't be prejudiced against them. They are an integral part of our village," Hiruzen chimed in, releasing a solemn smoke ring from his mouth. The decision to entrust the police force to the Uchiha clan was made by his late teacher, the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Here were various reasons for this decision. On one hand, it was out of fear, and on the other hand, it aimed to restrict the Uchiha's power to the police force alone. Only the Uchiha possessed the necessary skills for this task. The Uchiha's work had been remarkable. Although there were some troublemakers among them, there were also Uchiha ninjas genuinely committed to maintaining internal security in Konoha. Hiruzen believed that not everyone should be judged based on the actions of a few. Furthermore, his teacher had wanted to fully integrate the Uchiha clan into Konoha, rather than excluding them. Unfortunately, his teacher died on the battlefield during the First Great Ninja War, which disrupted the plans for the Uchiha. For all these years, progress had been slow. While Hiruzen's efforts as Hokage had improved relations, substantial progress had not been made. A mirror is a mirror, and an Uchiha is an Uchiha. They exist at different levels. Within the Uchiha, there are still many ninjas who embrace Uchiha Madara's radical ideologies. These individuals pose a potential danger. The advisors remain skeptical, not trusting the Uchiha, particularly those who possessed the cursed power and awakened the Sharingan. Let's make a compromise then. We'll divide the Anbu into 2 squads. Only by eliminating the rats within the Land of Fire can Sakumo proceed to the battlefield and launch a counterattack against the Suna Sarutobi proposed. But if any abnormalities arise within the Uchiha, I will personally take action to resolve the situation. You can rest assured, a powerful aura emanated from Hiruzen's body, creating an unprecedented pressure that even Homura and Koharu felt. In this way, Hiruzen indirectly conveyed to Homura and Koharu that as long as he, the Hokage, was present, regardless of what happened with the Uchiha, he would remain on site and ensure that the garrison duties were carried out properly, without any issues. This deep-rooted self-confidence was clearly reflected on Sarutobi's face. Since you've put it that way, Hiruzen, we'll proceed accordingly, Homura conceded. But do not let your guard down when it comes to the Uchiha. They are born with evil potential, and precautions must always be taken, Koharu warned, reminding Sarutobi about Uchiha one final time before temporarily setting aside the matter. In addition, the supplies sent to the front lines are insufficient. Koharu and I need to go to Daimyo's mansion to discuss with Daimyo and collect supplies there. Homura and Koharu exchanged glances, and as he spoke up. Are we running low on supplies again? Hiruzen paused his smoking. Yes, medical supplies are particularly scarce, but we have enough food, pills and ninja tools, Homura replied. Go early and return promptly, Hiruzen instructed. Any ninja leaving the village required written authorization from the Hokage. Even advisors like Homura and Koharu needed Hokage's handwritten permission before they could leave the village. Having obtained the handwritten letters from Hiruzen that permitted them to leave the village, Homura and Koharu exited the conference room. A sentinel located in the northern part of Konoha served as a temporary supply station for Team Sakumo, with around 20 Konoha ninja guards stationed there. Fortunately, the sentinel had a simple infirmary where Shiraishi brought the severely injured Konoha ninja from another sentinel earlier, allowing him to rest and recover. Though he appeared conscious, he was no longer in a critical condition. Meanwhile, Ruri and Ayana negotiated with the Konoha ninja at the sentinel to secure supplies such as food, water, and medical provisions. Once the preparations were complete, Sakumo put away his scroll and announced some good news. Hokage-sama has agreed to send additional assistance, an expert in the field of investigation. However, we cannot afford to relax here. Now that we have our supplies, let's proceed immediately. Yes. Shiraishi and the others responded in unison, following Sakumo to resume their mission. Currently, they were situated in the south-central region of the Land of Fire, and their next route would take them eastwards. This area neighbored the country of Yuno, known for its hot springs. Although it would have been a pleasant destination under different circumstances, their current task took precedence. For 2 days, they patrolled the area without encountering anything out of the ordinary, including no sign of Suna Nins. However, considering their location in the heartland of the Land of Fire, it was unlikely for the Suna to cause havoc here. Nevertheless, Sakumo, ever vigilant, wouldn't leave any area unchecked, just in case. On the 3rd day, when their supplies ran low, they made their way to a nearby Konoha sentinel to restock. You kids are truly remarkable to embark on such a dangerous mission alongside Sakumo-san at such a young age, remarked the captain at the sentinel, a Jainin in his 30s. Observing the noticeably inexperienced faces of Shiraishi and the others, he sighed. Our contribution is actually quite minimal, and many times, we find ourselves being taken care of by Sakumo-san, Shiraishi humbly responded. He understood Sakumo's character as a Jainin. Unless he gave his approval, he would never involve them in such a perilous mission, sticking to his principles. In other words, their abilities had been recognized by him. Sakumo was a man who cherished his comrades. Recalling something, the Jainin continued, I have worked with Sakumo on a mission in the past. Back then, he may have seemed cold, but he was actually a gentle and rather shy person. To enemies, he was the ruthless Konoha White Fang, but to his own people, he was a trustworthy companion who had their backs. I never imagined Sakumo-sensei was like that in the past. It's hard to tell, Shiraishi remarked. Perhaps over the years, Sakumo had undergone significant changes, making it difficult for them to see his shy side. The three of them could only speculate. Take, what kind of strange things are you teaching my students? Sakumo interjected as he approached. Just sharing some ninja experiences, as an elder Take replied. Oh, and this guy is a bit of a pervert, Sakumo suddenly added. Ruri and Ayana cast a vigilant glance at Take before taking a step back. Hey! Take blushed. Especially when it comes to men, Sakumo added, causing Shiraishi's smile to freeze upon hearing it. Ruri and Ayana breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the attention had shifted. Just then, a Konoha ninja covered in blood emerged from the dense grass at the sentinel point, attempting to run. However, he collapsed from his severe injury. Rise after only a few steps. Chapter 43, White Fang. As soon as the severely injured Konoha ninja finished speaking, he closed his eyes and lay there, alive or dead. Hey, are you all right? The two nearby ninjas hurriedly ran towards the seriously injured ninja. Wait, you two newbies, don't just go over there. Take's expression changed. The seriously injured Konoha ninja suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a brutal and fierce light in his eyes, showing no signs of injury at all. However, before he could make a move, he groaned. The white fang pierced through the white light and stabbed into the back of his neck, causing blood to flow. Everything happened so fast for the two new genin, including Shiraishi, they were stunned. Only then did Take let out a sigh of relief. He also felt a little annoyed. It seems that he should educate these newcomers well in the future. Having experience isn't the most important thing, having a flexible mind is. Byakugan. Ayana's eyes were covered with ferocious blue veins, and her white pupils exuded a solemn aura. Is it an old acquaintance? Yes, there are two new faces in the team. Judging from their chakra strength, they are not ordinary ninjas. Ayane reported. Hey, Take, get ready. Sakumo shouted at Take. Got it. Take arranged the ninjas at the sentry post and took out a large wooden crossbow that was always ready, filled with numerous kunai. 2 o'clock from your position. Ayane reported the enemy's location directly. Release. Countless kunai were unleashed like a sudden torrential rain, flying towards the dense forest area. Wind release, raging waves. The whistling wind cut through the air like sharp blades, leaving tragic marks on the trees along the way. The kunai that were thrown were also blown off course by the gust of wind, unable to move forward. Fire release, fire formation. Take formed seals with his hands, and flames started swirling around his feet like a vortex. Then, they surged forward, immediately turning the forest that had caused the storm into a sea of fire. It's a wind release jutsu fueled by release, increasing Take's fire jutsu to a higher level. It's a familiar face indeed. A smile appeared on Shiraishi's face as he saw more than a dozen Suna ninjas emerging from the sea of fire almost unharmed. It was the Suna troop with 5 joinin that they had encountered more than 2 months ago. However, this time there were 2 additional members in their team, most likely special or elite level ninjas. Little brat, your smoke tactics won't work this time. Last time, Shiraishi had used smoke bombs to assist Ruri and Ayane in the battle, causing significant trouble for the Suna unit. Fighting against Sharingan and Byakugan in an unfavorable environment was no easy task. Without any further delay, they directly engaged in combat. Sakumo had undoubtedly identified the leaders, a male and a female Suna jonin. They were the son and daughter-in-law of Cho, the advisor of Tsunagakuer, and they were among the top experts in the Suna puppet army. Apart from Sakumo, no one present was capable of stopping them. Although the opposing team had lost a few chunin after the last battle, they had added 2 new members this time. One of them had used a powerful wind release to deflect all the kunai launched from the crossbow. Impressive ninjutsu skills indeed. At the sentry post, there were nearly 20 Konoha ninjas in total, with about half of them being lower-level ninjas. Most of the rest were chunin, and only Take was an nin ninja. In terms of numbers, Konoha had the advantage. However, in terms of overall strength, it was clear that the Suna side had the upper hand. Shiraishi drew his sword and stepped forward to fight. Over these days, he had been learning Kenjutsu from Sakumo and had made some progress. Ruri charged forward first, her Sharingan activated, and her eyes filled with determination. She attacked the jonin who was skilled in earth release ninjutsu. The Jonin defended against Ruri's strike with a kunao, the clash producing a fierce and harsh sound. I may be strong, but I'm not foolish enough to compete with you physically. The Jonin sneered as he easily stepped back. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and just as he was about to press his palms onto the ground, he suddenly felt a powerful binding force constricting him, and the scene before him began to distort. Two enormous Sharingan eyes spun in front of him, radiating a dark aura and fixating their gaze on him. He immediately realized that he had fallen into a genjutsu. But since he had already avoided Ruri's line of sight, it shouldn't be possible for him to be affected by the illusion, right? The kunao slashed across his body, leaving a deep wound on his chest and causing blood to flow. In pain, the Earth Release Ninja held onto the wound and managed to escape Ruri's assassination at the critical moment. Oops! Seeing that the Earth Release Ninja had been trapped by Ruri's illusion from their initial encounter escape, the Suna ninja next to him couldn't sit idly by. Ruri found herself surrounded and had to turn around and retreat. It seems I'm not very skilled at genjutsu. I should be relieved that he didn't break free so quickly. Observing the Earth Release Ninja returning to normal, they let out a sigh of relief. Hey, that's a Jonin, isn't it? Both Shiraishi and Ayane felt a bit embarrassed. If they struggled against someone who wasn't skilled in genjutsu, they couldn't imagine how formidable Uchiha ninjas proficient in genjutsu would be. Be careful, that little girl is different from 2 months ago. Her genjutsu are very strange and completely unpredictable. The Earth Release Ninja had a serious expression, suspecting that Ruri's genjutsu were not solely reliant on the Sharingan. I can see that. In any case, we should avoid direct confrontation with her. Boom! Shiraishi swiftly threw a smoke bomb, causing an explosion. Since only he, Ruri, and Ayane were present, the other Konoha ninjas engaged in battle elsewhere, so the smoke wouldn't affect them. Nice try, but that won't work on us. Among the Suna nins present, some were skilled in wind release ninjutsu. Wind release, raging waves jutsu. Fire release, fireball jutsu. The wind and fireball clashed, creating a massive flame storm that lingered, obscuring the surrounding vision. Damn it! Retreat! Realizing they were no match for their opponents, the Suna nins decided to escape, even with their limited field of vision. 11 o'clock, the sensory ninja from Suna reported the direction. The Earth Release Ninja shouted, Earth Release, Dynamic Earth Core. The ground ahead suddenly sank. Using a kunao, Shiraishi and the others anchored themselves to the wall, preventing themselves from falling. Hey, that guy is definitely from Iwhile. The situation is getting worse. Shiraishi began to suspect that the ninja employing Earth Release Jutsus was from Iwhile, infiltrating the Tsunagakure's ranks. In other words, the two villages might be secretly collaborating. Enough talking. Whether it's Tsunagakure or Iwhile, just kill them. Ruri asserted. Such ninjas capable of manipulating the terrain would pose a significant threat if they couldn't be eliminated immediately. Shiraishi, Ruri, and Ayane dashed across the vertical earth wall, reaching the elevated ground. Trees collapsed around them, and smoke billowed. Nearly half of the sentry was now in ruins. Meanwhile, on the other side. Your doom has arrived, White Fang, declared the male puppet master, manipulating his puppet with confidence. The female puppet master stood by silently, her cold eyes fixed on Sakumo's every move. It's best not to waste your breath on words like these. When trouble comes knocking, I won't need to exert extra effort to find it, Sakumo responded calmly, vanishing from his spot. Two puppets, controlled by their respective puppet masters, followed closely behind. Sakumo deflected them with White Fang emitting a white glow. Do you think the same trick will work on us? How naive! Once again, the two puppets separated, with one on the left and the other on the right. A pitch-black chain extended from their sleeves, connected to both puppets. Unlike before, this chain was shared between the two. The puppets gracefully circled and danced through the air around Sakumo. The chain featured serrated blades, producing continuous creaking sounds. If caught, it would tear apart its target with its saw-like teeth. In the eyes of their enemy, Sakumo was cornered in midair with no means to dodge the attack. A certain death. Okay. The male puppet master was suddenly taken aback as Sakumo, surrounded by the two puppets, mysteriously disappeared from their midst. How is this possible? Without a point of leverage, executing instantaneous body techniques was impossible. Could it be space-time ninjutsu? The male puppet master was shocked by this revelation. Having identified this weakness in Sakumo, the male puppet master was confident that he could kill him in his powerless state. A faint sound of wind being sliced through reached the male puppet master's ears. In that moment, he seemed to grasp something. What followed, however, was an even more severe injury than before, with blood spurting out. The female puppet master also panicked and hastily withdrew her puppet. A flash of sword light. The puppet was severed in half. What? One of the female puppet master's arms was severed, resulting in a gush of blood and a pale face. Sakumo's expression turned cold and deadly. Suddenly, a Suna ninja rushed in from the left, wielding a blade of wind in their hand. At this point, Sakumo could kill both the male and female puppet masters, but he would also sustain severe injuries. Acting on instinct, he twisted his body, catching the incoming ninja's arm with one hand and causing their wind blade to miss its target. Immediately, Sakumo thrust his white fang into the ninja's neck from the left side. The opponent's body swayed twice before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, the male and female puppet masters vanished. It won't be that easy to escape. Both were severely injured, with the male puppet master already unconscious. Now was the opportune time to pursue them. Sakumo's eyes gleamed with icy determination. Chapter 44, Pursuit. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Ruri utilized dozens of small fireballs as a cover as she surged forward. Shiraishi and Ayana naturally followed behind her. Among the three, Ruri was the most suitable for leading the charge. Due to the presence of wind release users among the enemy forces this time, the effectiveness of smoke bombs was limited. At best, they would cause some disruption before being dispersed by the wind. Creating smoke that could withstand the wind's force required time, materials, and a complex blending process. Fortunately, the Jainin skilled in earth release had been initially hindered by Ruri's genjutsu, resulting in serious injuries. This meant that only 2 ninjas remained unharmed, while the rest were chunin. In comparison to their previous encounter, the situation was much more favorable. The dozens of small fireballs caused some confusion as they descended, setting trees ablaze and filling the air with the smell of burnt wood. The ninjas naturally attempted to avoid Ruri's peculiar genjutsu, as being controlled by it would be disastrous. Consequently, feinting tactics became their primary approach, as they hadn't yet determined the medium used to trigger Ruri's genjutsu. Both Shiraishi's group and the Suna ninjas understood that the outcome of this battle would be decided by Sakumo's actions. The victor or loser on Sakumo's side would determine the ultimate direction of the conflict. Their role here was to delay the enemy for as long as possible. Shiraishi sought out a chunin opponent, relying primarily on physical abilities. His speed and strength surpassed that of an average chunin. With the swordsmanship he learned from Sakumo, Shiraishi managed to hold his own. On the other side, the opponent seemed somewhat relieved to have found a comparable adversary. If possible, he would prefer not to fight ninjas with Sharingan or Byakugan, especially the seemingly innocent girl with white eyes. When one of his teammates attacked her previously, she swiftly killed him with a single blow, impaling him through the heart with 2 fingers. It was nothing like the gentle fist techniques described in textbooks. While it shared some similarities, it had distinct personal characteristics. Being struck by it would be fatal. Furthermore, the ninja realized he had to be cautious of the opponent's elusive illusions created by Sharingan. Even a Jainin could fall prey to them. This made the battle with the chunin extremely challenging for him. "You've managed to hold on for quite a while. Your strength isn't bad," Shiraishi's opponent remarked, displaying the type of attitude that inflated self-confidence when facing weaker foes. "But, that's as far as it goes when you face me." In an instant, the opponent's speed increased dramatically. He circled behind Shiraishi, locking his arms around Shiraishi's neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. "How about now? Are you?" Boom! Shiraishi transformed into a wooden log, with the exploding tag attached to it. The chunin's eyes widened, quickly retreating. Boom! He was sent flying by the shockwave of the explosion, only coming to a stop after colliding with a large tree. Blood stained the corner of his mouth. Perched on a branch of another tree, Shiraishi smiled and remarked, "Impressive, isn't it? Escaping the explosion of a explosive tag is one of the few unique skills I possess. Damn you! How dare you!" Enraged and humiliated by Shiraishi's trick, the ninja desperately gathered chakra in the soles of his feet, racing toward the tree at high speed, intending to make Shiraishi suffer as well. "Unfortunately, it's over." Shiraishi finished his words just as the ninja's fist was mere inches away from his face. In that instant, a flash of white sword light extended from Shiraishi's back diagonally to the front, like lightning. The ninja's neck was cleanly severed, and he lost consciousness almost instantly, tumbling from mid-air. It seems the situation is under control over there, Sakumo-sensei. I don't believe there's anything to worry about here. Sakumo nodded, satisfied with the performance of Shiraishi and the others. With continued refinement, they would undoubtedly follow in his footsteps. After all, the three of them were only 12 years old, and their future held great promise. The Suna ninja who had been fighting Ruri and Ayana sensed that something was amiss the moment Sakumo appeared. Simultaneously, he cursed the male and female puppet masters inwardly, realizing that victory had slipped from his grasp even faster than last time, and it had taken only a few minutes. Their fighting spirit waned abruptly. Earth release earthen wall. Without hesitation, the earth release Jainin gathered chakra in both hands, using a wide-range earth release ninjutsu. Boom! A towering stone wall resembling a city wall emerged, causing the ground to tremble due to its extensive coverage. Ruri and Ayana climbed atop the massive stone wall, overlooking an empty expanse. Sakumo and Shiraishi joined them shortly after. Ayane, team up with me. Let's get moving. Yes. Although it was a brief exchange, Shiraishi and the others understood Sakumo's plan. Sakumo intended to pursue the most troublesome enemies, and he needed Ayana's eyes to aid him in locating the male and female puppet masters and eliminating them. From this point forward, it was time for Konoha to launch a counterattack against Suna and hunt down the fleeing Suna ninjas. Thus, Sakumo and Ayane, as well as Shiraishi and Ruri, began their search. After some time, Shiraishi and Ruri encountered the humiliated Take. They were accompanied by a dozen or so Konoha ninjas, some of whom had sustained minor injuries but nothing too severe. The opponent Take had faced earlier was also a Jonin, and there were several Chunin present as well. For a while, neither side gained the upper hand, but with the defeat of the male and female puppet masters, the Suna forces lost their backbone and were forced to retreat. Since that's the case, I'll continue the search here. This time, I will avenge my fallen comrade. Take expressed his resentment. He had heard some details about this Suna force that had been roaming the Land of Fire. They had attacked 5 or 6 Konoha sentinels, leaving dozens of Konoha ninjas dead or injured. Many had fallen victim to them alone. If it weren't for Sakumo's team coincidentally resupplying in this area, the entire Konoha ninja contingent at the Sentinel would likely have been wiped out. After bidding farewell to Take and instructing him to lead the remaining ninjas along a different path for the search, Shiraishi headed off. Should they encounter a formidable enemy, they were to signal for assistance. Even in the event of an emergency, they would be able to provide timely support. Oh, by the way, Ruri, I have a clever plan to lure them into a trap. While running, Shiraishi suddenly burst into laughter. What are you scheming now? After all, this is the fastest way to end the battle. And since Sakumo-sensei and Ayane aren't here, I don't have to go to great lengths to hide my true strength. With that, Shiraishi accelerated his pace, distancing himself from Ruri in an instant and disappearing from her sight. Ruri stared at the spot where Shiraishi had vanished with her Sharingan, remaining silent as if accepting the other's proposed method. Half an hour later, Shiraishi arrived in a serene and empty forest. Before him flowed a crystal-clear stream where a few fish frolicked. Shiraishi surveyed his surroundings, picked up a stone with a sharp edge from the stream, and approached a nearby tree with the intent of engraving a mark on it using the stone. A cold sensation sent shivers down his spine. It was a kunao. The hand holding the kunao was wooden, and the arm extending from the black sleeve was smooth and hairless, with rounded joints reminiscent of a doll. A puppet. Drop the stone and raise your hands. A cold female voice commanded. Shiraishi obediently let go of the stone fragments and slowly raised his hands, a cold sweat naturally forming on his face. Chapter 45, A Great Work. Are you a medical ninja? Yes. Come with me. Yes. Shiraishi turned around and saw a beautiful woman with long brown hair manipulating the puppet. She appeared to be no older than 30 years old, and he recognized her as one of the 2 puppet masters of the Suna army. However, she had an arm cut off and was currently bandaging the wound, which affected her overall appearance. Nevertheless, even with the loss of an arm, a puppet master of her caliber wouldn't see a significant decrease in strength. After all, the power of a puppet master lies in the puppets themselves. The woman led the way unsuspectingly, seemingly not on guard against Shiraishi. Ignoring the puppet holding a kunao to his neck seemed to be the right move. Considering her current state, it was only natural for her to be cautious. There was a sturdy tree that would require a dozen people to surround. Although it wasn't completely surrounded, its hollow bottom revealed a dark hole through which a faint light shone. Shiraishi was compelled to enter, and with the external light, he could catch a glimpse of the conditions inside. A red-haired man lay on the ground, extremely weak, with a shocking incision on his chest. Although hastily bandaged, the bandage was stained with blood, and it could only provide temporary hemostasis. After some time, they would have to abandon him and escape alone. However, according to the intelligence Shiraishi had obtained, the two puppet masters, a husband and wife, were the children of a high-ranking member of Suna. They were a loving couple of ninjas. Rather than leaving her husband to fend for himself here, she might also think about sacrificing herself or even having suicidal thoughts. Such a possibility existed. Ninjas were still human beings. No matter how much they suppressed their emotions, it only made them stronger. If one were to calculate only in terms of profit and loss, every individual would be a wise person unless it was the last resort. However, in reality, there weren't always so many wise individuals who were completely exhausted. In comparison to profit and loss, humans were creatures influenced more easily by emotions. The woman's best choice would be to kill her husband, dispose of his body to prevent information leakage, and then leave alone as quickly as possible. But she didn't do it, which was evidence in itself. Save him, no tricks. The woman's words were brief, making it clear to Shiraishi what she meant. Understood. If I save him, can I request mercy and spare my own life? The woman remained silent. The kunai held by the puppet around Shiraishi's neck almost severed his throat. Shiraishi shrugged helplessly. A faint green light appeared on his right hand. He crouched down and slowly lifted the bandage on the male puppet master's chest with his left hand. The man was unconscious and let out a pained groan. Shiraishi enveloped the green light over the wound on the male puppet master's body, allowing it to heal as quickly as possible. This wound was caused by wind attribute chakra. I'll need 10 minutes to heal it. As his student, don't you know the secret of White Fang's swordsmanship? The female puppet master frowned. Shiraishi shook his head. He knew that Sakumo's swordsmanship was formidable, but he didn't possess much knowledge about its secrets. Perhaps the enemy knew, but those who knew the secret of White Fang's swordsmanship might have perished. In Konoha, it was difficult to determine how many individuals were aware. It was likely that even Sakumo practiced in secret. After all, it wasn't wise to casually delve into the secrets of a fellow ninja, as it could easily cause discord among themselves. Especially for a powerful genin like Sakumo, the secret of his swordsmanship might only be known in detail by high-level officials such as the Hokage. As time passed, the male puppet master's condition improved, and his breathing gradually calmed. The female puppet master looked at Shiraishi with a slightly surprised expression and said, "Your medical ninjutsu is impressive. No wonder you were placed by White Fang's side." She understood the severity of her husband's injury, but she hadn't expected Shiraishi to heal him in 10 minutes, without even resorting to surgery. She felt relieved, knowing that Shiraishi was a genin under Sakumo's command. This medical nin who followed Konoha's White Fang might not be exceptional, but his medical ninjutsu skills were undoubtedly outstanding. Even among the medical ninjas in their Tsunagakuer, including those with remarkable medical abilities, it was unlikely that they possessed the same level of skill in medical ninjutsu as Shiraishi. This explained why a genin with average abilities was qualified to accompany Konoha's White Fang. Indeed, Konoha was truly the cradle of geniuses. The injury has been healed, but there are still serious internal injuries. To fully recover, I'll need an operating room and some herbs. Shiraishi stepped aside and stood obediently. No need, that will do for now. The female puppet master's face showed a hint of relief. Just as a weight seemed to lift from her heart, the male puppet master lying on the ground suddenly screamed. His lips turned a dark shade of red, and he began coughing violently, spewing out strange, dark red blood. Poisoned. Shock washed over the female puppet master's face. Simultaneously, the fingers on her one remaining arm started twitching, and her eyes emanated a terrifying killing intent as she prepared to control the puppet to attack. Her movements were not slow. In fact, her fingers were more agile than Shiraishi's to some extent. However, Shiraishi had a plan. Taking the male puppet master's screams as a signal, Shiraishi condensed blue chakra in his hand, forming a blade-like shape. He swiftly turned around and swung his hand. Just as the puppet was about to make its move, it was sliced to pieces by Shiraishi's hand blade. A loud bang reverberated through the air as a shower of wooden splinters scattered in front of Shiraishi. You! This level of reaction and speed was beyond the capability of an ordinary genin. The female puppet master finally grasped the gravity of the situation. All her strength was focused on the puppet. Before, her puppet had been destroyed by White Fang, and now she controlled her husband's puppet, which had also been shattered. Even if she wanted to summon a new backup puppet, it would take time. However, Shiraishi's speed and reflexes caught her off guard. Without further thought, she grabbed her poisoned and blood-vomiting husband and rushed out of the tree hollow. All she could do now was flee for her life. Just as she made her way outside, having taken only a few steps, a petite figure suddenly landed in front of her. 3 tomos rotated within the scarlet eyes. Well! The female puppet master froze in place, unable to move a muscle. Her husband rolled on the ground, coughing in agony, with his lips turning black. Pfft! A blade pierced through the female puppet master's back, piercing all the way through to her chest, impaling her heart. She toppled forward, a look of unwillingness in her eyes, and she breathed her last. With the blood-stained ninja sword in his hand, Shiraishi glanced indifferently at the lifeless body of the female puppet master, then approached the poisoned and unconscious male puppet master. Without hesitation, he sliced open his chest, bringing an end to his suffering. That was easier than planned. A smile appeared on Ruri's face. Of course, the puppet master's main source of power lies within the puppet itself. If we cannot directly target the puppet master, then destroying the puppet by seizing opportunities is the way to go. With Sakumo's strength, he can simply focus on attacking the puppet master directly. There's no need for this frustrating performance and time wasting. It seems luck is on our side. You deserve the credit for these two. Shiraishi generously attributed the credit to Ruri, content to remain in the background. Ruri nodded calmly, accepting the credit. By the way, I forgot to mention that the Yamanaka clan excels at gathering information from corpses. As long as the brain remains intact, remember to clean the scene thoroughly and leave no trace behind. Ruri suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Understood. It's quite troublesome, and I'm wasting my medical supplies again, making it appear as if I'm up to no good. Shiraishi casually complained, rummaged through his pouch, retrieved 2 syringes filled with lavender liquid, and approached the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground. Don't complain. We happened to catch quite the big catch this time, and the village will surely reward us handsomely. Ruri took one of the syringes from Shiraishi and injected the liquid into the neck of the female puppet master's corpse. Immediately, the pathways on the surface of the female puppet master's body surged as if they were about to burst through the skin. This ugly phenomenon lasted for less than 3 seconds before the corpse returned to its previous state, as if nothing had happened. I've heard that Hokage-sama possesses a scroll book that contains various powerful mysteries and forbidden techniques. Don't even think about it. The Senju clan wouldn't be so generous to outsiders. Perhaps in the time of the first Hokage, such a possibility existed. Ruri had a talent for dousing excitement with cold water. After erasing any traces, Shiraishi and Ruri returned to the sentinel with the 2 lifeless bodies. Chapter 46, Reward. The news of Sakumo's team successfully eliminating Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law caused a significant stir among Konoha's senior officials. This victory marked Konoha's only major triumph on the battlefield since the war with Tsunagakure began over 2 years ago. In many ways, this victory equated to the success of a large-scale war. As the son and daughter-in-law of esteemed advisors, they were top-ranking experts in the Tsunagakure's puppet army. The information and secret techniques stored in their minds were of utmost importance to Konoha. Upon receiving this news, the ANBU swiftly relayed it to the third Hokage, who immediately instructed Sakumo's team to return to the village. Their primary task was to extract vital secret information and puppet techniques from the deceased puppet masters and gather intelligence on how to counter the puppet troops. These findings held immense significance for Konoha's current situation. Thus, upon receiving the Hokage's orders, Sakumo led Shiraishi and the others back to Konohagakure, their absence lasting several months. I'll go submit the mission. You 3 can have some free time for now, Sakumo said. Yes, they replied. At the entrance to Konoha, the 4 of them parted ways. Sakumo made his way to the Hokage building to report their mission, while Shiraishi and the others, plagued by hunger after their non-stop journey, sought out a place to satisfy their empty stomachs. Hokage-sama Sakumo greeted, knocking on the door before entering and offering a slight bow to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat beside his desk. To his surprise, he found that advisors Koharu and Homura were also present. Sakumo nodded in acknowledgement, showing respect to the two advisors who had recently returned from securing supplies for the war. As the Sakumo team had accomplished an exceptional mission this time, the advisors were present as witnesses to the proceedings. "Thank you for your hard work, Sakumo. You did an excellent job this time. With this victory, the Land of Fire's security shouldn't be much of a concern. The rest can be handled by the ANBU," Sarutobi commended. "Yes," Sakumo replied. "Considering the heavy losses suffered by the Suna village, it wouldn't be wise to continue sending elite troops deep into the Land of Fire for covert operations. Hence, the security work within the country would be entrusted to the ANBU and other Konoha ninjas stationed at various outposts." Thus, Sakumo Squad's months-long mission concluded here. "Have the bodies been turned over to the interrogation department?" Sarutobi inquired. "They've already been handed over, and none of the enemies survived," Sakumo answered. Although Shiraishi and Ruri had made significant contributions on that day, Sakumo and Ayano had also chased down and neutralized the fleeing Suna ninjas and the IWA ninjas suspected to be involved. Take had also played a part in their capture. With this, the troublesome Suna team that had given Konoha so much trouble had been eliminated. The difficulty and importance of this mission could be classified as S rank. Sarutobi nodded, then turned to advisors Koharu and Homura. "Next, let the members of the Yamanaka clan thoroughly investigate. We need to acquire the enemy's secrets. Consider it done. We must uncover the weaknesses of the puppet army as soon as possible, allowing the Suna village to understand the true strength of Konoha." The advisors agreed, highly satisfied with Sakumo's team's performance. As expected, they were Konoha's top Jonin, surpassing even the Sunin. "This time, your team has done exceedingly well. Your reward will be calculated based on 1 S-rank mission and 5 A-rank missions completed over the past few months," Sarutobi said, visibly relieved. Sakumo had no objections. With 1 S-rank mission and 5 A-rank missions, even if Shiraishi and the others split the rewards evenly, each member would receive at least 1 million ryo. However, the monetary reward was merely secondary. Such significant contributions warranted more than just financial compensation, and the village would surely offer additional generous rewards in due time. It was just that the Hokage hadn't decided on the specifics yet, so it would take a couple of days for the rewards to be distributed to Sakumo's entire team. "Regarding my reward, Hokage-sama, I would prefer if it were given directly to the other 3. They need it more than I do," Sakumo proposed. "You never change, Sakumo," Hiruzen responded, giving him a helpless look. "Well, after all, I didn't personally eliminate those 2 puppet masters, did I?" Sakumo chuckled. Though he had come to understand that it was not he who had defeated the puppet masters, if he hadn't taken the lead and inflicted heavy damage on them, no one else would have received the credit. Hiruzen, therefore, had no choice but to acquiesce to Sakumo's request since he genuinely had nothing to offer in reward. Even if he had allowed Sakumo to access the sealed book in the past, it had been declined with a smile. Sakumo was the White Fang of Konoha, and swordsmanship was his essence. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, and the like only served to enhance the speed and power of his sword. It didn't mean Sakumo lacked knowledge of ninjutsu, on the contrary, he possessed exceptional talent in that field. He was merely a pragmatist who believed that as long as he could kill the enemy with kenjutsu using White Fang before they could utilize ninjutsu, he would emerge victorious. The White Fang in his hand was his most potent ninjutsu. After submitting the mission report, Sakumo left the office. "As I see exceptional young talents emerging in the village, I can't help but feel my age," Koharu sighed with emotion. "We're only in our 40s, we're not that old yet," Homura complained, dissatisfied with being called old. "Well, I still have about 10 years left in this position," Hiruzen chimed in. "Hiruzen, have you decided who the next Hokage will be?" Koharu asked. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. He hadn't made up his mind on this matter yet. The selection of the next Hokage involves choosing the most renowned, powerful, and charismatic ninja among the Jonin. Currently, Sakumo is the closest candidate to the position. He has a higher reputation than the Sunin, stronger abilities, and his character is beyond reproach. He is ruthless and cold-blooded toward his enemies but caring and protective toward his comrades, even if he struggles to express it. One could say he is a qualified candidate for Hokage. Moreover, Sakumo's strength continues to advance rapidly, and he is far from reaching the peak age for a ninja. Even now, he is already a great Jonin in the village. In 10 years, he will be even more formidable and a haunting nightmare to the enemy. He's not suitable to be Hokage, Hiruzen stated. Koharu and Homura looked at Hiruzen with surprise. I'm glad you understand. After all, he now has an Uchiha ninja in his team. She achieved the rank of Jonin at a young age and the genius of Uchiha clan. We must be cautious around him at all times. Upon hearing Koharu and Homura once again bringing up the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled. All right, I've taken that into account. You two can head back now. He didn't want to argue with them about this matter. He had other tasks to focus on and, more importantly, how to further reward the Sakumo team. The annihilation of the Suna troops held great significance. By utilizing the secret jutsu of the Yamanaka clan, they could extract valuable information from the enemy's minds and acquire various Suna secret techniques, including intelligence on the puppet troops. Even without these considerations, the Sakumo team deserved substantial rewards for stabilizing the internal situation in the Land of Fire. However, Hiruzen found it challenging to determine how to reward the two girls in Sakumo's team, one from the Uchiha clan and the other from the Hyuga clan. The girl from the Hyuga clan belonged to a separate branch, but he had some reservations. The key issue was Ruri, who was highly regarded by the majority of the ruling elders in the Uchiha clan. It was unlikely that she lacked resources. If they were to receive rewards, the only option would be to open the Scroll of Seals once and allow her to choose a ninjutsu to learn from it. However, Hiruzen could already imagine the disgruntled expressions on the faces of Homura and Koharu when the seal book was opened to Uchiha ninja. Subsequently, Hiruzen picked up Shiraishi's profile book again. Well, this one was easier to handle. High-level ninjutsu, advanced medical-related texts, and more could serve as rewards this time. Chapter 47, Ruri's Parents. There won't be any missions for a while, so you can move freely, but it's best not to relax too much and maintain a state of combat readiness. Understood. After having lunch, Shiraishi and the other two were approached by Sakumo, who gave them some instructions before they went their separate ways. Shiraishi and Ruri returned to the Uchiha mansion as usual. As they walked on the road, Shiraishi felt like a lot had changed since the last time he was in the village, yet at the same time, everything seemed unchanged. What are your plans for the next few days, Ruri? The rest period wouldn't be too short, but it wouldn't be too long either. In about 2 weeks, they would be faced with another challenging mission. I'll focus on training. Ruri replied succinctly. That's just like you. I've had some new ideas lately. After several months of missions, I think I can create some practical tools to aid us in battle. Tell me more. Ruri seemed very interested. Smoke bombs are useful, but they can be easily neutralized by wind-based ninjutsu, and their effect doesn't last very long. However, what if we add some poisonous gas to the smoke bombs? When the wind blows away the smoke, the enemy would have already inhaled a significant amount of poisonous gas, weakening their strength. Shiraishi shared his thoughts and believed it was a feasible idea. Ninjas usually have some resistance to poison, especially Suna ninjas. If the poison isn't potent enough, it won't have a significant impact on them. No matter how strong their resistance is, there's still a limit. However, if we're going to use poison gas, we need to prepare an antidote in advance for our own team members to take, to prevent accidental exposure. It could work well in small-scale battles, but it might backfire in large-scale ones. Shiraishi also agreed with Ruri's serious opinion. In large-scale battles, producing enough antidotes would be a problem, and combining poison gas with smoke bombs would obstruct their vision temporarily even if they survived the poison using the antidote. However, Shiraishi didn't intend to promote this tactic widely. It would suffice to implement it within the Sakumo team. After spending a considerable amount of time together, Shiraishi had come to understand that their team primarily undertook dangerous and vital secret missions, making it essential to develop unique tactics suitable for the Sakumo team. Returning to the much-awaited mansion, as they approached, they noticed a man and a woman standing by the entrance of the Konoha gates, waving at them with joy and excitement. No, wait. Do you know them? Shiraishi hadn't seen these two people in the Uchiha clan for the past 2 or 3 years, so he turned to Ruri for an answer. They're my parents. Ruri calmly responded. Shiraishi was taken aback. It was his first time meeting Ruri's parents, and he recalled Ruri mentioning that he hadn't met them in person until now. However, since Shiraishi had been staying at Ruri's house temporarily, he had never seen Ruri's parents come home. Even during the New Year, they would exchange photos and letters. Ruri's birthday and New Year gifts were always simple, usually just a bank book. The bank book started with a 1 followed by numerous zeros. This was the simple and unexciting gift Ruri received every year for her birthday and New Year. It's been a while, Ruri. Have you missed your parents? The woman, dressed elegantly and nobly, had neatly arranged hair adorned with numerous accessories. Her appearance was a little flashy, but she didn't give off a cheesy vibe. It seemed like she was naturally born with that temperament. As soon as she approached, she embraced Ruri tightly and rubbed her face against his, causing his little face to wrinkle. Shiraishi was worried that Ruri might breathe fire and reduce his mother to ashes. Don't be so noisy. I've told you many times not to leave your saliva on my face. Ruri's face tensed, as if she was scolding her mother. Don't say that, Ruri. It's been so long since Mummy saw you. Let me take care of my cute little. Boom. Shiraishi held his forehead in frustration. He knew this would happen. A wall of the mansion beside them was smashed through by a fireball, emitting black smoke. At that moment, Ruri's mother's face was covered in cold sweat, her neck seemed to creak mechanically, and the smile on her face became extremely rigid. Honestly, Ruri is not as cute as when she was a child. She used to be. Do you want me to throw you out or burn you? Or maybe consider drowning you? Ruri's eyebrows twitched as if she had reached her limit. The woman in the elegant attire sighed and reluctantly gave up the idea of continuing to embrace and tease Ruri. Such an adorable daughter couldn't be treated like that. Her daughter was completely different. Dear, how about we have another child? Ruri has grown up and doesn't want her parents anymore. It's clearly your fault, and now you're saying Ruri has grown up. The man, who had been observing the seemingly harmonious scene between mother and daughter, seemed a bit perplexed, scratching his head in distress. His daughter had always possessed a strong personality, and as her father, he had long grown accustomed to it. Oh, you must be the Shiraishi kid that Ruri often mentions in her letters, right? The elegant woman finally noticed Shiraishi. Oh, yes, that's me. It's an honor to meet you. Finally being acknowledged, Shiraishi hurriedly bowed politely with a puzzled expression. Don't be nervous. It's rare for Ruri to find a good playmate. When she was young, Ruri used to chase after a group of boys by herself. Upon hearing the woman's words, Shiraishi could already picture that scene in his mind. With Ruri, it was entirely possible. By the way, when are you two planning to get married? You should give birth to boys. I suddenly find boys more fun than girls. The elegant woman asked with a smile. The topic took an unexpected turn, causing Shiraishi's brain to freeze, leaving him bewildered. A tick mark appeared on Ruri's forehead, and she began performing hand seals. Boom! Ruri's mother, Uchiha Miyoko, is 28 years old and in her prime. She has a liking for luxury goods and dresses beautifully, like a princess. On the other hand, Ruri's father, Uchiha Kasuke, 36 years old and has a mature appearance. He wore decent formal clothes and appears more serious and responsible than his wife Miyoko. However, when Shiraishi considered the fact that Ruri was already 12 years old while her mother Miyoko was only 28, it meant that Miyoko was only 15 years old, a minor, when she was pregnant with Ruri. Looking at Uchiha Kasuke's honest face, Shiraishi believes he was truly honest. Since both of them lack the ability to be ninjas and only have the strength of Chunin so far, according to Ruri's standards, they are still capable of becoming ninjas at the age of 20 or 30. Perhaps they simply don't have the talent to be ninjas. Over the years, Ruri's parents have been working hard on their careers outside of the village. With the help of some contacts accumulated by the Uchiha clan, their business is barely surviving, as they would describe it. Although they have returned to Konoha a few times in the past few years, their busy business schedule has prevented them from spending much time with Ruri. They would meet him at the entrance of the village and leave in a hurry. This explains why Shiraishi hadn't seen them at Ruri's house. Shiraishi returned to the underground lab. Since he had to go out on a mission, many of the experimental equipment had already been moved beforehand, but some less important ones remained. There was a lot of dust accumulated in the basement and on the instruments, so Shiraishi had to clean them up. As he finished cleaning, footsteps could be heard coming down the stairs. Ruri descended the stairs. Why did you end the family reunion so quickly? You didn't have to rush. We can catch up anytime. Seems like Uncle and the others will stay in the village for a while this time. Is it because of the war outside? Shiraishi asked what was on his mind. They don't trade within the land of fire, but rather in the far west of the continent. So, the war here won't affect their business. Are those their real names? Well, they use pseudonyms. They know some ninjutsu, but that information isn't known in Konoha. Some elders in the clan are working behind the scenes, allowing them to trade outside without worry. Over the years, they have also hired reputable bounty hunters, both samurai and ninjas, to ensure their safety. They are, after all, a wealthy family that has been established for hundreds of years. The Uchiha clan's heritage and connections are not insignificant. For example, the Uchiha clan doesn't acquire their ninja equipment from the Land of Iron or buy it from the village, but instead from their summon, Ninja Cat clan. Several times, the Ninja Cats act as the Uchiha clan's spies to gather information. This is the Uchiha clan's network. And there are likely many allies like the ninja clans, making it extremely difficult even for Konoha to access this part of the information. Similarly, the same can be said for the Hyuga clan. The number of secret connections they possess is only known by the most powerful individuals within the clan. A true giant isn't just about power and lineage, it also possesses an immensely terrifying network. Afterward, Ruri used the summoning jutsu to summon some cats. These cats carried scrolls containing various research equipment, which were sealed within the scrolls. They only needed to be unsealed and connected to the appropriate lines. Shiraishi, Ruri, and the cats worked together, placing the research equipment back in its original position and reconnecting the lines. When they finished, 2 hours had already passed. Ruri sent the cats back, and before leaving, the cats showed a hint of resentment, only to be pacified when Ruri promised to prepare good cat food for them next time. At that moment, Shiraishi looked at the vast research room and wished he had an assistant. But for now, he couldn't think about it. There were many secrets here that couldn't be shared and had to be kept confidential. Fortunately, this was the Uchiha clan, and the ANBU didn't have the authority to search the place. After all, the strength of the Uchiha police force should not be underestimated. There were numerous jonin and special jonin among them. Once clan members joined the ninja ranks, their strength upon adulthood was generally chunin or higher, which was a formidable ratio. Especially after awakening the Sharingan, the strength of the Uchiha would skyrocket, and it couldn't be taken lightly. Shiraishi had already identified his next research target. It involved fusing highly toxic smoke bombs with a corresponding antidote. Of course, research on natural energy would continue as well. Although their time in Konoha wouldn't be too long, they couldn't waste this valuable time. Just as Ruri was about to leave, Bai Shi suddenly said, "By the way, Ruri, can I ask you something else?" "Go ahead, what is it?" "Do you need new equipment?" "No, I have enough for now. It would do for a long time." "What is it?" "Human experiments." Shiraishi simply stated those 2 words. Ruri's pupils contracted slightly as she looked at Shiraishi seriously, who returned her gaze calmly. "Do you understand what that means? Human experiment isn't entirely evil." As far as Shiraishi knew, many forbidden techniques were developed through human experimentation. One of the most famous examples was Senju Tobirama, the predecessor of the current Hokage. Many of the ninjutsu that Konoha's ninjas learn today originated from this second Hokage. Ruri nodded thoughtfully and said, "I'll deliver what you need tomorrow." Chapter 48, Soul Ninjutsu. The next day, there were 4 or 5 additional individuals in the underground laboratory. These individuals were dressed like farmers working in the fields, but their faces were filled with a fierce expression, and their bodies were robust. Even though they were bound, their eyes glowed with a murderous light, emitting a strong aura of violence. Their lives had been tainted by taking the lives of others. Shiraishi didn't inquire about their origins or their previous identities, but most of them were robbers who had committed murder outside. Currently, there was much chaos outside, with countless robbers burning, killing, and looting. Shiraishi had encountered such situations during his missions, and he had easily dealt with many of these robber groups. However, at this moment, Shiraishi didn't care where these individuals came from or what they had done. Once they entered the laboratory, their fate was similar to the mice that Shiraishi had used for his experiments. They fell into the category of experimental subjects. With a systematic plan in place, the natural energy experiment itself wasn't life-threatening, but absolutes couldn't be relied upon. After all, animal subjects had been used in previous experiments, and the life structure of animals differed significantly from that of humans. Therefore, humans were now being used for the experiment. The injection of natural energy didn't rule out the possibility of unexpected risks. It's hard to find experimental subjects, so don't use them all at once. Ruri had mentioned this before leaving. Transporting these experimental subjects had required a significant amount of manpower and resources, so she wanted to remind them. Don't worry, don't forget that I'm also a medical ninja, so I can reuse them. Shiraishi knew it wasn't easy for Ruri to acquire these experimental subjects, so he didn't plan on using them all at once. Medical ninjutsu could be extremely valuable in times like these. As long as they didn't die, they could be reused. Moreover, Shiraishi believed that the possibility of his research endangering lives was very low. He had already experimented on numerous animals before conducting human experiments. With careful handling, life was essentially guaranteed. After Ruri left, Shiraishi entered his official working mode. The mouths of the few individuals brought to the laboratory were sealed with cloth, preventing them from speaking loudly. They could only let out low whimpers, showing their dissatisfaction with their treatment. For these robbers who had lived by shedding blood on the edge of their knives, there was no fear in their eyes. It was estimated that they were contemplating how to overpower Shiraishi and escape. Shiraishi ignored their low, angry shouts and randomly selected one of them, laying him down on the testing bench. Since he was too unruly, he had to inject him with a small dose of anesthesia first to make him dizzy and more cooperative. Don't worry, coming here to act as my experimental subjects is much better than living a life outside, not knowing when you'll suddenly die. And my experiments won't pose a danger to your lives, I can assure you of that. The expressions of these individuals seemed to change, their eyes becoming wary, while Shiraishi maintained his calm tone. Even for sustainable use, Shiraishi would do his best to ensure that their lives continued. After all, in this troubled world, many people lived from one meal to the next. A large country might be fine, but for people in small countries, even a meal was a luxury. In this war-torn era where morality held little importance, Shiraishi had already told himself that life wasn't worth celebrating, and death wasn't worth mourning. Life was often considered priceless because it was considered worthless. 2 days later, Shiraishi emerged from the underground laboratory. Except for eating and sleeping, he had spent most of his time conducting experiments there over the past 2 days. Although there hadn't been any progress yet, considering that human experiments had just begun, it would take at least a week to draw some conclusions. As he stepped out of the underground lab, Shiraishi took a breath. It was July, and the sunlight felt scorching, draining people's energy. One thing that made Shiraishi complain incessantly was that even though there were electric lights and computers in this world, there was no air conditioning. When he entered the room where Ruri was, he immediately felt the difference in temperature. The coolness inside contrasted greatly with the sweltering heat outside. The room was filled with ice, and a fan blew constantly, spreading the cool air to every corner of the room, creating an effect similar to an air conditioner. At this moment, Ruri was wearing a loose blue casual dress, and there were scattered scrolls and black leather boxes around her. What are these? Shiraishi pointed to the scrolls and the black leather case. These are the rewards from our previous mission, and this is your share. The total amount is 1.2 million ryo. The rest are scrolls related to medical knowledge, as well as a few practical medical ninjutsu. I see. Shiraishi sat down, opened one of the scrolls, and a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect the village to be so generous and reward me with such valuable items. This is the important information I was hoping to obtain. I thought they wouldn't be this generous. I might as well pass on some information and expose this matter. It seems that the village's higher UPS have a bit of humanity after all. I gave you those things because I wanted to get rid of you easily, you idiot. Do you really think you are capable of something? Ruri glanced at Shiraishi, who was feeling complacent. For them, using these items to eliminate you is the most convenient way to save trouble and resources. Upon hearing Ruri's words, Shiraishi immediately understood. It doesn't matter. Even though it was a mistake, these materials and medical ninjutsu have been very helpful to me. Really? Just be happy, then. By the way, what about your reward, Ruri? Afterwards, I'm going to the Hokage building. The village's higher UPS have approved me to choose any ninjutsu from the Forbidden Scroll. As Ruri said this, her expression showed surprise. She hadn't expected the third Hokage to have such courage. To her knowledge, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan had always had a strained relationship. Even though things had improved over the years, it was only on the surface. Upon hearing this, Shiraishi suddenly felt that the scroll in his hand wasn't as significant. Have you decided which ninjutsu you'll choose? Shiraishi cleared his gloomy mood and asked. Ruri let out a bored yawn, lay down on her side, and played with a kunao in her hand. The elders in the clan respect my choice, but I haven't given much thought to it yet. I don't know what powerful ninjutsu are sealed in the Forbidden Scroll, and I don't necessarily need high-level ninjutsu. Do you have any suggestions? Ruri had some knowledge about the Forbidden Scroll, but she wasn't particularly aware of the number and types of forbidden techniques, profound meanings, and secret techniques recorded in it. How about choosing soul-related ninjutsu? Shiraishi made a suggestion. Soul. Ruri raised an eyebrow. I've heard that there's a jounin named Kato Dan in the village who possesses a very mysterious soul-based ninjutsu. He seems to be Tsunade-sensei's boyfriend. I think this type of ninjutsu could be very helpful for my research. Understood, Ruri said after thinking for a while, nodding in agreement. After all, she didn't have many demands for the ninjutsu in the Forbidden Scroll. If soul-based ninjutsu could truly assist Shiraishi and help him uncover the secret of immortality sooner, it would be a significant advancement for her as well. Chapter 49, Result. Ruri went to the Hokage building, but returned home shortly after. Upon Ruri's return, Shiraishi noticed that she was holding a scroll and tossed it to him. Thank you, Shiraishi said, catching the scroll without hesitation. Just focus on studying the jutsu, Ruri urged. It's truly a challenging task. There's so little information on Sage Mode. Even if I manage to learn something from it, having access to the Sage Arts system of the three sacred lands would greatly aid my work, Shiraishi replied. Forget about it. Without the summoning contract signed with the three sacred lands, it would be incredibly difficult to find, let alone obtain senjutsu from there. Speaking of which, the Sunin truly were extraordinary ninja, Shiraishi thought. The Konoha Sunin had close ties with the three sacred lands, and such rumors were widespread. Not only did their disciples benefit from these connections, but also the three lands' support. For ordinary ninjas, it was an unattainable dream. But even the Sunin, I've never heard of them succeeding in mastering Sage Mode, Shiraishi added. Of course. I'm not sure if the Sage Modes practiced by the summoned animals differ from the one I've studied. However, fusing natural energy with regular chakra poses significant risks and could potentially be fatal, Ruri explained. Shiraishi sat down in the room, took a sip of tea, and opened the scroll in his hand. The scroll began with the developer's name and the name of the ninjutsu. Spirit Transformation Jutsu. Developer, Senju Tobirama. According to the records, the spirit transformation allowed the soul to leave the body and travel any distance to directly attack the enemy. However, even after the soul left the body, the spirit would still retain the consciousness of the caster. This versatile ninjutsu had various applications beyond combat, such as information transmission, wide-area sensory, and even the transmission of chakra to allies. All these tasks could be accomplished through spiritualization techniques. Shiraishi couldn't help but admire the former Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who developed this technique. It was a pity to hear that he died on the battlefield during the First Ninja World War. Shiraishi agreed with many of the ideas implemented by the previous Hokage. Establishing a ninja academy, creating the Anbu organization, restraining and suppressing the ninja clans, improving the status of civilians, and developing secret arts and ninjutsu specific to Konoha. His influence could be seen in political, scientific, and military spheres, becoming the foundation for other ninja villages around the world. Although the concept of one country, one village was created by the Senju and Uchiha clans, the system was merely a hollow shell. It was thanks to the efforts of Senju Tobirama that the village structure gradually evolved into a better place. The balance between the civilian and ninja classes created a stable equilibrium, with each side acting as a check on the other. The balancing act was truly remarkable. With the outbreak of the First Ninja World War, Senju Tobirama died. Even with his unfulfilled ambitions, he could only fade away, entrusting the future of the village to the current three Hokage. Shiraishi didn't know much about the third Hokage. It could be because the shadow of the previous Hokage, Senju Tobirama, loomed large, causing many to overlook the actions of the third Hokage. After all, many systems had been perfected during the time of the previous Hokage, leaving future generations with little room for surpassing their predecessors. Shiraishi could only wonder what incredible feats the third generation of Hokage would accomplish in the future. Having contemplated this, Shiraishi returned to the underground laboratory with the scroll on spirit transformation. He had injected natural energy into the experimental subjects, and now it would take time to observe and collect data. Now, it was time to address the issue of the caged bird seal. Shiraishi had been studying the caged bird for a while, but progress had been hindered due to lack of data and incomplete analysis of the deeper chakra structure. According to Ayane, once the caged bird seal was engraved, it would remain for a lifetime and only be released upon the person's death. In other words, the caged bird could only be set free under the condition of death. But what exactly constituted death? Was it the physical body or the soul? What characteristics were inherent in chakra? People were born with chakra, and losing chakra resulted in death. If Ayane's chakra were to be completely depleted, leading to her death, would the caged bird seal be eliminated? Of course, this kind of death wasn't a true death, but rather a state of suspended animation resembling death. If chakra was given to Ayane, would she awaken from the state of suspended animation if she died due to exhaustion? The premise of this experiment was to verify a crucial point: what happens when a person loses their chakra? Do they truly die? If death doesn't necessarily occur when chakra is lost, then how did chakra become the vital life energy necessary for human survival? Does the loss of chakra entail physical death or spiritual death? Is it possible for humans to lose their chakra and enter a marvelous state of suspended animation, only to be revived when chakra is replenished? Could such a feat be achieved? Confirmation of these aspects through experimentation would likely eliminate the issue of the caged bird seal. Furthermore, it would address many of the doubts lingering in Shiraishi's mind. He meticulously recorded these hypotheses in a notebook he carried with him. In the realm of science, hypotheses are formed in response to doubts, and they must be tested to determine their validity. Therefore, the study of soul ninjutsu was essential. The only drawback was that it was currently an era of war, and Shiraishi could be deployed for missions at any time, leaving him with little opportunity to conduct experiments in the underground laboratory. Listening to the agonizing screams of the experimental subject on the operating table, the pain was unbearable. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Shiraishi calmly observed the experimental subject convulsing on the table, their face twisted in pain. There was no emotion in his eyes as he skillfully cut off a piece of epidermis eroded by natural energy from their arm. The pale green epidermis was placed in a container and observed under a microscope. He then turned his attention to the computer screen, which displayed the subject's heartbeat frequency and the fluctuation value resulting from the fusion of natural energy and chakra. The subjects went from being uncooperative in the beginning to resembling broken dolls with numb expressions, devoid of fear in their eyes. Shiraishi realized that he had underestimated the mental and physical impact that occurs when natural energy merges with chakra in the human body. Therefore, whenever an experimental subject showed signs of mental breakdown, he would promptly stop the experiment, administer a calming drug, and replace them with another subject. This repetitive and sustainable approach could also be considered cost-effective. Shiraishi glanced at the trembling individuals huddled against the wall and shook his head. They lacked the dedication to science that he possessed. If his experiment succeeded, these people would transform from ordinary individuals to beings with senjutsu chakra in their bodies. Although they may not know any ninjutsu, their vitality, strength, speed, and reflexes would undergo significant improvements. Longevity wouldn't be an issue for them, lasting for at least 100 years. As for immortality, Shiraishi pondered for a moment, but the more he thought about it, the more implausible it seemed. Research on natural energy is on the right track. The development of senjutsu chakra requires further data deduction and improved fusion success rates. Next, we can focus on addressing the issue of the caged bird seal. Wait a minute. Shiraishi suddenly realized a serious problem. How could he collect detailed physical data on Ayane's current condition? He was currently residing in the Uchiha clan, while Ayane was a member of the Hyuga clan. If he were to bring Ayane over and they were accidentally discovered by Ruri. A cold sweat trickled down Shiraishi's face. He quickly calculated his chances of survival if discovered. Chapter 50, Desire, the farthest feeling from understanding. It took an hour to reach Ruri's room. She was holding a scroll and studying it carefully. Shiraishi glanced at it and saw that it contained information about fire release jutsu. What's going on? Ruri looked away from the scroll and looked up at Shiraishi. Ah, well. I need to go to the pharmacy to buy some herbs, I don't have enough in the lab. Shiraishi scratched his head, his expression unchanged, showing no signs of abnormality. Got it. Just remember to bring me some natto when you come back. Natto. Shiraishi nodded, indicating that he understood, and left the room. As he stepped outside, he let out a light sigh, relieved that he had finally made it through. Bringing Ayane here to collect her body data was not a reliable option. It was difficult to do, and the risk of accidental discovery was too high. This was the interior of the Uchiha clan. It would be better to collect Ayuna's body data outside. He had also thought of the location, his former home. Taking the storage scroll with him, he went to buy some natto first to avoid forgetting it later. Next, he would go to the Hyuga clan to find Ayane. It was impossible to hide within the Hyuga family and find Ayane. Not to mention the disdainful gazes, the Hyuga clan's compound was close to the village center, and the environment there was completely different from that of the Uchiha clan. The village's defense force was also the strongest there. The Uchiha clan, on the other hand, had to live in a slightly more remote area in the middle of the village. Unexpectedly, the Uchiha clan also had authority over the garrison, and living in the center of the village made it easier to mobilize the garrison. This approach was simply contradictory, and it went against normal logic in many ways. Shiraishi had lived in the Uchiha clan for years. He didn't know the core secrets of the Uchiha, and Ruri hadn't explained them to him. However, he was aware that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village's top management appeared relaxed on the surface, but in reality, it was a messy and guarded relationship full of hostility. With these thoughts in mind, Shiraishi arrived at the Hyuga clan. It was worth noting that the ninjas of the Hyuga clan seemed to prioritize literacy more than the Uchiha clan. Of course, this was just an outsider's perspective. If viewed from within the Hyuga clan, things might not always be as they seemed. After all, even if the caged bird seal was explained as a means to protect the Byakugan, it was actually quite challenging to maintain. If the purpose was solely to protect the Byakugan, they could simply modify the caged bird seal's function to nullify the Byakugan's abilities when a branch member died. But that wasn't the case. The caged bird seal also had the ability to curse and kill. It made the branch members who didn't obey the clan feel unbearable. Using the excuse of protecting the Byakugan was unconvincing. Adding the curse-killing function to the caged bird seal was, in Shiraishi's view, excessive and unnecessary. If sealing the Byakugan was only done when necessary to protect it, it could be called protecting the Byakugan. The branch members might not hold such resentment towards the clan. Shiraishi-kun, why are you here? Did Sakumo-sensei give you any new assignments? Ayuna wore neat white clothes, and her long black hair was neatly styled behind her. She looked slightly puzzled upon seeing Shiraishi coming to find her. It's not that. I need to buy some herbs and make some medicine for future missions. But I'm a bit overwhelmed on my own, so I wanted to ask for your help. I see. Ayuna pointed her finger at her chin, pondered for a moment, and then smiled innocently. That's fine, but let's hurry. I need to be back before dinner. All right. Shiraishi then took Ayuna to the pharmacy to purchase various herbs with different effects. Speaking of which, most of the pharmacies in Konoha were run by the Nara clan. This clan excelled in deer farming, and deer antlers were highly valued as medicinal materials. The Nara clan's pharmacies boasted a wide range of deer antlers, which was considered their major selling point. Many merchants from other regions would come to Konoha specifically to buy Nara clan's deer antlers. It was a testament to their excellent quality. Fair prices and respectful treatment of customers made the Nara clan a preferred choice for many. In contrast, the Uchiha clan's position in Konoha was rather embarrassing. Although they were one of the two major clans that founded Konoha, they had no connections within the village. They had no affiliation with the Hyuga clan, let alone the three clans deeply trusted by the Hokage. By the time they left the pharmacy, it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After such a long detour, it was finally time to get down to business. The place where Shiraishi used to live is quite far from the center of Konoha, and it has been neglected for years. Shiraishi-kun, are we meeting secretly like this? After entering the room, Ayuna placed her hands behind her back and leaned slightly to the side. Her clean face was partially visible, adorned with a faint smile. Now we're getting down to business. I was wondering, what would Shiraishi-kun do if Ruri found out about this? Sneaking around with other girls behind her back while spending every day and night with her. Maybe the emotional turmoil would further evolve the Sharingan into a Mangekyo Sharingan. It's not that easy for the Sharingan to evolve like that. You're overthinking. You never know. Ruri is an Uchiha genius, and intense emotional fluctuations are known to be the best catalyst for the Sharingan's evolution. You do realize I risked my life to be here. We need to focus on the task at hand. Well, take off your clothes quickly. Take off? Everything? Shiraishi-kun, this is for my future husband. Ayuna blushed, hugging her chest tightly and biting her lip, clearly feeling embarrassed. What are you thinking? We've done this many times before. Let's not dwell on just removing your coat. Even if you take everything off, I'll treat you equally as a doctor. Shiraishi responded earnestly to Ayane. So, it doesn't matter if I undress completely for the tests now. Ayane's fingers had already unzipped her shirt, revealing her chest. Some muscles seemed to be bulging, and there was an intriguing smile in her eyes. No need for that. Let's get it done quickly. I'm in a hurry. Really, this is such a good opportunity. Are you really only 12 years old? Maybe girls mature a bit earlier? In our clan, there's a 14-year-old girl. Since she's not a ninja, her only role is to bear children for the clan. She's currently pregnant and due in September this year. Shiraishi sighed. In this war-ridden era, the population was indeed a pressing issue. However, Shiraishi knew that fertility rates in this world were high, thanks to the prevalence of chakra and various advanced medical ninjutsu. He wasn't well informed about the situation elsewhere, but according to the female fertility records at Konoha Hospital, only a very small number of women encountered childbirth complications, and even those cases were successfully managed. The issue of early childbirth depended on specific circumstances. Nevertheless, Shiraishi didn't support such practices. It wasn't about physical readiness but rather about values in life. Whether it was going to the battlefield prematurely or giving birth prematurely, it would lead to various risks and deviations in the future life experiences of those involved. But in an era without concrete laws safeguarding basic human rights, such concerns were merely wishful thinking, and those in power could dictate as they pleased. Whether it was due to neglecting this problem, fear of the consequences, or an unwillingness to relinquish personal interests, none of it concerned Shiraishi. In his pursuit of his own political affairs, he was just a medical ninja, and his duty was to be a doctor. Shiraishi unrolled the scroll and began sealing, extracting the body-sensing device from it. It had to be acknowledged that storage scrolls were incredibly useful. They could store almost anything except living beings, albeit at a slightly higher price. Ayane lay down on the cold operating table and waited calmly. She didn't tease Shiraishi anymore and patiently awaited the results of his analysis. She understood the significance of the caged bird's curse mark. The test didn't take long, only about 10 minutes. Ayane got off the operating table and asked, "Is everything all right?" "Yes, I have a solution for the caged bird's curse. I'll explain the specific methods and steps when we embark on our next mission. For now, we still need to live under Konoha's protection. During this period, I'll also search for a suitable base and relocate there." "Have you found one?" "The Land of Ghosts and the Land of Iron." As Shiraishi mentioned the names of these two countries, Ayane was slightly taken aback. The Land of Ghosts and the Land of Iron were permanent neutral countries in the ninja world. The conflicts that had erupted over the years hadn't affected these countries significantly. Moreover, their remote locations made them less susceptible to being targeted by major powers. Their abundant resources were the primary cause of the Ninja World Wars. If that's the case, those countries would indeed be suitable for living. When is the exact time to leave Konoha? The next Ninja War is approaching. The next Ninja War? Won't it take too long? The first and second Ninja Wars were separated by over a decade, and it was uncertain when the third Ninja War would break out. Don't worry. Once this Ninja World War concludes, the next Shinobi World War will follow, and it won't be too far off. It will once again revolve around the rich lands of the Land of Fire. That will be the ideal time for us to leave Konoha. They will be engulfed in the war from all sides and won't have time to deal with missing individuals like us. Shiraishi made this inference based on factual observations. Konoha's diplomatic approach, while mild, didn't make the other four major ninja villages fear its strength. Instead, it aroused their jealousy and greed more easily. During the current reign of the third Hokage, although Konoha had experienced many victories in foreign wars, each time was a reactive response. Whether it was the war in the Land of Rain or the recent Suna invasion of Land of Fire, they were forced into defensive actions. Even if they emerged victorious, it could still be considered a failure, as there were no benefits gained after the wars ended. The enemy didn't demand compensation for their losses, they merely sought fame without any substantial advantages. It may appear as a victory, but in Shiraishi's opinion, it's merely benefiting from the groundwork laid by the previous two generations of Hokage. Ayane looked at Shiraishi, somewhat understanding his speculation. However, as the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha has always held the top position in military power. Even if another war occurs after this current one, it should take place many years later. How can one claim that the interval won't be too long? Shiraishi smiled softly, gazing at the peaceful scene outside the window, and spoke. Peace survives through struggle, and compromise leads to its demise. Konoha, as the most powerful nation, showcases a lenient and weak foreign policy. This will only result in being surrounded by wolves. The more one desires peace, the more likely they are to face forced wars. But in the past, Shiraishi knew what Ayano wanted to add and interrupted her. The will of fire was only suitable for the first Hokage. This will to seek peace through compromise is not applicable to later generations. No one wishes to hold the same innocent dream as him after his passing. These two ninja wars are evidence of that. They are also the foundation for my speculation. Is the first Hokage the source of the disaster? Ayano was taken aback by such a statement. In a way, yes. Even if Konoha is eventually destroyed, perhaps they won't understand why it happened. Longing, as they say, is the feeling farthest from understanding. It's not entirely accurate to attribute Konoha's current unfavorable state solely to the 3 generations of Hokage. The seeds of chaos were sown during the era of the first Hokage. The third Hokage merely took on the responsibility for the first Hokage and cleaned up the mess. Therefore, the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War is inevitable, and a short interval between the Second and Third Ninja World Wars is also expected. It will be the safest time to leave Konoha at that point. Konoha, entangled in danger from all sides, will be exhausted from dealing with the war and won't have the time to focus on suppressing rebellions and maintaining tolerance. Is that so? I've yearned for you, Shiraishi-kun, for so long. However, I also long to know everything about you. So, when it's just the two of us, please treat me kindly. Ayano's face displayed a pure and radiant smile, accompanied by a shy blush. Shiraishi was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Be gentle with me. To what extent does Ayano desire him to fulfill her wishes? This summer is truly scorching, enough to make one feel restless.